Welcome to Super Late at 368. We are gaming's late night talk show in New York City. And with me, well, first of all, I'm Gabe Olivero. And with me is my amazing co-host, the awesome writer. He's from The Verge, Bijan Stevens. Bijan, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Gabe, I'm so happy to be here with you in the same room.
I know, but wait, before,
we're following the rules.
Clearly, there's going to be someone in chat who's eventually going to be like, you guys aren't social distancing. So let's just get the
check those inches. Check those inches. 72, 72.
Yep. 6 feet. 6 feet distancing. We're here today at 368. This is a charity stream. We're calling it We the Creators.
Yes.
And Bijan, can you let us know what We the Creators is all about?
Yeah, as far as I understand it, which is a lot because I'm hosting this with you. We the Creators is about supporting the creator community, doing what we can at 368. But also, it's like, I don't know, we believe Black Lives Matter. We are here to say that with our whole fucking chest.
There you go.
So
with your chest out too.
With our chest out, yeah. But we killed our stream, our regular stream last week because we wanted to plan something and we wanted to do something for the community, where we could just come together and raise some money for a good cause.
Yeah, I mean, we have a amazing lineup of creators going on from top to bottom. We have podcasters, we have writers, we have just in general personalities from all walks of life. The run of show for today, we have Danny Pena from Gamertag Radio, who's going to be speaking to Scott Rogowski, the quiz daddy. We got Moon Bear, who's an amazing creator from 368. She has her own HBO show called The Betties, which is about the female skate scene in New York City.
It's fucking tight. Go check it out if you haven't.
Yes. We also have an interview with Roberto Blake, which I believe is actually tied into the Scott Rogowski bit.
We got Taylor Lorenz of the New York Times.
Taylor Lorenz with Bijan.
We got Akilah Hughes.
The
GOAT, friend of 368.
We also have Aaron Ashley Simon and Brand Hall of Grassroots, who will be interviewing Malik Forte, who you guys may know from the Overwatch scene. He was a host, MC, etc. And then to close the whole thing out, we have the boys from Creator Cafe, who will be coming up later to talk about. I don't know, man. They talk about.
I wasn't briefed, but I am excited to watch and see for myself.
But Bijan, since last week, we've had all these things going on with the Black Lives Matter movement, everything that's going on, George Floyd. Great, a whole bunch of great initiatives coming out from individual creators of all sizes and all walks of life. You yourself had your own charity stream recently.
Yes, and I think we should get to that later because one thing I want to talk about first is just how streaming has sort of risen to this challenge. Because I feel like, I've been seeing a lot of interesting charity work from even huge streamers. So I think, Ninja said something really he was saying Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Fucking Myth was, obviously.
Dr. Disrespect.
Dr. Disrespect raised $30,000 for charity. Nick Merckx broke a contract with the National Guard.
What was that? Because you were trying to explain to me earlier. So what happened?
I think it was. The way I understand it is he just quietly did it. He didn't want to, get any press about it really. But he was, he was standing up for what he believed in. Because this was also when the National Guard was deployed across the country and. So a lot of stuff has happened, but I really do think the best statement from some of the larger creators is from Dr. Lupo.
Yeah.
He said something with his whole fucking chest. I think we got a clip, perhaps.
Can we get the fat Lupo screen up?
The fat Lupo screen. Look how big he is.
Huge. 1.7 million views. God.
Yeah, that's on Twitter, man.
God. Damn.
But I don't know. It was he really spelled it out. I think in a way that was easy to understand, forceful, and accessible. I don't know. The dude he's a good dude.
Yeah, I mean, he's constantly year after year, season after season has been the #1 face of charity and a great example of a creator who he doesn't have a crazy production in his room, right? It's just him playing games, raising money, and he raises absurd amounts of money.
Buku cash.
Straight bags, anywhere between $1 million to $3 million tends to be a Lupo charity event.
Yeah.
It's never small. And he's been doing so much work for St. Jude's. I can't wait to see what he's hold on, this wire here
is bugging you.
Gotta my OCD in the way here. Do we have the clip ready?
Yeah. All right, let's roll it.
My name is Benjamin Lupo. I play video games for a living, and I'm white.
I feel a little.
And I didn't choose to be white, just like George Floyd didn't choose to be black. Just like you didn't choose to be gay or straight or pansexual or bisexual, just like you didn't choose to be a man or a woman on the inside, you didn't choose your walk of life. It wasn't up to you. And right now we live in a world where something that you have no control over influences what kind of life you're allowed to live. You got black men and women facing discrimination every single day in the United States, literally just for being black. They die just for being black. Think about that for a second. People are being killed for something they have no control over, for just being themselves. It's fucking terrifying. Right now in Minneapolis and a ton of other places, there's protesting. And yeah, there's stuff being destroyed. And you know why those people are doing that, chat? I hope you fucking hear me when I say this. That those people are doing that because they have not been heard before now. This has been going on for fucking years. When people go unheard, that's when rioting happens. Because black men and women are still being killed literally for being who they are. And if this ends up creating a situation where they're finally heard and something happens, and the people that are causing these problems, people that have this racist influence that are causing these issues, are removed from whatever positions they're in, whatever happens to resolve this problem, honestly, so be it. Because stuff can be replaced. A police car, you know what? I bet you that's insured. And that'll get repaired and replaced and fixed. That's great. All the people that have died, those people cannot be replaced. You got people fucking everywhere in the entire world. And I know you're going to be like, oh, Lupo, stay in your fucking lane. I don't give a shit anymore. I don't fucking care, dude. It's a nightmare. And the worst part about it is because I'm white, I don't even really know what it's like. I don't. I'm just going to fucking put it out there, dude. I don't understand it. I don't have to face that. You know what's fucking wild? I can take my TV from my living room.
Oh, it ended.
It's a Twitter clip.
Damn, I wanted to.
That man was.
He was tight.
Spitting hot fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna try and keep that energy for our stream.
Yeah, I mean, just to go further on what we're doing with the stream beyond what we're saying right now, every dollar we generate for this stream will be contributed to the NCAA Legal Defense Fund.
NAACP, not NCAA.
I'm sorry.
I mean, both predominantly black institutions.
Yes. Matter of fact, you take care of it. I'm not, because I always do that.
Yeah, and so if you'd like to donate, which you should because you're watching this and because we love you, if you're in Twitch chat, I think it's ! We the creators.
Yeah, ! We the creators. Correct? Is that the donation link, guys?
Yeah,
Yep, that is the right one.
Yeah.
By the way, we're streaming on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter.
Facebook
I believe
too,
we're streaming everywhere. So sorry if we're not really in the chat because there's like 7 chats to manage.
Yeah,
but we are seeing your messages.
And our producers are sending them to us
but
live.
But when you use the command, you'll get a link to a GoFundMe page. I believe that will just be where you can donate any size.
I think the page, isn't it 368.nyc/We the Creators? I think there's a.
I believe so.
There's a link there too, so please go check that out.
I should know this.
Just straight up on our homepage.
But yeah, as we said, every cent, every dollar that we'll generate will go towards that and supporting those initiatives, those movements.
And it's legal defense, which means, like, I think the first step, like in charities, or at least the first step in raising money is bail funds to bail people out.
Yeah.
And then the next step is legal defense because these protesters, if they have to go to court, they need someone to pay their legal fees.
Yeah, and we're having those situations with the protests. We have that great example. We're in New York City. This is one of the heart of like all the protests where like a lot of heat is going down. People are getting locked up, even if they're not even a part of the protest.
Yep.
Like maybe they were just walking around, they were just in it, and they were just chilling, and they were there for the protest, but not like, wah. They're getting taken and put in jail.
And the cops are also beating the shit out of people. Like, it's fucked. And it's weird because it's not just in New York. It's all across the country. Like, every police force has been showing that this is just who they are. Like, there aren't any cops that I've seen that have really, like, risen to this challenge and, dealt with protesters peacefully.
There was this one clip that happened, like, I think a week ago. I think the cops, I think it was the sheriff's department in Jersey, where there was a guy, he had glasses, sheriff's department. He was like, listen, we're not here to mess with you guys. We just want to.
I think that was Camden, which actually disbanded its police force.
It did?
Yes.
After that clip?
No, this is before. No, they've been doing this community policing thing. It was a whole financial thing, apparently. That was how it started. But it's been working. Yeah. And now, Minneapolis, the city council there has said that their intention is to disband the police force, which is incredible. Yeah. I mean, because again, police brutality is universal across this country. It is inherent in the structure of policing, and it's fucked up. And things need to change. And I think they are changing. But to get back to gaming, yes, that's a rough transition, but
hard cut.
But I think we're here because of because of that stuff that Dr. Lee was just talking about. Because I think it's not just people like him that can make a difference. Yeah. Like smaller creators can too. I saw I believe it was Cypher of Tyr. Yeah. Really great streamer, really great Twitch partner. They had this incredible stream. It went 10.5 hours, and the initial goal was $500. Yeah. They raised $142,000. for the Bail Project. That is so much money. And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, I did a charity stream myself the other day, and it was great.
You did.
Because we raised a lot of money.
4 hours.
It was 5.5.
5.5. How much?
We raised $23,000, more than $23,000, which is a lot of money, and it was all going to Black and Pink, which is a fantastic organization working for prison abolition. They are focused on LGBTQ prisoners and HIV positive prisoners. They're great, and also the National Bail Fund Network, because that's 60 bail funds across the country. But aside from that, the thing that was like my friend who was producing this, Rob, shouts to Rob, shouts to Olivia, who also produced it. The thing that was important that he said to me that I've been like sort of thinking on this whole week is like, okay, what we're doing right now, the fact that we can like stream and we can create, like, it's a dumbass superpower. We can, like, our superpower is that we can get people's eyes on things, and we can make things happen. We can make change via that.
An audience.
Yeah, and it's like, and I think, if you're a streamer, that's something that you should yourself be thinking about. I don't know. I think charity streaming is great. The energy is totally different. It's like, it feels. How many have you done any other charity streams? Or you?
No, this is the only charity stream that I've been a part of. I mean, ever. Period. Which is also the big thing.
Invite Gabe to more charity streams. He's a good host.
I'll be down to kill it. Chat up a little bit, talk some stuff, play some video games. Damn it, BJ. I had a thought.
You had a thought?
Oh, okay. So the charity streams. Now all the charity streams are happening. Like before, like you had charity streams for this and that. It's so unified that it's so specific with a purpose, and there's so many creators who are just finding any which way to make this happen. I use you as a great example. You're not a huge creator, right? But you're like a mid-sized creator,
I would say small streamer, but
small streamer. He's about to get his partnership on Twitch.
I don't know about that.
Leaking it. But he's him as a writer. He's been able to leverage his relationships he's built with people over the years to get people together in a room to do this stream together and create that moment that he had the other day, that they had 25K and it was only a 5-hour stream. And it's not that he's been doing this for like 5 years. He did it for 3 months, actively doing this content creation, actively streaming, and he made that happen. So it doesn't matter who you are. It really doesn't matter the size. You can do it on any platform: Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, probably not Instagram.
They have weird monetization options. It's just harder to do. I mean, and also, like, I will say, charity stream, like this is a whole production. Shouts to our producers who are right over there. Who have made this actually incredibly easy for us, the hosts. But it's difficult, but it's so rewarding because I think, like once you get over the technical hurdles, like what you're really doing is you're in a room, you're with like not spiritually, but like you're with a lot of people in like spiritually. Yeah, but you're doing an important thing, even if you're just broadcasting from your bedroom. Yeah. Which I don't know. There's something really amazing about that. Like the idea that you can. So actually, one of my favorite parts of the charity stream that we did on Sunday was straight up that like the executive director of Black and Pink came in the chat and was like, "Hey, thanks for doing this. We're bailing people out with them right now with the money that you're giving us right now." And I was like, "Holy shit!"
Awesome.
Like that was like, I think
direct effect.
Yeah,
from what
and
you're doing.
It's the coolest thing that has ever happened to me online, like straight up, because I was like, "Oh." This actually matters. Like, I'm not just sitting in my room. I didn't just assemble a bunch of friends to like do this thing for nothing. Like, this is a real thing that we did together. And I was hugely emotional after. I was just like,
I saw some of it.
It fucked me up, man.
Yeah, it's like you can like all this work you're putting in for this very big thing that you really care about, and like it's something to see like a week, a month. Okay, now that money got applied, but to see it like happen real time, right then, we got this person out, this person out, this person out, because of you. That's the harsh thing. Also, I want to point out, I'm an idiot. I did do a charity stream a couple weeks ago. Just came in my head. It was for the Gift of Life charity that focuses on bone marrow and like transplants and all that. I had done that with the Florida Mutineers.
Oh
team.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brain pooped. It's
all right, man.
Happens. It's the New York City air, bro. The smog is still there. It's just clogging my brain. But no, I mean, it's gonna be interesting. Like also, to point out what you said, right? Like, with the whole content creation aspect, everybody's home. How has that been for you, like making stuff from home?
It's been great. I mean, I love vibing with my friends across the country from like my room, my 49 square foot living room. Because I mean, I don't know. It feels really cool because like I think one of the other larger things that this moment is showing us is that like COVID locked us all down, and the pandemic is still going on. It hasn't meaningfully changed. Like 1,000 people a day are still dying.
Yeah,
but it has shown, like, I think this is like the time I think the last few months I've learned personally the power of the internet. Like, I always sort of believed that the internet was like a thing that you could use and you could do things with and do cool things with, but like the fact that like I could move all of the work that I do outside inside, and I could still, you know, do it well, and I could still hang out with people and stuff. It feels really amazing to go through. I mean, this feels like I mean, aside from the protests, like this feels like another like pivotal moment in American history and world history, really.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, we're living through a textbook chapter. You know, that feels weird.
So coming out of quarantine, right? You know, a lot of countries, well, it's countries too, but also mainly states in New York are moving out. States in New York. What the hell? New York is America. Wow. States in the United States of America are moving from going into phase 1, phase 2 reopenings. Coming out of that, would you prefer to stay home now and do all your work?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, you don't want to go into the office at all.
I mean, yes, actually, I would love to go in an office like 2 days a week.
Just 2 days a week.
Yeah, because that's like the first of all, in my humble opinion, the ultimate balance. 3 days at home, 2 days at work.
Honestly, that's a really healthy balance. Just hearing that right now, it's like, why do I gotta keep coming to this office all the time? I can just do this You're a writer, so like a lot of your work is like done on the computer anyway. Yeah, you don't have to go into the office unless you have to have like meetings, for example. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. And it's, I mean, like though, it's like, before all of this started, I would, you know, I'd schedule a day of meetings and then go into the office and do them, and then I'd like just write at home. It works out.
Now, to get back to a little bit of the creators who are doing the charity, right? We mentioned like Dr. Lupo, somebody who surprised me just because of he embodies his character. You know, it's two separate people. Like Dr. Disrespect is not Dr. Disrespect. It's Dr. Disrespect and this Guy Beam, right?
Guy Beam.
I did not expect Doc to come out so aggressive and so violence, speed, momentum. He came out hard with his stance against what's going on right now, what he's for, and he also did his own charity stream.
I think he raised. It was like $35,000.
And he did how many? A Doc stream is usually like 8 or 12 hours.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know. I mean, it might.
You raised almost the amount Doc did.
I mean, this is people in chat. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe.
Yeah.
Also, shouts to Doc.
Which is a great example. First of all, we love Dr. Disrespect. He did an amazing piece on Doc that was super in depth. I love Doc just because he's.
I've seen his real hair.
You seen his real? Oh wait, what? He's got real hair. I thought the mullet was actually part of it.
No, his real hair is amazing.
It's almost as good as yours. Almost as voluptuous. Almost as wear care for.
Salt and pepper. That's all I'll tell you.
But like that's a great example, right? Like as you mentioned earlier, the size of the creator. Doc, several million viewers, several million subscribers on Twitch, massive creator. Then you got Bijan on his way, and he was able to, on his grind, on his path, and he was able to generate a very comparable sum of charity.
I mean, I think. Sorry, I'm looking up our run of show because I need to find it.
You need to find it right because we're starting around a little bit of fumes.
Well, no. I mean, not just that. I think I also had some stuff I wanted to say, and I was like,
details?
oh shit.
Right, I'm just gonna go. But Bijan is looking forward. I'm killing time.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think I guess the thing that I wanted to hit is like, there's actually like no news really because there is one story.
The world's on pause.
And
the show must stop, right?
But it feels like I've been talking about this with so many people, but there's something about this moment that feels very different. Like people. We're not starting from zero, you know? No. Like Black Lives Matter started in 2014, I guess, like in Ferguson, and it's important, but like what's wild to me is like all of that momentum, all that progress has not been lost, even if people haven't been paying attention to the movement since 2014. Yeah. And I think, you know, the fact that we're seeing all these protests and they're sustained across the country is really important and impressive. And I think it is rare to have a moment where everybody in the country is thinking about the same thing at the same time.
Not even just the country. The world, because protests are happening in London, England. Protests are happening in Paris. Protests are happening almost everywhere. It was like the situation when we had the bushfires in Australia and the whole world came together over that big moment. This moment is happening right now, and the world is watching because America is an example to the world of like, we're supposed to be the ideal, right? This country that's all amazing.
I think that's propaganda, but yeah.
But like that's what we try to be. Like that's Hollywood, right? Like we try to paint this picture of what we are, and people aspire to it. So they look to us as kind of like the big brother of like the world in a lot of ways, and we haven't been doing it the best as we can, not for a long time. And like people are like, yo, we gotta get it. We're all people at the end of the day, and we're all united by this one thing. Regardless of the color of your skin, we're united, right?
Well, but I mean, also I think, you know, global protests against police brutality say a lot about the institution of the police. And like, I think also part of it is, you know, lockdown has eliminated, like a lot of people have lost their jobs. A lot of people are actually are really going through it right now without any meaningful help from governments. And I think, you know, like part of that is like, people just have a lot more time now to like think about these things and realize that the status quo is fucked. Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, I think it's a very important moment. But yeah, that was I think the last point that I wanted to hit was like, hey, like you can do this.
You can do this. We can do this.
We're all here together. Like we're
all in this.
Like
together.
no.
Go
God damn. No, but I want to say like fucking NASCAR put out a statement today about like banning Confederate flags. I'm like, yo, if NASCAR is saying shit,
man,
bro, Gushers had a statement. Gushers.
The Gushers were gone already.
Yo, babynames.com had a fire Black Lives Matter statement.
What was the statement? You remember?
They put out just a list of names on their site, and it was like it started with Emmett Till, and it was like these were all somebody's child.
Wow.
I was just like, God damn, they went off. They didn't have to, and they did.
It is interesting to see some of the stances. It's interesting to see how a lot of the major companies that are in play in the world do like how they've handled it and how they've like approached it.
Yeah, because a lot have been fucking up.
Like Nike had. For once, don't do it. Like I like how they changed. They changed that to like that was a great pivot.
They also have Kaepernick, who is
number 7, baby.
Yo, did you see the NFL apologize too?
I saw a little bit of it. I didn't see the whole thing. I know they made a statement. We were wrong. Like that's essentially what they said.
Yeah,
like,
but more meaningful would be action, bringing Kaepernick back to the league. Bring him back, folks.
I mean, there was that one attempt to bring him back.
Yeah,
and that just kind of blew up. Both parties were kind of messed up in that regard.
All I'm saying is we're going through something very special, and we're here tonight to document some of that stuff and some of that work.
Yeah. Zune, we're speaking to our producer, do we have any more clips? No? Nothing else?
All right. Well, let's throw to a quick break.
Yep. Let's toss to a fat break.
Stay tuned. We'll be here. We got so much more content for you.
I'm going to look at this chat.
Yeah, we got to catch up.
I got to read this.
Got to open up your third eye. That's how you read chat now.
The pituitary gland. back.
We're
We
back.
back. Welcome to Super 368. We are up with the whole thing again. If you're just singing right now, welcome to the Recreator stream, where me and my great co-host Bijan. Bijan, what are we doing?
We're here raising money for charity. Guys, if you're here and you're new, please hit the links to donate. So there's a link on our website, 368.nyc/we the creators.
Yes.
And if you're in Twitch chat, you're special.
Exclamation point.
But also, hit exclamation point we the creators, or I think exclamation point WTC. that should work.
So while we were on break, of course, me and Bijan were like, well, this is a gaming show, right? So we're like, well, not a lot of gaming news has happened. So we're like, all right, Twitter, Google, what's happening? Save us. So the first thing I forgot about was that I was mentioning this off camera to Bijan. This moment in time, though most people are probably using it for good, I can also see how some people would potentially be using it as an opportunity to just farm content, farm clout, any type of viewership or anything off anything. And perfect example, I'm not saying this is what he did, but I'm just going to assume what it looks like. Jake Paul, criminally charged following looting video in Arizona.
Yeah, shouts to Jake Paul for being a fucking dumbass.
Where he was apparently... Paul's team filmed everything as an effort to share our experience and bring more attention to the anger felt in every neighborhood we traveled.
So he looted just because he thought other people were angry?
Yeah.
What a dumbass.
Yeah. But the thing is,
I will say, actually, there was one bit of news that happened this week that I should have mentioned earlier, and it concerns Twitch and the DMCA.
Oh.
And I do want to say a little bit about that because there was if you're not in the know, if you're not on a Twitch streamer, there's no reason you would know this. But there were a bunch of just random copyright claims for Twitch clips. Yeah. That happened over the last week. And the clips were from 2017 to 2019. They're old clips, and it's like it's very confusing because some of those clips, obviously clips are viewer created for the most part, and it seems like there was. I think it was the RIAA was sending a bunch of takedown notices for this stuff, which doesn't ever really happen because mostly on Twitch, takedown notices come from like if you're like really infringing and they'll mute your VOD,
which has always been the extent of like how extreme these things get. But now, copyright strikes, which can get rid of your channel in 3 strikes, you're out.
3 strikes in 12 months and you're permabanned.
That's it. You're not coming back.
Yeah. But it's weird because the other thing that's been happening is it seems like, so I saw a bunch of like Twitch partners freaking out about this on Twitter. Yeah. I also saw some Twitch partners on Twitter saying, oh, we talked to our partner managers and it's actually they say we'll be fine. And I think what's happening is like, I think we're about like, aside from everything else that's going on, some member of the RIAA has decided to relitigate the entire Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Like, because, and like, the whole copyright system, because, I think it's strange and it doesn't really serve creators and it doesn't really serve anybody who it's supposed to protect. But, it feels like the like opening shot of a weird war because like you send a bunch of like these takedown notices to creators who are like unintentionally like getting hit because like no one intentionally infringes on copyright, like nobody does that.
I mean, like what is like YouTube was an example of like we have these DMCA claims all the time. No one really gets hit with anything extreme. It's like, okay, any ads are gonna play on this video now, and all that revenue is going to the rights holders. Which is like, okay, you keep that right. I accept this. Like sometimes I want to use that cool song and not the royalty free song. But on Twitch, it's just a way more extreme example because like you're sure the partners will be fine, right? Because it's like they contact their people. They talk to people.
No. I mean, I think the other thing that's worth mentioning is Twitch does not have the tools to handle this. Like they don't have the tools built to mass delete clips that are infringing or to even identify the one. So if you're a channel that's been up for a while and you have a bunch of clips because you're popular, like there's
hundreds and hundreds.
There's no way you'd ever be able to do this by yourself. So Twitch is in the meantime rolling out tools. They tweeted about this the other day
for mass deletion and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's funny because like it shows just how like one organization can upset an entire ecosystem just even if it was unintentional. You know what I mean? Like even if it was some like overzealous lawyer trying to make their mark.
Which then is like this applies into other things. Like for example, you have TikTok, which is just all.
Oh man, TikTok is after those label deals run out, they're boned.
It's just like your entire content scheme for the most part is the majority of the content that's like really popular is based around music and dances. Yeah. So like if those people can't use those really popular music and dances anymore because of whatever reason, it's like what happens to your platform? Does it disappear?
Well, actually, we might get an answer to that because I will ask Taylor about this.
Oh, that's right, Taylor.
Because
coming on
she knows for TikTok.
She's the creator's creator. She knows the deets. She writes articles about this.
I think she has like 250,000 followers on TikTok.
TikTok is so interesting.
It's
right?
weird.
It's like you can literally make videos of you farting and you'll be viral.
I mean, they're also. I mean, I gotta say, Gen Z, you're fucking funny. Thank
Yo.
you. Shouts to Gen Z.
It's amazing when you don't take yourself seriously, the things that can happen. Like, just like, whatever, man, we're just going to have fun and be wacky.
But yeah, I mean,
But also, so like, this is an opportunity, right? Because like, now there's a whole new market where like, okay, DMCAs are going to come out. People are going to get hit with this. There's a whole royalty-free market that can be accessed.
Yes.
And I think the issue with royalty-free music for a long time was it was never really that good. You had to really dig for good stuff.
It sounded like busted versions of popular songs.
But we have a perfect, I'm going to plug him just because he's a great friend.
I was about to plug him too. Go ahead.
Harris Heller, Alpha Gaming, he just dropped his new album that you will never get a copyright claim. You will never get anything affected. It's called Gold. It's on Spotify, YouTube,
Oh, hell yeah.
everything, Tidal, whatever you got. And he puts up, it's called Stream Beats, is like the whole album and theme and the initiative. So you can access a whole library of royalty-free good music. And I think we have Stream Beats playing, maybe. I'm not too sure. And that's great, right? So it's like, I think we're going to see more opportunities of that coming out where people are going to be focusing on doing that and trying to fill that gap and hole and now in the community because that can be a thing.
Yeah, because I mean, you can't, like, if it sucks when the thing that you spend a lot of time on gets copy struck. And also, like, you don't want to get permabanned from a platform that you like love. I don't know.
It's like, where are we going now? Mixer?
Shouts to Mixer.
Love you, Mixer. Gabe on Mixer.
Wait, are you on Mixer?
I'm on everything.
Bro, why are you on Mixer?
Because I got friends who stream on Mixer. I got friends who stream on Facebook. I check in.
Interesting.
I check in. You got to
Wait, are we streaming on Mixer right now?
Are we streaming on Mixer right now? We're not streaming on Mixer right now.
Oh, the one platform
The
368 can't stream on.
shade. That's a shade.
Hey,
That's a
but
shade.
we're not streaming on Instagram either, so.
Yeah, but like we were talking about this earlier. Right? Like when someone goes live on Instagram, it's like I'll be scrolling through my feed and like whenever you hit on that by accident and you're that one of three people in there, and I stay because I'm like I know everybody I follow. Bijan just dips
Immediately.
He's like Bijan Stevens join. Hey Bijan, she's left.
Yeah, no, I mean, first of all, you gotta. It's always unintentional. It's like it would suck more if it was like, yeah, you're here. It seems like you're here to watch this thing, and then you just leave like 5 minutes into them creating content for you because there are 3 viewers there.
But I feel like
Look, it's hard to be a creator. It's hard. We know. We get it.
And then also Bijan said earlier that not everybody's meant to be a creator.
Hey, I didn't
And
necessarily.
Instagram Live. No, you said Instagram Live is a great example.
Oh yeah.
Where not everybody should be a creator.
Well, I mean, it's also hard to do a good Instagram Live. That's like the
Doing
long,
live is the hardest thing. Period.
Yeah.
Like
what you mean? What we're doing right now?
Right now, like literally, like we're killing time because at 6 o'clock we got Roberto Blake, Moonbear, and Scott Rogowski coming up. It's 5:47.
Yeah. So wait, talk to us. What do you guys want to? What's on your mind? Also, like, what causes are you interested in? What charity streams are you watching? Because I saw a few. I was searching through Twitch. I saw Sasha Gray's charity streaming.
That was so random when I heard that. I started laughing. I was
Yeah.
like, and
She's streaming The Witcher too. She's a big Witcher streamer.
It goes with like what you said, Pat. I think like 2 weeks ago, you said there was like an entire group of porn stars on Twitch who are streaming, who have massive audiences.
Yeah, because it's all internet influence is the same. It doesn't matter where it came from.
I don't know about that, man.
It's true.
Clout peak, bro.
Gabe, now's not the time for your theories on clout. Or maybe it is the time. Fuck.
Nah, I'm gonna save that for the Clout Bible breakdown.
The clout Bible
Like
breakdown.
I'll give just the bare bones, the three talking points, just so you can think about this in your head chat.
Wrinkle my brain, bro.
So I'm gonna give you some wrinkles for your smoothness. Number 1, never date until your clout peaks.
Right.
This applies to anybody. Number 2, there's levels to clout. Just like there's the 5 Super Saiyan forms, there's the 5 levels of clout.
We got one smooth brain in the chat. Hello, Eric.
What's up? And then number 3, I don't think there's a number 3. I think it's just those are the 2 things. I just made the number 3 just to build up to it. But yeah, no.
I don't know, man. I think it's funny because I feel like my stance on social media has changed a lot since the pandemic.
You just got 20K followers on Twitter.
Yeah, but like,
congratulations.
Thanks, bro.
What's your check? You're so cool.
But it's like you can actually use these platforms that we're all on for like a good cause. And it's funny because like in the before times, it was I don't know, like all you do is shit post, which is great. Shit posting, you need to shit post.
You need the dump Twitter, bro.
You got it. It's like otherwise it builds up in your brain and like it fucks up. You got plaques in your brain because you haven't tweeted.
Yeah, I constantly look at Twitter and I'm always like saying like y'all are annoying. There's some moments I look at, I'm just like, I just want to address this, but I'm like,
But I don't know. I feel like I'm believing in the power of social media again, because the thing about social media, the best part about social media is that it is like people who have less power can make their voices heard
Of course.
to the more powerful. And that's like,
course.
that is something that has like never really happened in human history before. It's weird because like used to be you'd have to like write a letter to the editor, and that's like, or in like a major paper for somebody to see it. And that would be like a major gatekeeping thing because editors pick the letters.
Yeah.
And now if you like have a viral tweet, anybody can see it. The problem with that is the gatekeepers are gone. So make sure your tweets aren't misleading.
Define misleading. What's a misleading tweet?
Anything about 5G Corona. My favorite tweets, actually, my favorite shit posts of late have been like, yo, 5G Corona got my bussy bopping.
Wait, hold on.
Like,
what?
Yeah.
My bussy?
Bopping.
Wait, hold on. What's 5G Corona?
Yeah, again, it's just
5G causes Corona?
Yeah, that whole thing. You can just
Is that the play? That's
Gabe, smooth your brain.
5G
down.
causes Corona.
That's and that is a joke.
I know.
It doesn't cause coronavirus. Holy fucking shit.
but does it?
No.
You don't know that.
do
Have we
know
done
that.
tests? Have we done tests?
No,
Do
but
we know?
people are actually attacking 5G like technicians now, which is weird.
I mean, well, there's always those interesting. We're not gonna make this about fucking 5G, but there are those interesting photos of like birds that are dead by 5G towers. That's the only thing. That's the only thing is like pretty weird. Unless those are, like,
they might
staged.
just like fly into them.
That's possible, but
'Cause,
like masses, like not like two. Like I'm talking about like fish washing up onto the shore type of body pools of bodies. Talk about that.
I don't.
Look it up. Just look into it. We're not. I told you, we're not gonna make this about like no conspiracy. We're not gonna talk about anything like that.
Cypher Gem says birds aren't real, and I agree with that.
Birds aren't real. I don't know, man. I saw some pigeon babies.
No,
on my
those
way
are
over here.
drones.
Those are not. Have you seen a pigeon baby?
Those are
Them things are so ugly, dude. I know why they hide their kids now.
Ugly enough to survive.
Dude, those things look. Oh, I was like, I'm telling you, what we got in chat right now.
I'm looking at chat. I can see chat.
Always streaming on YouTube. No, it is not. It is streaming on Twitter, on Twitch, on Facebook,
Oh, I see a Periscope.
on D
Comment.
Live, not on D Live. Just let you guys know, for the Forerunner show, we're gonna give you the schedule of what's coming up right now.
Yeah,
So
hit us with the schedule.
coming up right after this, after we're done drowning here, at 6 p.m., we're going to have Roberto Blake Moonbear and Scott Rogowski. Then from 7 to 8, we'll have Bijan Returns with his interview with the magnanimous, phenomenal Taylor Lorenz. Then at 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., my eyes are terrible, -7 vision, we're going to have my people, Grassroots.
It's that 5G Corona, bro.
5G Corona causes my eyes to dry. We're going to have Grassroots with Aaron Ashley Simon, Brandon Hall, Malik Forte, and Regular Naz. And at 9 to 10 p.m., we're going to have Danny Pena and Akila Hughes. And then to close out the whole thing, we're going to have from 10 to 11 p.m., the Creator Cafe guys,
Yeah.
Devin McCon, Terry Warfield, and CJ
But hey,
Barmal.
in the meantime, please donate. Please go to our website.
Donate! Exclamation point, donate. That's not a thing, though.
Maybe.
Exclamation point, we the creators.
Yeah, but if you're not on Twitch and you want to donate, please hit our website 368.nyc/we the creators. It's good, man. The page looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I don't know. Look, donate. If it makes you feel good. I have to say, I've been donating to a lot of
Do
funds
we have
lately.
any donations that we could toss? Can we yell at people? Can we be like, yeah, they donated? Oh, they're pulling it up. They're pulling it up.
Yeah, but anyway, I was just saying, like, donating. I've been donating to a lot of different things. It's great. It makes me feel so good.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit. It's
No-
an easy way to feel good about
You know what made me
yourself.
feel
That's
good
why you should
You know
donate.
what made me feel good today?
What'd you do?
I was coming up the stairs to the MTA. There was a nice old lady with her cart, and I helped her bring the cart down.
Oh, hey.
And that was like my good clout for the day.
Good clout.
It's good clout is back out.
Is clout like karma to you?
It can be. It can be because you could get clout from karma, but you can lose clout because of karma. So they're like interchangeable. You know, it's like yin and yang. The
What's
cycles of
what's
life.
the exchange rate from clout to karma?
All right, so the exchange rate of clout is 2 clout to 1 karma. Okay.
So you're saying karma is worth less than clout. You're saying
Yes.
the the total
Yes.
sum of your
100%.
morality is less important than how
100%.
important you think you are?
No, that's not how karma works. Wait, hold on. Run that back to me. You just brain farted me.
So like karma is it's the sum total of your deeds.
Of
the
clout,
morality
yeah.
the morality of your deeds.
Yeah.
So wait, no, I had that backwards. Yeah, 1 karma is 2 clout. Okay.
1
never mind.
karma is 2
yeah,
clout.
okay, so I was confused.
You messed me up for a
Yeah,
second.
wow.
I was like, wait a minute. What did I say? Did I
Yo,
lose
it's that
somebody?
5G Corona, man. It's got me.
5G Corona
Got me
in your
tripping.
brain right now, man. You could probably have to let the hair out. But no, listen, man. Good deeds.
Good deeds are
Lead to clout.
Good deeds are worth more than clout. I think that's a good takeaway. You know,
6ix9ine is clout.
just be good to other people.
Just be good to other people.
That's all I got.
Donate.
Feels good to be good.
Hashtag. Exclamation point.
Yeah.
WTC.
Hold on, let me check chat again. You guys are like,
me, get me out.
Gabe, chill. Gabe, chill. We're fine. You're not drowning. I got you. We're in a lifeboat
Check the
together.
chat. Check the chat. I bet you got a
He
million. Casey Nice
deadlifted the
that one.
cart. Yeah, he did.
Who deadlifted the cart?
This is getting too smart for me. Shouts to Bolivia. Smooth brain. What's the purpose of these speaks? Hey, Wheeler View, get fucked.
Oh, we're getting people ready on call right now.
But yeah, we'll have some people for you soon.
Oh, there's Scott. I see him on the screen.
Oh, wow.
I can hear Scott. Someone let Scott know. I don't know. You guys probably don't see it, but I see him on screen.
That's cool. Yeah, he's got glasses on.
He's got. He's looking smart. Hey, Brandon, let Scott know somebody hears him. It's so fun. I wish we could turn the cameras around and show what's happening right now.
Yeah, we actually got a whole production studio set up here. It's fucking wild.
I mean, this is a Mickey Mouse production studio.
But it's like there. I see like 16 monitors.
We came together in
There
the
are
end.
3 people in the back. We should shout out. Hey,
Let's shout out Zoom Girl.
shout out our producers.
Shout out to Zoom Girl Ida Marchetti for putting it together. We got Justin Padilla. Then we got Brandon Braithwaite. He's a Braithwaite in the back who come together to put these things together. Right now they're trying to sort out for the next segment coming up right now. It's 5:55. Guys, should we toss to a break?
Yeah.
We're tossing to a break, I think.
Yeah, Zoom, take us out.
Bye. This is fun. We'll
Later.
probably check in.
We'll
throughout
see
the
you
night.
soon. We'll see you soon.
We got coming up right now Scott Rogowski, Moonbear, and Roberto Blake.
Get excited.
Stick around. Get hype. Get donated.
Donate.
More donate. Are we still on screen?
Hey guys, it's Moonbear and I'm live at the 368 studio, and we're all gonna be just chatting, and we are here to fundraise for the NAACP Legal Fund. And I think you can use like the We the Creator in the chat to donate. So yeah. So who wants to start first? Like, what have you guys been doing, like, during all this?
So we're just doing this now.
I guess we're gonna jump right into it.
Doing this now. Jump right in with Moonbear, Bro Blake. Good to see you both.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, same.
You follow Moonbear's lead and ask how we've been doing during last few months of our teenage wasteland.
I guess I can kick it off. All right, so what everyone else calls quarantine, I call Tuesday. Because I'm an introvert, I'm a YouTube content creator, I'm an entrepreneur with a lot of online business ventures. So for me, a lot of it was, aside from my normal doomsday stockpiling that I normally do because I'm a neurotic mess, quarantine incrementally changed not a lot of my life, but it did cut off the little bit of human interaction I had, and it did have a pretty significant impact on my mood and my mental health. It was actually harder than I thought. And then just the constant news cycle was just like this sadomasochism, because I kept literally tuning it in where I would normally tune it out. So that's what quarantine was like for me until I got a handle on it and just started really focusing a little bit more on improving my daily routine, doing everything to stay positive and keep my mental health up, and finding just more ways to connect with my friends since some of that social interaction was cut off.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Well, I think
this
I have
is,
like a. Oop, you got it.
Go ahead, Moonbear. Go ahead.
Okay.
That's something
I think I have like a similar situation to Roberto. I do act, so I did have to be outside, but this was before everyone was quarantining, and I do a lot of stuff online as well. And at first, I was kind of like excited that, I was like, oh, this is like a good opportunity. We're all inside. But then like very quickly, I was like, wait, like we're inside for a reason. I was like, this is kind of scary. And for like a month, I was just like, I like kind of melted and didn't really produce anything at all. I was just like, I'm gonna watch Gossip Girl again and chill out. And then like eventually I wanted to rebuild my PCs for gaming. And then I slowly like did that. And then I was like, you know what? I should start live streaming now because I feel comfortable with that. Like I streamed from my Xbox just to see how it would go. And then I started streaming on Mixer. And then it became like a routine for me to start with me doing anything else. Like that was like the foundation for me, like live streaming. And so yeah, then I eventually switched over to Twitch because I used to stream on there like 5 years ago. And slowly like it became better, like to like deal with what was going on. Like I was like, okay, like it's gonna end soon. It's not gonna be forever. And I started to feel better. But it started with like gaming again and live streaming.
That's a great way to take feeling of isolation and the feeling of paralysis that, like you mentioned, a lot of us had during the quarantine, and even now in the last few weeks, a whole different kind of paralysis, maybe in terms of, having so much anger, righteous anger, and just feeling helpless in the face of so much challenge and the obstacles in our way to reform and to really make this a great country.
Yeah.
And it's really for a lot of people it's a difficult time in a different way. I mean, I think we should maybe use that as a nice preamble and intro to set up exactly what this is. If you're just joining,
perfect segue
conversation. Yeah, this is We Are the Creators, and we are all YouTube creators, content creators. Twitch, Mixer, wherever you're doing your creativity is welcome. And I'm Scott Rogowski, former host of HQ Trivia. And then I ended up hosting my own quarantine talk show, my quarantine talk show, Isolate Night. That's what I did in quarantine. I shuttled all my existential dread and panic into a nightly talk show from my apartment in New York City. And I did that for about 2 months until, even I got burnt out of doing that myself. And I had episodes of Betty to watch. And Betty is the HBO show on which Moonbear appears. Moonbear, was it helpful having a TV show in which you were starring in to watch during the quarantine? That must have helped.
It helped a bit, but it was kind of like a nostalgic feeling for like what the city was like before all of this happened.
Bittersweet.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I should say my slightest of connections to Betty, which if you're watching don't know, is an HBO show about a very diverse group of female and gender nonconforming skaters in New York City, right? Doing their thing, having adventures, getting into trouble, making friends, right? Falling in love, and skating, and just being New York City kids. And I live downtown. So Moonbear, I was walking back from the bodega one day. I walked past Columbus Park, which might be having its name changed soon. And we were down there near Chinatown, and I saw this commotion in the park, and I actually noticed this one girl wearing a T-shirt that I have, the tie-dye T-shirt with the space and the planets. I was like, I have that same shirt. That caught my eye. But there was a struggle going on. It looks like someone stolen a bag or something.
Oh,
and there's a
I know what you're
cameraman.
talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? There's a cameraman. I go, okay, this is not a real tussle here. This isn't a real crime happening. Filming something, but it was a very small crew, and I looked like, I don't know, a student film, or I had no idea what it was, but maybe a YouTube video. I thought maybe there's some YouTube creators just making some content. Lo and behold, I'm watching Betty, the first episode, and that scene plays out. I can't believe I had a behind the scenes look at Betty in production on the streets of New York. So that was my connection, Moon Bear. I saw you before you were known to the world. I saw you in person.
It's those kind of moments that actually make me miss living in New York.
Where are you living, Roberto? As we switch to Roberto Blake, and I should say I'm glad it's Roberto Blake I'm talking to, not Robert Blake.
I get the joke. The infamous,
that a lot,
yes.
The actor, the infamous Beretta actor. But Roberto Blake, you were a creative entrepreneur, a early adopter to so many platforms. You were telling me.
Yeah.
And that's helped you establish your brand and be a consultant. And I'm going to say it, a guru to others who are looking for help building their own social channels and being creators and starting their own businesses.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. And yeah, no, I live in Atlanta, Georgia right now. So Hotlanta, which puts me a good hour and 45-minute flight from New York whenever I want. And if I leave in the morning, I can get to California in time for breakfast. So, I literally moved here for the airport. So,
Hartsfield.
Hartsfield Jackson. Yeah. Tremendous airport. Usually fly Delta. Have always had a great experience with them. It's my hub. It's like, downtown Atlanta is nice. I don't live downtown. I live north of the perimeter. But yeah, no, I miss New York so much whenever I see stuff like that on HBO, and I remember what it's like to, walk by Bryant Park or walk near Grand Central and, be accidentally walking through a set. It's like, wow, that takes me back.
It's not the same when you have, Adult Swim animating their shows in Atlanta. You can't really walk by.
Oh, it's not. No, it's not the same thing, but you can, some friends actually set me up with a tour, a private tour over there once, so that's actually pretty cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now we know who we're talking to here, Moon Bear and Roberto, and they both have unique backgrounds and perspectives on being creators and finding ourselves, the three of us, because I'll call myself a creator as well.
No, you are.
Finding ourselves in this moment, which is unprecedented, frankly, and especially for people of our age, our generations, maybe your parents, grandparents remember the 60s, the civil rights struggles. But now we're seeing this totally renewed and reinvigorated and in a fantastic way, and really almost like an about time kind of way. That's the way I look at it. It's like, how has it taken this long? But you see the COVID pandemic, certainly a factor, so many people out of work.
Yeah.
And being affected by the pandemic, and it just hit this tipping point. Historians will have to figure it out one day.
I think they'll probably call it the tipping point. They'll probably call this period the tipping point. Yeah.
Malcolm Gladwell's going to sue them, but this is the tipping point of perhaps a much better country and one with really justice and liberty for all, for real though, for real this time.
It'll be a very healthy move in that direction. Like, I think it's important for us all to also be very optimistic while being realistic about, like, we have seen in our lifetime so many things change. We've seen the evolution of things, and technology has sped a lot of that up, because part of the reason all of this, I think, and I'd love you guys' thoughts on this, I think one of the reasons for all of the change that we're seeing is because of the democratization of information and the democratization of media, and the fact that we also have devices that allow us to capture these moments and speak truth to power, because everybody has a phone and everyone also has an access and a channel with that phone to broadcast now. I told you I was one of the early adopters to live streaming. We're seeing the value of it play out in real time now, and that it's not just this fad or gimmick that they used to tell me 15 years ago wouldn't last. It's powerful. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's like, it's so strange because it's kind of sad that people like they need to see something to believe it. Like if someone's telling you like people are getting killed, you should like take that as like the value. Like why would someone lie about that?
Take them at their word?
Yeah. I think this is just the beginning because I'd like, you know how like I was saying before that the virus isn't going to be here forever, and I think that's what helped everyone just like come together because like everyone was at home, they were upset, like people are out of work, and they had all this energy to like put forward for this movement. But it's like, how long is that energy going to last? And since cities are opening up again, people are going to be going back to work. So now it's like, how do we continue this and continue to go back to like,
I think it'll have momentum. I think it'll have momentum. It won't have the same momentum as, obviously it takes more energy to start something than to keep it moving. That's a actual law of inertia. That's a law of the universe. And if you think about that, the scale of social media means that these things are a movement and not a moment, because they have the capacity to scale. They have a demand now for these stories, these voices, and they have an outlet. And they have an outlet, and we're now living through what has shifted, in my opinion, is the Overton window has shifted on our ability to talk about systemic injustices and to talk about the real history of this country, and even for us as content creators to be able to talk about our blackness or our otherness or whatever whatever it is, whether you're a black person, a brown person, whether you're part of the LGBT community. You have to remember that that's an identity that throughout the history of this country, even modern history, was mostly considered, you talking about your identity was considered inconvenient or would be politicized, when the reality is you have to see that in the mirror every day. You have to live with that. There's no exit strategy. There's no heading for the doors if you live through it. But in every environment that you go into, it's this non sequitur or this liability or this thing that you're not allowed to bring up. And now that's no longer going to be the case. That's the real shift I see happening. But I'd love both of your thoughts on that.
Berto, I think you are spot on, man. I mean, the Overton window, the fact that it takes more energy to start a movement than keep it going. Because think about it, energy has not just been 2 weeks or 3 months, 50 years. Had that spasm in the 60s, and policies were changed. The Overton window shifted then, and since then, affirmative action, policies have been tried, lukewarm reforms, police departments, body cams. It hasn't worked.
And back then we were, and for the longest time, we haven't really had a culture of measuring things. Now we all live in the digital era. All we do is measure things all damn day long.
A lot of data out there, and to see, look, if you think about, get back to the pandemic, which was, what predated a lot of the later issues here, in some ways, not really. But in terms of our recent memory, I was thinking to myself, well, I'm going to tell my kids, there was a time when your daddy didn't leave the house without a mask on. He could walk around, go to movie theaters, crowded restaurants. Can you believe it? People used to shake hands. I was going to think about how our lives are going to change forever, in the sense of, maybe wearing a mask and gloves when we go out. That's just going to be a normal thing, just like seatbelts, which weren't a normal thing until the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a change in our ways in that respect. And then you think more about, all the discourse now over police brutality and white supremacy. And I think it could be the very same thing where
and historic injustice
changes forever.
And historic injustice. I read an article today, and Moonbear, I'd love your thoughts on this. I read it, and then you of course as well, Scott. I read an article today, and I grew up. My dad was a Marine. He came to this country from Panama with nothing. We grew up military. And when my parents got divorced, I lived in an army town. which is ironic when you're a Marine brat living in an Army town. But I grew up around Fort Bragg in North Carolina, and Braxton Bragg is the general for which Fort Bragg is named, and he was this rash, reckless general. He's not really of any historic relevance, to be honest with you, unlike, say, Robert E. Lee or General Sherman or anything of that nature. And I was reading an article in The Atlantic written by David Petraeus. He was a high-ranking military official until just recently. And he brought up the history of all, especially in the South, of all of these military bases that are named for soldiers and heroes of the Confederacy, and how that was like subtle and a little insidiously woven into our history, when ultimately we're talking about people who were martyrs to their country. I mean, that's not historically inaccurate to say by any stretch of the imagination. And so why are these monuments built to them, and why are our military installations named after them, especially ones of no historical relevance in terms of their tactics or strategies? It's one thing to say, hey, let's separate what Robert E. Lee did from his prowess as a military leader. There's some truth to that if you're teaching people. But as an academic lesson, that's one thing. But to literally have every trail and to have the mess halls and to have these institutions built to people who fought against this country and fought against the dream of equality in this country is really crazy to think about. And so now they're actually having serious conversations about renaming all these military bases and installations that were named for soldiers of the Confederacy. And so starting with you, like Moon Bear, and then you, Scott, like, what do you guys think about that?
They should just take it all down. Like with what's going on right now, there have been some like monuments that have been getting removed, and they need to continue doing that. Like, that's it. I don't see what there's to discuss.
They should be in a museum.
A museum of intolerance.
Well, yeah. A museum of, like, again, but tell the truth about the history. Tell the truth of like what
you don't want to.
Yeah,
you don't want to whitewash it to the sense that
nothing
generations don't know, because then it can repeat itself. You want to keep these things in the archives so that people can look back and say, oh yeah, we shouldn't do that again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can learn a lot from what Germany did with its tragic history, and that, I mean, the funny thing is, Robert E. Lee himself said, do not build monuments to the Confederacy and do not build statues to us. Please allow the country to heal and to move past this point in time. And his descendants don't even want it. And so literally people are adamant and insistent about this is our history and our heritage, but what are you celebrating and who are you lifting up? And we could replace these statues and we could tell the real history, and you could replace the statues of Robert E. Lee with Harriet Tubman, for Christ's sakes. I mean,
yeah. I am a Jewish man, and I have been to Berlin, and you visit Germany, you visit Berlin especially. It's all like, sense I got is that they could not be sorrier for the Holocaust. You know what I mean? Like they took every pains to just be like, we screwed up, it was horrible. Here are the monuments to it, and everywhere you go, the history is in your face. Say that we are sorry. Begging for forgiveness, right?
Yeah, contrition.
Contrition. And in America, not only is there any real display of that in public squares and whatnot, it's the opposite. They're proud, holding up these monuments and these namings, as if, trying to find a German who's loudly saying, I'm proud my grandfather was a Nazi and killed all those Jews. That's the heritage that I stand for. You're not going to find people who think that way. But yet in America, we have millions and millions of people who think that way. They're proud that their grandfather, or great-grandfather, fought to keep slavery as an institution. I mean, it blows your mind. So
I'm with you. What I think is interesting, though, is what we're seeing people not afraid to use their platforms to say things like that. We see the stance that NASCAR recently took. A lot of content creators that I know have been speaking up. And there are people who are questioning, well, why are you saying something now? Why didn't you say something at this point or this point or this point or this point? And the thing is, I understand that criticism, and I think that's where the cynicism that you brought up earlier, Moon Bear, you brought up this, why do people not take anyone at their word when they talk about injustice? Why is it that they need to see a man go through something like George Floyd did? Why is it that they have to see all this footage before they believe it? And I think that part of the cynicism comes from what we want to believe to be true about ourselves, and the fact that sometimes if we have to confront ugly realities, the thing is people want to hang to an identity that allows them to be proud of their culture, their heritage, their country, their lineage, whatever it is. And the thing is, I don't think those things are irreconcilable. And I'd love for you guys to talk about this, is that I think it's perfectly reasonable to look at the honest and ugly truth in history of this country and still be proud as an American of what you have, while still insisting that we have further to go. I'd love you guys' thoughts on that.
Very well put. Moonber, I'd throw it to you because I want to hear more from you.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I just feel like in general people have problems with confrontation, and this is just for this particular like topic or like situation, like with the country versus like Black Lives Matter and like systemic racism. I think people just don't want to deal with it, and that's not okay, because like obviously there's a lot of us who want to deal with it and move forward, and it's not helpful to be like, oh well, all lives matter and why can't we all just, it's like that's not the point. Like the point is people need help right now, like Black people, and that's what we need to focus on, because
you see people not able to move on from petty internet beef they have with somebody. So telling people to move on from 400 years of systemic oppression seems kind of absurd, right, Moonbear?
Yeah, and there was a comedian, I forget his name right now, but he made a good point about how with 9/11 it's never forget, and
right.
that's pretty crazy.
But then with being like Black, it's like, well, get over it.
Yeah.
Just forget about it. It's the opposite. Or forget. It's just forget about it.
Right.
Now, you're right. And you talk about the cynicism of why now? Well, that gets back to the tipping point.
Right.
Tipping points, the definition is, it's like you can't dictate when it's going to happen. You don't know exactly what goes into a tipping point. But I would argue it is 50 plus years from the last explosion of this, and the real first reckoning, frankly, with slavery. I mean, you had Reconstruction, and then of course when the political winds changed, that all went out the window.
Yeah, after the Reconstruction period, and then after the flipping of the parties, and the Southern strategy, there was that which a lot of people don't even know about, and then there's all the repercussions of that came in the form of Jim Crow and so on and so forth. A lot of people don't realize that we haven't made as much progress as we like to pat ourselves on the back for. Like 30 years ago, in terms of women's rights, Moonbear wouldn't have been able to start a business and get a small business loan from a bank without a male relative co-signing. If she even got one approved as a Black woman, she would have been disqualified as a woman just on that. We've only just celebrated the 50th year, I believe, anniversary of the legalization of interracial marriage in this country. We have far to go on equality of marriage for people in the LGBT community. We literally still are fighting the fight and the struggle of just treating people as people. This isn't a political thing, it's a humanity thing. But I think part of the reason we struggle is, even as content creators, and I'll say this, we don't even know what's off limits anymore and what we can talk about. And we don't know how to talk about it sometimes, because something I'm seeing, and part of the reason we're doing this stream is we want to help creators navigate these difficult conversations at different times. So I'm going to speak as a creator. There are a lot of people I see even pressuring Black creators and asking Black creators, well, why haven't you said anything yet? Or why are you only saying something now? Why didn't you say something back with Trayvon Martin or this one or that one? And the thing is, and I bring this up again, is that for the Black content creators who are only just now speaking up, you have to remember that for our entire careers, we've been put in a position of don't talk about your blackness and nobody wants to hear it from you, and everyone wants to say that it's the race card or it's an excuse, or oh, woe is me, you have more opportunities and more success than I do, and I'm this one or that one, and so on and so forth. So again, our blackness has been an inconvenience for our entire career. So if we don't know how to talk about it, if we live with it every day and we don't know how to talk about it, and we don't know that we even have permission to talk about it, and we struggle, I can't be too upset that there are people who don't even have the experience and are not educated enough about it. I'm not upset that people are struggling with that and how to communicate things to their audience that they haven't experienced or aren't educated on, and that they don't know what is or isn't okay. Because we don't even know that. We know what we feel in our hearts, but we don't know, and we can't have the confidence that there's a place for it. This moment in time makes us believe that that's true, but we don't know what happens after this, and we hope that we still have the ability to talk about it.
Yeah,
yeah.
I also feel like there are a lot of people that do not know how to communicate well. Like, I've been working on that for myself as well, because you didn't like grow up in an environment where like you communicated about specific things in the first place.
Right.
So that's another issue in itself. And I'm not sure if it has to do with like the majority of black people, but I know it's like a lot of us.
Well, Moonbear, do you, like, when you talk to other black people, do you feel like you guys have open conversations about these things? Because I find that that's rare, and I think a lot of people make the assumption that we as black people have come to a consensus on a lot of these issues, and that's not strictly true.
Yeah, it's really not. So within like my friend group, like we talk about that, and we're all like mid-20s or early 20s, and I think that's become more important now and like easier to talk about now, because it just feels like we like want to do better like all the time. And I'm not sure how it is for older people. Like I feel like,
well, I'm
maybe
36, and
okay.
So there are some things that we might have lived longer with. You don't talk about it, and we've lived longer with a little bit of even people older than us, just basically always kind of like, I don't want to use the term like, there's a term I don't want to use, but basically there's been a fear instilled in us, and there have been conversations that are more or less off limits.
Exactly. And so that's something we also need to work on. But I think we're doing that now as all this is happening.
I mean, it's happening. It's happening now, and really, this is truly a historic juncture, because I think it's going to take us into a whole new world of discourse and the way we talk. I mean, I grew up talk about politics. Two things you don't talk about, right? It's like religion and politics. Religion and politics.
Well, it's three things. There's 3 rules. Well, there's 4 rules. There's actually 4 rules.
Okay.
You don't talk about religion. You don't talk about politics. You don't talk about how much money you do or don't have, and you don't bring up your exes.
And this applies for first dates and family dinners and basically anything, right?
Life as a whole.
Life in general. But Moonbear, you're talking about your age group, early mid-20s, and these things aren't off limits to you. Or maybe did you hear these things yourself growing up and you just said screw it?
No, I'd say it's like I think it's more now like that we're talking about it, because I have a lot of people like in my life, and we basically have like the same idea of like, oh, women should be able to do this, and like black people should be able to do that, and or like, why are black women getting treated worse than like black men, and why do we always have to lift them? There's a lot of different things that we talk about. There's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot because there's a lot of oppression out there, right? And to your point, Roberto, we really haven't made a lot of progress. And the farther along we go in our chronology, you're the next generation, Moonbear. You have another 10, 12 years of garbage you have to deal that has built up, right?
Well, maybe less.
Of more injustice and more horrible things, and that builds to that tipping point. I think it just keeps built. Each generation is taking on more and more the burden.
Well,
of
I think that
reality.
with the shift with this generation, and I think that content creators play an interesting role in this, because with this exposure, diversity, and the democratization of choice of what you consume, who you consume, and liking people for who they are, versus it being curated, you have to remember that beauty has been curated, and there's been a Western standard of beauty that was curated and crafted by the 6 media companies owned by the same 12 white families for the last 70 years or more in this country, who own the media companies, right? So but that's no longer the case, because they're being disrupted every day and losing market share to somebody who started as a homegrown YouTuber in their bedroom or a Twitch streamer. They feel very embarrassed about it. But the thing is, now as a result, there you have people who would have under no circumstances by these media companies been exposed to a black or a brown creator, and fallen in love with them and their content and who they are as a person, and relate to them on diversity of thought alone, and decide that that's who I'm down with, and I don't need them to look like me for me to derive that value from them. And that changes everything that goes forward for the next 50 years, because remember, that puts an end to the gatekeeping, and what we see is no longer up to somebody else. That changes things. Creators have that much power. It was because of the momentum of social media and YouTube that you have Lily Singh. Lily Singh is a bisexual woman of color that is on late night television now. Now, regardless of what happens in the future with her career, her show, that's a historical moment that the Overton window was moved on because of the power of YouTube and social media exclusively, that gave her the leverage for that opportunity. That's why it hadn't happened even up until now. There's never been a woman of color or an Indian, or to my understanding, a woman on late night television filled in the same kind of chair as David Letterman. It's never happened in the history of television.
Rivers had a show for a little bit in the 80s, but it didn't really work. But no, I mean, she's as a woman of color, and really the bigger issue is Roberto, or not the issue, but the driving force behind it is the fact that it's a homegrown, organic following that builds from the masses. It's bottom up. It's not coming from the top saying, this is who you're going to listen to, this is what you're going to watch, this is how you're going to dress. Everyone's creating and expressing themselves, their unique selves, which other people are relating to and finding out, oh, I share that person's belief. I actually share their taste. I love that look. They're connecting with people in genuine ways, but without the filters and the veneers of show business. That kind of basically blandifies everything and corporatizes it all. And people have their rough edges, and they have their piercings, and they have their tattoos, and they have, the things that you couldn't get a job on TV if you had, right? Certain people looked a certain way. You are not palatable.
And it proves the market, and it proves the market demand, and it will force mainstream media to adopt these things in order to survive and to continue to gain these new audiences. And yes, there'll be some pushback, and there'll be some frustration, and there'll be people who say, oh, it's the agenda. The agenda of all businesses are to make money, which means that they serve the market, demand and supply and demand, my friends, the market. We're all at the behest of the market now, aren't we? We kind of learned that recently. We weren't none too happy about it, but we learned the lesson, painful though it might be. And I just think that when you look at the opportunity to creators, and it's so important that with these streams and everything we're doing, that we support each other as creators, and that we continue to make sure that creators succeed and that these platforms succeed, so opportunities will always be available to that next generation, both in terms of creators, but also in terms of the choice that consumers have that hasn't been curated and made for them, and their mind hasn't been made up for them, and therefore they can discover who they are and what they like through these creators that they resonate with.
About 10 minutes left here, and I wanted to tie this together, because now we're talking about creators and the potentials and really the ramifications of it all, and how positive it is, and opening up culture. We also talked in the beginning of this conversation about the paralysis that people are feeling right now, COVID related, protest related, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think this created
how do you guys?
I think this created like a second wave of paralysis for some people, because first it was COVID, and then there were all these like protests and riots going on. So that was like another, like I felt I didn't stop making stuff for like a month, but I kind of was like, okay, now there's another thing we have to bring up and figure out how to make content around.
So here's my thought.
Yeah.
Here's my thought. Here's my thought for any content creator. In the places where you have conversations, I would address it there so that you can talk, but more importantly, listen, so that you can say where you are or express how you feel, but more importantly, listen as well and start the dialogue with your audience. The other thing I would say is I wouldn't want to pressure anyone to feel that they have to make a video or deviate from their regular content in order to acknowledge this, because there are some creators that don't talk about the real world at all with their audience in their content. But you can use your other conversation platforms to say, hey, I need to break character, I need to break the fourth wall, and I need to have a serious talk with you, and I need to show you where I stand on these issues. I want to hear where you are at, and I want to do that. But the world is hard, and the world is scary, and it's frustrating, and it's dark. And if you're coming to me to get through your day after dealing with that, then I want you to have a means of doing that through my content, and I don't want to deny that to you. In my case, my content's a resource for people. Right now, people are broke. People have lost jobs. People don't know, even if they have their jobs, they don't know if they'll keep them or they'll have them in the future, or if their industry will die. My content in helping people begin to either get the skills that lets them build a career or a business, or start a new business or freelance, or survive as a content creator. I can't just stop doing that or providing that value to people, because the world is not going to just let them take a month off. So I have to provide that value, but also the person having a bad day. And I say this as someone with anxiety and depression that I fight on a regular basis. After I'm done doing my day, and God forbid if I was out there on the front lines of any of this as an essential worker, or on the front lines of any type of protest, do you think I want to come home to the darkness in the world staring at me in every single corner? Or do I need some kind of relief? And do I need to be able to lay down my burden for just a few hours and have something good in my life so I can wake up and do it all over again? I mean, so to any creators out there struggling, understand that it's not insensitive or tone deaf to put out the content that you're used to putting out, as long as you make where you stand available for people to get a sense of how you feel about these things in any other platforms where they can communicate with you and where you can communicate with them. And I don't think it's, now again, there's context. It depends on whether you cover sensitive subject matter, or if you're doing something that overlaps with this, then yes, of course, to directly address it. But beyond that, the reality is there are so many people, that myself included, we just can't keep reintroducing ourselves to trauma every hour of the day.
And there's no shortage of trauma these days.
No.
And no shortage of platforms to receive that trauma, should you want to. You make a great point, Roberto, and I've always wondered about this question, frankly, a lot. What is the role of the comedian? Because that's, really what I am, beyond just creating and entertaining. Whether you're giving advice or a tutorial, then you can content create in so many different ways. My medium has been make people laugh, and I did this thing the other day because I was the host of HQ Trivia. I did an HQ Trivia parody aimed at Bill de Blasio, and the questions were like, why do you continue to side with the abusive police over peaceful protesters when the NYPD openly hates you? Is it because you like it when the big boy cars make the woo-woo sound? Is it because you're a spineless cuck addicted to the taste of jackboot? Like, so I was really going after him, and I put it up on Twitter. It got like over 100,000 views, and people seemed to like it and sharing it. And people were saying, "I love this. Thank you, for creating this." And it's my way of addressing what's going on, in a funny way. But you do have to be mindful. And this is something I'm kind of trying to work out. I just read an article in Vanity Fair. A black woman was covering the protest, and she was a little offended by some of the signs that white people were holding up. Some of the themes and whatnot, like defend white supremacy was something she saw that she didn't love, or white supremacy is a virus. White people meaning well, these clever signs, but she was breaking them down. Like, well, if white supremacy is a virus, that means it just came out of nowhere, and it's just it's just a natural phenomenon.
But to your point, someone in that situation wasn't as mindful. They decided to be clever, and it fell short. Here's the thing: you can't look at somebody doing that and look at them as an enemy just because they did something ignorant or naive. And I think that the best thing we can do is make the assumption that people are well-meaning, because if you think about it, most of what people are protesting about right now would not have to be protested about nearly as much if people didn't have this cynicism and move immediately on assumptions and actions versus saying, you know what, let me believe that there might be good intentions here, or that I want to have all the content, or let me not attribute to malice what could be attributed to ignorance. And in the face of ignorance, I don't need to come down on this person or to launch an attack. I need to educate them, and that's easier to do when I don't yell at them and alienate them. And I understand how exhausting it is as somebody that's on the other side of it to have to always go there, to have to always be the bigger person. But you don't really have a choice if we want different results and we want to move forward. And that's just my thought on it. I think you answered your own question. Be mindful, be conscientious, be courteous, and again, don't attribute to malice what could be attributed to ignorance. Because yeah, you'll see a lot of ignorant, well-meaning, well-intentioned people out there. Correct them, educate them, help them do better. You don't want to necessarily, take them off the friends list, so to speak. Moonbear, do you have any thoughts on that?
I do. Like, I actually have a situation where, so someone started, they wanted to start up a protest for skaters in New York City, and it's been going around everywhere, right? So then someone called me today, actually, and was like, oh, this person was not black, and they didn't have, like, black people, like, helping out with it. And then someone else had to check them and tell them, like, why aren't black people helping with this? And also there were a lot of other factors, like, that weren't considered, like the medic, having a speaker, and other stuff. So then I reached out to someone else who I figured would know what to do, like an older skater. And he was like, okay, we're going to still try to make this happen. And I'm going to reach out to the George Floyd, like, account. And then I connected the people that were trying to do the protest. And it ended up with another organization helping out. So it's still going to happen, and it should still be fine.
I think that that's great that you brought that up, because it shows that, like, young people have a lot of energy, and they also tend to have a lot of time on their hands. But what they don't have is experience, and what they don't understand is, and I'm not criticizing these movements, but I see a vulnerability in the fact that a lot of these movements ideologically adopt a horizontal structure. They want a flat, egalitarian structure where it's, hey, we're all in this together, nobody sits above the other. But what people don't understand is that one of the reasons in the traditional world that hierarchies exist isn't always about power dynamics. It's down to responsibility. It's down to the fact that there are people sometimes who are more experienced or more equipped or better resourced, and they can take on more because of that. And thus, that's why they're given that role and that responsibility to coordinate efforts. Like you said, there were older people and older skaters. They've seen this. This is not their first rodeo. Rookies don't know what to do it right. They don't know how to get a permit. They don't know that they need to get water for everybody. They don't know how to vet people so that you don't have bad actors or people that insert themselves where they don't need to be. And so mindfulness and that understanding that, hey, it's great to build something, and what helps? Measuring twice and cutting once really helps. And people who are familiar with that, and people who have built something before, you need those people. You really do. And I think that there's a role to play now, especially for creators, beyond using their platform, is teaching people how to use and build their own platform so they can use their voice for change. And so they can also teach people. There are people out there who they're not the great orator, but they are the great manager and the great person who has experience in movements. And so they could partner with creators and they could teach people how to organize, how to get involved, how to donate to charities, God forbid, how to start nonprofits that can make change. We need everybody to build and to create things that can make the world better. And I really think that that's the spirit of what 368 is all about. And I think that's what this stream is about. And I think that that is something that we should all be very proud of, is the contributions that we make through the things that we build.
This has been one heck of a conversation, guys. Our time is coming to a close, but I've been inspired. I've been stimulated, intrigued by everything you've both been saying. I hope the audience has gotten a good takeaway from this, which I believe is, try to put that paralysis aside and do what you do and do it best. And put something out there. If you feel like putting something out there, get it out there, and don't feel bad about how it could, don't get caught up in a lot of the peripherals and the self-consciousness that a lot of us suffer from. Just get it out there, be yourself, and who knows, it may spark a following that leads to an HBO show or a public speaking career, an author career, just like Roberto and Moonbear here.
Yeah.
If you like what you saw, guys, please donate to the NAACP Legal Fund. That's why we're doing this. We are the creators, and they could all use our support. And if you got anything out of this conversation, I hope you will show that gratitude with a donation.
Absolutely.
Anything else to say? Huh.
Sure. Anybody who tweets at me, DMs me at Roberto Blake with proof of a donation of $30 or more, tweet at me at Roberto Blake with proof of a donation to the NAACP fund for We Are the Creators of $30 or more, and I will hook you up with your choice of access to either my YouTube starter kit or my Formula for Awesome Videos course. I will give you a 100% discount code to grab that for free if you give me proof of a donation of $30 or more to the NAACP fund for We Are the Creators. So DM me at Roberto Blake and I will hook you up.
I love that. I'm going to match that. If I'll monitor Roberto's page, but if you want to at Scott Rogowski and you show me a receipt, I will match your donation to the NAACP Legal Fund. I like
Boom.
that idea, Roberto. Good
there
stuff.
You go.
That's
no pressure,
great.
Moonbear. Folks, that's our stream. Thanks so much for joining. More to come. Stay tuned. Don't go nowhere.
Hello, we are back. I'm here with Taylor Lorenz, the New York Times, the intrepid New York Times internet culture reporter, and book deal haver. Congratulations, Taylor. I don't know, Taylor. Hello, how are you?
Hi. Surrounded by boxes.
Yeah, you going somewhere? Can you talk about it?
Yeah, I'm just moving. I'm like trying to get to LA, so we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, I think it seems like you're going out there a lot anyway. I guess the TikTokers and et cetera live out there.
Gonna move into this White House. Bryce.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. Oh my
Now
god.
that he's out.
Yeah, cute.
Yeah.
Wait. So tell me. So you have some big news. You have a book deal. Congratulations.
Yeah, I just finally posted about it today, which was so terrifying. They announced it like the Friday, not last Friday, but the Friday before, which was like when all the protests started happening, and I was like waiting to tweet it, and then finally I was just like, I'm just gonna post it.
Yeah.
And it was getting weird.
I think it's fine. I don't know. It's hard to manage those things because the state of the world keeps deteriorating, and also I'm very sort of hopeful because like the protests are making things happen. But yeah, so the book is about online creators. And it's like tell me about like the idea, like explain it to our viewers here, because like that's what 368 is about, obviously.
I know. Yeah, it's perfect synergy or whatever.
But it's brand synergy.
It's basically about sort of like the emergence of this career as an online creator and how it's impacting like Gen Z, really teenagers' notions of work, and sort of how they start businesses, how people launch products, and sort of what the new American dream is. So I'm talking to lots of creators, hopefully like, some from the early days, and then lots of, kids that are trying to make it now kind of on the internet.
That's exciting. I mean, it's funny because I remember like talking to my friends about this before, like years ago, because it's like, I was actually saying this on Super Late a few episodes ago, I think with Harris Heller, but like it feels like only very recently, within like the last 5 years or so, has like, online creator become a viable career path, only because it's only been within like the last 5 years or so that people recognize work done online as actual labor that should be compensated. Like, I don't know.
That's such a good point, Bijan, actually. I don't know if you remember when we were like, I remember like they used to call journalists like digital journalists, or they'd be like, there's always been, I mean, I don't know, there was definitely more of a distinction. I was at 5 years ago was still not, totally where we are today. I would say since late 2017. Like, just also based on the fact that I couldn't even get hired full time as a writer covering this stuff. I'm sure same with so many other people,
You had to sort of squeak it in the back.
Yeah, but it'll be cool. I just have to like write the book now, which is the easy part.
Yeah, you know what? Whatever. It'll be fine. I believe in you. But yeah, I feel like I think let's talk about creator culture. I feel like, we're here, we're doing a charity stream. Also, sorry, let me plug the charity stream. Guys, please donate. We are keeping track of your donations. And it's amazing. We are raising money for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, which is great because after bail funds comes legal defense, because you have to go to court if the DA or AG decides to prosecute you, and that's fucked. So we're here like trying to help those people out. And also, obviously as creators, we have audiences. That's the thing that we can do, or one of the things that we can do that other people maybe can't. Anyway, yeah, sorry, it's legally mandated that I do that. But I think, I'm interested to hear your take on like how creators became laborers. Cause like, I don't know, like I remember like Miranda Sings getting a Netflix deal and being like, wow, somebody actually recognized that YouTube is like interesting, or like YouTube actually matters to people.
Yeah, YouTube is, so I'm really interested to read, it was named Mark Bergen, I think, the Bloomberg reporter that covers YouTube. He's doing a book like all on YouTube.
Oh wow!
Which I can't wait to read. I'm like, can you just put it out now so I can know?
I'm sure you can cop an early draft. Like
yeah. Well, I just covering stuff from sort of like the user side and the creator side. I feel like I don't have as much like knowledge about maybe the business, sort of like how the businesses within the companies developed. But yeah, it's funny you mentioned like Colleen, because I think only now people are sort of understanding, and also that there's the possibility to kind of like monetize yourself online, like and build these like businesses online, and you're not trying to like transition into traditional entertainment. You know what I mean? Right. Like you're not trying to get that TV show. It's more like launching your own products and monetizing them, through your channels. which wasn't it just wasn't a platform. There weren't all these like merch platforms like Fanjoy, only started not that long ago. I mean, it's just, I feel like all of this stuff has just emerged recently.
Yeah, my feeling is like from the monetization front, I think like Patreon is the next wave. Like that's the only place it seems sustainable to be a creator, is like on like from like directly being supported by and beholden to your fans, because it seems like the traditional models are sort of collapsing, and it's not clear that like something like a publication or like a news or like a media outlet can offer you the same kind of reach as just like posting on your like meme account on Instagram. I don't know. It feels like we're in a weird sort of crossroads.
I think we're definitely moving towards like, I mean, we have been for a while of like direct monetization. You could even consider like merch sales that too.
Yeah, I think so.
As opposed to like these ad deals, which are so fickle and it's weird. I think that's what people sort of associate creators with, is like the SpawnCon stuff, but it's just sort of a portion of people's revenues now. Also, OnlyFans has gone so like mainstream now.
Oh yeah.
Like,
which is, I think it's great. I mean, it's because my friend told me this while we were streaming together, but Twitch is just platonic camming, which is like true. Like all of those, like all of these sites, like I don't know. I do think all online influence is the same kind of influence, and like no matter where, like what your platform is. But it is interesting to see like sex work explicitly being folded into the platform of like influencer or creator, actually, because I feel like we've stopped using the word influencer except in a derogatory way.
It's definitely a term that's like I'm constantly like, it's like one of those terms where you have to be like influencer or creator if you prefer to be that. But weirdly, everyone was hating on the word influencer, and I wrote about this 2 years ago about these kids that sort of were posting fake SpawnCon. They were aspiring to get brand deals.
I remember that. That was a great story.
It was so funny, but they all referred to themselves to them, influencer was this like very aspirational term, which is just funny because I think creator is usually the more preferred term. Influencer is more like a marketer's term.
I guess I'm curious, like, so what do you think, you've spoken to a lot of young people in your reporting travels, what do you think has changed for them that makes like online work more appealing than traditional career paths?
Well, one, it's just accessibility. I mean, especially with COVID and stuff too. I'm working on a story sort of about summer jobs and just the availability of online work for that. But yeah, I would say it's just, Oh, are you there, Bijan? I lost you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here.
I don't know if you're still there.
Oh, you're frozen. You look like you're frozen.
Hold on a second.
I can still hear you. Oh, dang. Bye, Taylor. Oh, hi, Taylor.
Second.
Hi, I'm here. We're here.
In terms of what makes online work appealing, I mean, you are your own boss. You can work whenever. Yeah. And I think also you're looking up to these people. Like, if you think about your vision of work, it's modeled off what you see, right? Like what you see your dad do or what you see, in your life. And I think most people are exposed to online creators on a daily basis. They're very familiar with people sort of talking about their business models, and often kids are also leveraging those business models to make side income. So
yeah, which is also fascinating because I think you're right about the availability. It's funny because that's one shift that's happened, but culturally, like, COVID has made all of us sort of like moved us all closer to that category, if not explicitly into it. Like, everyone's working from home, and it's pretty cool. Like, I think there's a much larger shift happening that mimics what's already happened online. But I don't know. I'm fascinated by creator culture. I think it's like, I think about this all the time. Like, I didn't, even a few years ago, I like just didn't understand like why people were like interested in these creators and influencers, and like having since having reported on it for a few years now, I was like, oh shit, like these people are making things that are legitimately great. Like, I can't believe I missed this before. I'm thinking mostly right now of Simone Giertz, who is just like fucking amazing.
Yes. One of my favorite people online.
So good.
I mean, there's so many great people. I mean, I also consider sort of podcasters in the online creator world. There's just a lot of people making cool stuff on the internet, and I love supporting them directly. And I think it's just it's a better way.
Who are some of your favorites? Who are you keeping up with?
I support a lot of podcasts, like celebrity podcasts, like Who Weekly, a staple.
Love them.
The Facebook group culture in Who Weekly though is a lot. They have like 400 Facebook groups or something crazy.
Oh my god.
But I don't know, my friend Harry has, he's kind of an Instagram influencer. He started this podcast called Scrolling, where they just recap internet drama, stuff like that. when I listen to podcasts, I like to zone out. But you know, Simone Birth is like very creative.
Yeah, I mean, go on.
Oh, no, what were you saying?
No. Go on.
I was just gonna say, I also love gentle whispering ASMR. She's so good, and I like listen to her videos every night. So.
Oh.
She's a classic like ASMR YouTuber. She's like an OG.
That is also one of the weirder categories of YouTube to me. Just because like I don't get the response. Like I don't have the thing that makes me enjoy ASMR. So I'm just like I can see why people like it, but I just don't. It doesn't do it for me, and I feel a little left out, honestly.
Yeah, if you don't get the tingles, it's kind of just listening to soothing talking, I guess.
I imagine it's sort of like, you know, rubbing a head scratcher through your hair, just like, you know. But yeah, I think for me, like, Twitch is sort of my like second screen zone out. Like it's almost like a podcast. Like,
it's like, wait, so I just started getting more into Twitch recently, actually, since I came on your stream last time.
Welcome.
And there's a lot of cool channels. Like I've found a lot of people talking that's about random stuff, not just like gaming.
Yeah. Some of my favorite stuff has just been like role-playing channels. Like I watch a lot of Grand Theft Auto roleplay. Not that I'm necessarily interested in Grand Theft Auto, but like the role players are so good. And I think part of it is like, you know, I do some role playing myself for a podcast, and it's like it's very fun to like to hear other people do it and to see how, like, to sort of deconstruct how they're doing it. But yeah, I don't know. Twitch is like, it's funny because it's like you can pay as much attention as you want to it, and I think that's sort of the hallmark of a good Twitch stream is you can either be fully zoned in or zoned out, and you'll get the same amount of joy. But I do want to ask you something, because this has been rattling around in my head for a long time. Oh no, she's gone.
I'm back.
Is she back?
I'm back.
Okay.
I keep listening to you.
It's fine.
I know what you're saying about Twitch.
Yeah, no, so I wanted to say, like, so one thing that's been rattling around in my head for a while is the idea of one unit of content. What is a unit of content to you? I cannot define it. I don't know what content is, but I know it when I see it.
A post, a post is a unit of content, I guess. Like a post, like a blog post, a tweet, an Instagram video. I would say that's like a unit, a Notes app apology.
A Notes app apology. Oh man, the new wave is like, is it like Notes app screenshots on Instagram?
The Canva. Oh yeah, or like, no, the really graphic design ones that were like, we are not racist. Sorry.
If you have to put out a post saying we're not racist, well, I have some news.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for you. Also, one other thing I feel like I want to discuss is like how things seem to be going a lot more viral now. Have you noticed that?
Okay, I wrote about this a little bit in this story that I wrote about this influencer life coach, and I talked to a bunch of these creators, and they were like, the internet right now is crazy. Like everyone is online, and the engagement is so high, and I think it's so true. I mean, I notice it on Twitter, but also on Instagram. It's like there's a herd mentality. Everyone's just very online all of a sudden.
I kind of love it. I don't know. Everyone's like living in the future now. But I do, man, I'm just thinking about that tweet from Amanda Mole, who she was saying like Instagram is like not a good place to get information. Like people are like in the sort of way that Twitter is like a place for breaking news about what's happening in protests, what's happening around the world with COVID, etc. And Instagram is just this like weird closed ecosystem that has like nothing to do with that. I don't know. What's your take, Taylor? Tell me your take.
I gotta disagree there.
Okay.
I think Instagram is like very much its own world, and I think a lot of people. I love Amanda, by the way.
Yeah, same.
But
She's
I
great.
think she's so great. But I think like people follow. You kind of create your own world on Instagram by who you follow, and a lot of people only follow like friends or kind of like a few brands, maybe influencers. But at least in like the meme world or like the kind of like shit posting world, I just feel like it's like very, I don't know, I have some Instagram accounts that are like very fast moving, and I get a lot of information on there. Also stories, stuff travels.
Yeah,
I mean, I love most like Black Lives Matter stuff I feel like I see on Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's weird because like Instagram doesn't have the retweet, but it does have the reshare on your stories feature, which I think is very interesting. Just the way things travel there is fascinating to me.
Yeah. It's crazy. I recently decided to revamp my Instagram, actually.
Oh, whoa. Tell me more.
Rebrand alert. Yeah, well, I basically like got really nervous to post. I used to post all these photos of my friends in my life or whatever. Oh no, I lost you again.
Oh no.
Bijan.
I'm still here. Hello, chat. I'm still here.
Keep
There you are. You're back.
This is like a fun teaser for the audience. Like, am I gonna go out? Watch to find out. I was just saying I was like getting really nervous to post. I feel like I was like only posting on stories.
Yeah.
And so now I just started posting more like articles and stuff that I do on Twitter. It's very freeing, not just have to feel like you have to have a perfect photo,
Oh yeah, no, I've stopped caring about that entirely. But I also have I've been trying to like post more to my grid. Which is cool. I don't know. It feels transgressive to do.
Caroline Calloway style. She posts like 60 times a day.
Oh God, no, too much. I do post a lot on stories, but a lot. I also like, I have a theory, and I've had this theory for years, that everybody has their own their best social network, like the one that fits them the best. And, like, it's definitely Twitter for me, just because I can like get the shit out of my brain and onto a thing that can't hurt me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And Instagram is like, I like get it, but I don't get it. It like makes me like uncomfortable a lot of the time.
I totally know what you mean. I feel like my platform was Tumblr, and I've never felt at home on any social platform the way I did on Tumblr.
What about
Twitter?
Peach?
What? Peach?
I still have Peach on my phone. I still have that thing on me.
Wow. What's the user base like? Do you still?
I haven't checked in a while. I open it by accident sometimes.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I do miss old
Clubhouse.
Tumblr. Clubhouse? Tell me about Clubhouse. This is the fucking VC app.
Yeah, I really defended it because I actually found like a room of like young, cool people that like are in tech, but they like kind of hate on a lot of the same tech people that I hate on. So I was like, Clubhouse is actually cool. And then I was like, I think just this room of people is cool, and everyone else in the app is pretty insufferable. I honestly logged off. I mean, the thing is, I like it. It is very much like the community. And right now, I think the community has a long way to go. It's all just tech people kind of pontificating.
You can't have that on social media,
but
unfortunately.
Paul, the founder made Highlight. Do you remember Highlight?
No, I don't.
Great app.
Great app.
Best app ever created. It basically like zapped your battery, but you just had it on like sort of ambiently, and it would connect you with people who you had like one connection or one thing in common with that you passed. Like, it was a location-based sort of social thing.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
It was really cool, and it wasn't like that. It wasn't at all like violating your privacy. Like, there were so many protections around sort of like what you were sharing and who you were connected with, that it was just a really good way to like meet a friend of a friend.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and that's a weird. That's the other thing that like I find like, to bring it back to COVID. Like, that's a thing that I find extremely hard to do. I feel like House Party is the only app right now that's sort of like
oh my God,
doing that.
Losing you.
Oh no. I'm alone again. Will she come back? Okay.
I'm closing every other tab.
Look, it's fine. No, but I was saying, I think read that ambient presence thing of like friends of friends. I feel like House Party is the only app right now that's sort of doing that. Do you use it at all?
Yeah, I use House Party sometimes. It's good. It's good.
I like that you can just like wave at people and be like, "Hey, what's up?" And then
I was obsessed with it in like whenever in 2016. I wrote about it a lot, and then it kind of got sick of it. I think it's like my friends stopped using it, so then I stopped using it. But I've been using it a lot more in quarantine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've been doing phone calls too. Wait, Bijan, one thing I'm curious about, I'd like to ask you is like, I don't know, you were talking earlier about sort of like role playing, and I feel like there's so much of that on the internet right now. Like that Facebook group where everyone's pretending to be ants. And like, I wrote about this side of TikTok where everyone's pretending to be retail brands. Like, why do you think everyone is pretending, like role playing random things now?
Because it's fun and it's easy and you don't have to like be yourself. I don't know. I think it's the same, like, it's like having a Finsta, but like with a purpose. It's not just like gossip. I see 368 NYC, whoever's behind that account right now, says role playing is fun, which is true. But yeah, I don't know. I also think part of it is like Dungeons and Dragons is like D&D and like tabletop role playing games are having a moment, like a sustained moment. And I think that's like definitely influencing part of this stuff. But I don't know. I mean, like, I remember like the Reply All business LARP story, which I thought was so fucking good, It's like all those teens LARPing, being in an office, and it's one of those things that's kind of incredible. I don't know. I think it's fun to be other people. I think it takes the pressure off. Oh, the other thing is like, like I think everybody understands that they are a brand now. Like this is the thing. Like whether or not, like, no matter how young or old you are, you have an online persona, and like you have to post according to that persona unless you're doing a rebrand or like doing something to change it. And that can feel really constraining. So I think role playing is like a way out of that. Like you can do other things, and also still like get the dopamine from posting. But I don't know. I mean, I think for me that's like weirdly it's been Twitch. Like I started streaming on Twitch because I thought it would be fun, and it is very fun. And it's like it feels like a space that is like tucked away from the rest of social media because it's such a weird. It's so hard to like stream on Twitch and to like be a part of the Twitch community and to get into it, that it's like it's a closed ecosystem right now. even though more people than ever are joining because like everything is shut down. So I don't know, like where's your like safe space online?
I know, I need one. Like I got back on Tumblr recently because I was like, could I get back on here? It was dead. It was dry. TikTok is kind of like that for me. Yeah. I've been posting on TikTok.
What have you been? What's the content like?
What'd you say?
What's the content like?
Bijan! No, I keep losing you.
Oh no. This is becoming like a Dadaist. Like this is becoming a formal exercise. This is becoming a formal exercise in interviewing. Like we're
see you either still, but
it's non-linear interviewing. I love it.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on.
I honestly do not care. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, I don't know. TikTok, I love TikTok. I'm addicted to TikTok.
What do you post on there?
Just whatever videos I want, set to like weird sounds.
Yeah.
And I just like love it. I mostly post to my friends, but I mean, you can post publicly to your friends. I mostly post to my friends. I don't do like the comedy skits or anything, but I mean, people do them. It's funny, but yeah, I'm almost at 500,000 actually on TikTok.
Holy shit. I am not even close to that. Because I actually don't really, I use TikTok the way like other people use Twitter, which is to say through other applications. Like I get like, my girlfriend sends me a lot of TikToks, and that's like the way I consume them. Or like I see them on Twitter. Like, so they're already very specifically curated. It's almost like Vine comps. Like a TikTok goes around on Twitter. I'm like, oh hell yeah, this one's got to be good because so many people have already seen it and vetted it. And like that's the way I consume it, because like otherwise it feels very overwhelming. And also like it seems like the algorithm there is demonically good. Like they've made some sort of
crazy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's really good.
So yeah, I don't know. Apps are weird. Yeah, I feel like TikTok has been on every social media platform, including LinkedIn, says Nami Kuro. Cool. Didn't know that. But definitely not pound for pound, the worst social network is LinkedIn, I think.
LinkedIn is horrible. And the people on LinkedIn are assholes.
They're like, thought leaders.
They're literally like, I fired my best employee. Here's why that made me a millionaire. So it's like, it's so incoherent. And it's people that are so into work, which is like inherently just a lame.
But they're
like, it's like corporate. It's like a corporate. It's like this corporate hierarchy on that app or that.
But they're also like performing business, right? Like they're like LARPing. I think I find it so funny because maybe I think the Galaxy Brain take is maybe LinkedIn's whole existence is as a critique of capitalism. Like maybe itself implicitly, like the absurdity, the lengths that people post to. It's worse than Medium, which is like not a social network by any means, but still.
It's insane. Bijan, when I was a freelancer, one of my freelance jobs was running the LinkedIn account for this CEO of a for-profit education company.
Jesus Christ.
And I used to write his blog posts every week and see how viral they would go and just write insane stuff. It was like, why this management trick will change, just like nonsense that I'm writing as some 20-something-year-old person, like getting paid per hour. But like the aggressiveness, the way that people would like share it and then debate it, and then like it's just like, you're like, who are you guys? Like, what is this world? Also, this is all bullshit, like 100%.
I feel like, yeah, which is again itself a critique. Like describing what happens there is its own like blistering critique of LinkedIn. Like which is maybe not a good side. It's not a healthy place.
No,
not
it's
a
also
healthy
just
place.
like looks like it was designed in 1998 and like never updated. I cannot navigate it.
Yeah, I feel like I just remember like when I graduated from college, the prevailing advice was get a LinkedIn, and I was like, seems suspicious, but I'll do it. And it's just now I just get spam emails from them every week.
I remember setting up my LinkedIn like pretty early on and like writing like way too much. Like I wrote like the 5 paragraphs is like, well, I've achieved a lot at this, BS job or whatever. It's like you just kind of like went into it.
I guess
I haven't checked mine in months.
Oh yeah, I mean, why would you? I also can't figure out who that style of business is for, because it feels like the bottom like fell out of that kind of bullshit. Like it doesn't work. And I don't know like who's like reading cover letters. You know what I mean? Like what is that about?
No, I feel like it's just the whole platform has been co-opted by like hustle culture and these like Gary V wannabes.
What is that? What's all that about? I do not understand it. Like
it's just
performing being an entrepreneur online is somehow a cottage industry of influence. Like what is that about?
Yeah, it is. I wrote about, all these course scams. There's this account Baller Busters that calls out all these entrepreneurs that are basically just buy Instagram followers and then use that to market these like get rich quick courses. Sounds kind of like Jake Paul actually. And it's, it is weird because they're sort of like financial influencers. But they don't really make money. They make money by telling other people how to make money, who I don't think are making money, mostly young people. It's just a real scam.
It's almost like the inversion of
Bijan?
the yes. You're back.
Bijan?
Hello? Oh man. Once more into the breach. I know. But it's funny because I was just thinking like all of this hustle culture stuff, like performing being an entrepreneur or whatever, is the inverse of like being an influencer. Like it's like the same stuff but like deployed to no purpose.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
I don't know. So Sick Degenerate says needs some sad trombone music here. Yeah, we do. But I don't know. I just can't figure out like it feels like one of the things in this moment that feels relevant is like it feels like all of these institutions are collapsing at the same time. Like the traditional way of getting a job, just you like can't apply to jobs. They don't give them out. Like there's nothing. Like it reminds me of that Always Sunny skit where it's like, what do you think? Should I get in the job cannon and blast off into job land? And it's like, like I keep thinking of like people who are like, oh, just go drop your resume off and you'll get a job. And it's like, well, I don't know. I just feel like the system is failing in so many ways that like makes the internet like and creating things online like actually a viable thing, like a thing that you can do that is like rewarding and maybe like down the line something that you can make money off of. I don't know. I'm just
What's more viable than trying to get some corporate job that's like probably completely out of reach, especially for young people. I started reading Anne Helen Peterson's new book.
Ooh, The Burnout Generation.
So good.
Really?
Such a good book. Yeah.
Tell me more.
It's just like about sort of this capitalist culture that we live in and how it's really stressful and has really negative effects on all of us. And
yeah.
But it feels, when you see something articulated in a way, and it's like very thoughtful and it's very interesting. And so I just started it, but it's been good. I'm like, yeah. Because there was all those stupid millennial books, about millennials and I don't know, people sort of like selling this idea of millennials. But it's funny. That Washington Post story was like the unluckiest generation in American history is millennials. Yeah.
Just first the 2008 recession, then all the shit that happened, and the Great Recession, and now COVID. And now like it's like, bruh, when does this end? I don't know. It honestly makes me want to like. I said this as a joke before, but it's actually very true. Every time I feel like my life is out of control, I start a project because like that's the kind of thing that like I can do and like I can keep up with, and it feels more sustainable emotionally. Like when it's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like make some episodes of a podcast, or I don't know, or do something like this, for example.
Yeah, no, I feel the same way actually. I feel like you have to have some kind of little outlet that's like a goal or like has mini goals. I don't know. Oh my gosh, I did not lose you again. Bijan, are you there?
I'm here. I'm still. Oh, wow.
Man.
Huh. Wow. I've been left at the altar. Left at the digital altar.
I was talking to you and like it goes out.
I don't know, man.
Whatever.
368 on YouTube says it's harder to be a content creator nowadays. I don't know if I believe that. I feel like
I think it's so competitive.
Right, but like there's also this understanding that if your stuff is good, people will find it and compensate you for it, which largely seems to be kind of true. I mean, it's still a roulette wheel. Like you're still like rolling it all on black or whatever, but like lightning, it's not like lightning striking and you instantly get like globally viral. It's like you can build up a solid fan base that can keep you working on the things that you want to work on, which again is like goes back to Patreon and like the direct patronage model of influencing or creating rather.
I think that it's also not just about the being sort of the talent or the creator, but also having jobs that kind of are more independent and autonomous that often create, or support the creator industry too. Like, you could be a full-time graphic designer, you can be a full-time video editor, you can do, you can run consultancies or set, like, I just think a lot more people are forced to be entrepreneurial because there's no other job options kind of.
Yeah. I mean, like most new jobs created are freelance work. It's not like full-time jobs with benefits.
Right. Yeah. Which is crazy. But yeah, it is competitive. I don't want to downplay that because it is, you do toil away. I'm trying to think what app I've really toiled away on. I don't know, Instagram maybe. I've been on there for a decade. I'm like, what do I have to show?
I mean, look, I'm telling you, you should join Twitch, start streaming. I'll help
you out. I have a Twitch account. I have 2 followers. Everyone on here follow me, please.
Yeah, follow. What's your handle?
At Taylor Lorenz.
Follow at Taylor Lorenz on Twitch. You heard it here first.
When I get to 100 subs, I'll stream.
You mean they're called followers, not subs?
Oh, followers.
Subs are something different. That's YouTube. You're talking YouTube lingo.
Oh man. Wait a second. So subs on Twitch are what? Nothing?
They pay you.
On Twitch? Oh, that's like the paid people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
100 subs
is so much I know about Twitch.
Yeah. Wait, the current job market. Yeah. Can you do that on mobile? Yeah, you can stream on Twitch for mobile. It's true. Is TikTok right for freelance filmmakers? From the chat. Taylor, why don't you take that one?
That's a really good question. There are a lot of like filmmakers on TikTok that make these like little things. I don't know about like monetizing, but there's a lot of like high quality creative content on TikTok. So I think like what we were saying, if you build an audience and people will support you directly, then that's good. I mean, a lot of people make money on TikTok through live streaming though.
That's weird. Like they convert their TikTok audience into like Twitch or YouTube audiences.
They stream. No, Bijan.
You can stream live on TikTok? Oh, okay, bye. How are you guys liking this interview?
Who knows if I'm here? They stream on TikTok.
You can live stream on TikTok? How is that possible?
Yeah.
Tell me about TikTok's monetization options.
You say you're a streamer, and yet you do not stream on every...
You know, my job is as the Twitch reporter at The Verge, right? You know,
yeah, I know.
Specifically.
I know. Someone called me out. I think because I tweeted about Twitch. Oh, sorry about the noise.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
And you replied, and your bio said like Twitch reporter, and they were like, "Listen to that guy." And I was like,
I don't read the replies to your tweets that I reply to, unfortunately.
Well, anyway. So it's sort of like you live stream and then you get, people can buy you these little digital gifts and then you get a portion of that. So.
Oh, interesting. It's like Caffeine, another live streaming site, which.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the live streaming landscape is actually really fascinating now. I feel like I'm constantly in awe of the innovations that people are doing. I don't know. Live streaming is like, it's a weirdly hard, like what we're doing right now is like a weirdly hard thing to do, like technologically speaking, but also like, this is what gets me thinking about what is a unit of content. Like, a live stream is itself a unit of content, right? But only after it's been streamed. So like the process of creating it happens with the viewers, which feels like a real galaxy brain kind of thing. I don't know. I'm riffing. I'm just.
Yeah, that is true. It's not really a unit of content until it's done, which is interesting.
Yeah.
What else is like that? Not much. You kind of view it post. You view the post once posted.
Which is.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I did this story a couple months ago about everyone live streaming themselves sleep on TikTok, and that same day, this girl at Wired wrote a story about everyone live streaming themselves sleep on Twitch.
Yes. Yeah. That's fucking weird.
I was just like, wow. She DM'd me, or I DM'd her, and I was like, oh man, I didn't know people were doing this on Twitch. She was like, I didn't know people were doing this on TikTok. I was like, I guess that's just the thing that happens on live streaming platforms.
It's also like, that goes back to like the first fucking days of live streaming, which is like, was it Jenny Cam? Like,
oh
she
yeah,
live stream herself asleep too, like, which is like, you know, pre Justin T. This is like early days of online, which is fascinating to me. It's like, it's funny that we're like coming, it's like we're coming back to the beginning almost in a very specific way, but like now that the tools are democratized, it feels like we're just reinventing the wheel like across different platforms.
I know. I was talking to this teenager about sort of like this elite TikTok, which is like weird TikTok. And I was like, that reminds me of weird Facebook and weird Twitter. And she was like, what? I was like, weird Twitter?
Well, I do think Twitter is the social network that gets like pasted everywhere else. Like tweets are like an insane unit of content because they can be so many different things. Like they can have multimedia, they can just be a text post, and they travel really well across other sites.
That's true. Twitter's reach is all off platform. I just have to plug my computer in. It's also, I mean, TikTok tweets are also all over TikTok too.
That's so weird.
Like people reacting to them. Wait, I have an idea for a live streaming channel. People probably do this, but are there any live streamers on Twitch that just like read their Twitter timeline?
No, because that would be, I mean, your timeline might be fun, but like I think most people's timeline, like the thing about Twitch that is hard to get over is that most people don't have a lot of followers, like, and they're not streaming to that many people. If you stream to like 5 to 10 people, you're like more successful than 90% of people on Twitch.
All right.
Which is a funny thing for a site that big, but I think also part of it is like, this goes back to like YouTube and stuff too, but discoverability is really weird. Like who the algorithm prioritizes is it's a black box, and I think like on YouTube, like there are enough people on the site that there are a set of best practices to get your thing in front of other people, but on Twitch that's not possible because it's live again, and you're trying to like you can't advertise something as it's happening, like as a unit of content, you know what I mean? But it is, I don't know, I think I think about what Harris Heller said the other day on this show. Who knew? But he was saying that like you don't grow on Twitch. It's all off platform. Like the way to grow on Twitch is to start a YouTube channel or like have a big Twitter account, which is fucking amazing. So look, if you wanted, huh?
Do you have a YouTube channel?
I mean, yeah, via Gmail. Actually, I do have one thing posted on my YouTube channel, and it is, what is it? Oh, I re-edited Nosferatu to chill anime beats for anxious millennials.
Wait, that is incredible.
Yeah, it's on there.
That's actually amazing.
I was like, I remember I was like gonna go on this date, and I was like, wait, I have this idea and it won't leave my head. So I just fired up iMovie and just like was an hour late to this date. And yeah, it's extremely, it's still there. I also have like I have 2 YouTube channels because one is like tied to my Verge Gmail account.
Yeah.
And I posted some videos there about how to glitch videos because I did a piece about it. So you could if you get a hex editor, you can glitch videos in really cool ways, which is, I spent like a whole afternoon doing that, and it was really fun. I don't know. But I've been thinking about joining, like actually posting YouTube stuff or like doing stuff from, like taking clips from Twitch and putting them on YouTube. But
yeah, you should.
YouTube is really scary though. Scary place.
Yeah, I'm thinking about posting there more. I really love this girl, Tiffany Ferguson. Do you follow her?
No.
She's so good. She does these like awesome, she like makes like videos of things that I would write about. Like a lot of times she makes videos of the same things that I'm covering, but she'll do them first or whatever. But like, but they're like, it's like a story, but in video form. It's really good. She's just very good. She like explains internet things, and it's really fun and cool. And I love her videos. So
see,
I might copy her.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's something that I would like to try and do.
Yeah, we can just copy her. Be like, Tiffany, teach us how to be like you.
Oh,
she's so talented.
Yeah, Roberto, thank you for the compliment. Roberto says, I will help either of you if you come to YouTube. So that's one subscriber. Hell yeah.
Roberto's the most encouraging person on the internet. Like the most encouraging person. I love it.
Appreciate you, Roberto. But yeah, I think, I don't know, platforms, it's weird also because the thing that I cannot stop thinking about is how platform infrastructure dictates the content on the platform. Oh no, are you gone? Oh, rip. Oops. Yeah, the thing I can't stop thinking about is that is how platform infrastructure like influences platform content. Like it's like the things that come out of Twitch can be used on YouTube, but you have to like do a very specific thing to get them there. And like the stuff on YouTube does not work on Twitch because it doesn't work live. Even though these are like nominally the same thing. You can have VODs on Twitch, you can have live streaming on YouTube, but they are not the same. And it is so strange to me. I don't know. I'm dying to learn. I'm dying to learn about like more about these platforms by using them. I don't know. I guess I got to get a Mixer account. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Oh my god. Full on. Yeah, I don't know why I'm like, I literally have to do my book, and I'm like, I should start a YouTube channel.
You should. Look.
That's the last thing I need to do right now.
If you do, I will subscribe.
Thank
also,
you.
I think we're coming up on time. Is producers, am I correct? Hello, producers? Hello, are you there? Hello? Oh no, we have some minutes. Never mind. I said some minutes. I'm getting signals. I'm seeing them moving around, but I don't know what it means.
You have all the producers. I'm just here chilling, looking at this beautiful tree out my window.
So what kind of YouTube videos would you make? I mean, we talked about it a little bit, but like what's the
I want to make videos like Tiffany, but in my own style.
Like video essay kind of things? Kind
of, yeah. Kind of like on you know how like T channels do those like recaps. I don't really like to show my face, so I think I would just do like little like video essays about things that I think are interesting. I was just thinking about some things that I write about. I just feel like it's so much better in video form.
I totally agree with you. Which is sort of also why I like live streaming, because you could talk about that, you could talk through that stuff, which is exactly what we're doing now. Like we've run through a lot of ideas about how the internet works, which I think would be like
what do we do on our channels?
I think we should, fuck it, let's start a YouTube channel. Let's do it.
We should do a collab channel, Beej.
Yeah, just video essays about what it's like to be online right now.
Yeah.
Because I think it's important, because I do think it's really important to document the experience that everyone is going through right now, because like these platforms aren't esoteric. They're not like, so one of the things about the internet that I think is constant is people who got on these platforms first built a huge audience based on like recommendation algorithms, etc. And like those are still the biggest accounts on these platforms today. But now everybody has the opportunity to use them, and now everybody's sort of, it's like democratized. The tools of creation are cheaper now. Like webcams are relatively cheap, microphones are relatively cheap. And you can like make things if you want. And it's kind of insane to see. I think this is like, I guess my point is, I think with YouTube and Twitch, etc., we're hitting the podcasting moment where like how everybody started a podcast, everybody's starting a YouTube channel. I'm sinking into this fat chair. I'm just like, it's really comfortable. But what I was saying is, I think the video formats online, like live streaming and VODs, are having their like podcasting moment where it's like the tools are finally cheap enough for people to just start a thing. And I don't know.
I think that's right.
Roberto says that channel on internet culture would actually be huge. So I think that means we got to do it.
Roberto is again the most encouraging person.
Let's do it.
I've never heard him say anything but encouragement. I'm down to do it, Bijan.
All right, well, let's take this offline. I think we're at time. But thank you so much for being here. This was great.
Oh my God, thanks for having me. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
Oh no, this is formal innovation. We're creating a new form of content, which is the constantly dropping interview.
We're talking about units of content. I'm trying to break this stream into those units.
You actually kind of chunked it via like question. So I think actually, if you want to make some clips of that, that'll be really easy. All right, Taylor, thank you. Right. Guys, guys, remember to donate. www.368.nyc/WeTheCreators. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
from Mike. Oh, what a great intro. Hey, everyone. My name is Erin Ashley Simon, and we are the Grassroots podcast squad. But we also have a special guest, one of my dear friends in the esports and gaming world. Before we get to that point, I'm going to let everyone introduce themselves. Like I said, Erin Ashley Simon.
I'm Brandon Killer BHO.
Nas.
And our special guest,
Malik Forte.
Hey, look at that. He had such power and conviction into that. So,
At
of
Malik
course,
play on Twitter.
plugs all day, every day.
Oh, yeah.
So let's get right into it. We've had so many conversations on camera, off camera, about just overall hip hop and Black culture's impact when it came to the gaming world. So in your guys' opinion, obviously this is kind of like a general question just to kind of start things off. What do you feel has been the overall impact that hip hop and Black culture has had in terms of the growth of the gaming industry?
I think they're synonymous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I'm with you. It's synonymous. They go hand in hand. There's no growth in gaming without growth in culture, and there's no progression in culture without hip hop. So it's kind of all in tandem.
Sure, I concur with both of them. I can't even add on to that. That's perfectly said by both.
So we break it down. Let's break it down. All right.
All right.
Let's get into it because I feel like Brandon, you're about to say something.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, the lag is throwing me off, and that's why I keep feeling like I'm going to cut you guys off. That's why I keep saying up. So that's why.
Same.
But nevertheless, we'll power through. I'll start, and if y'all need me to shut up, just say Brandon, shut up. I feel like games and hip hop, they've all, like, how many records have you heard where rappers have said, like Biggie, like Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, like everyone grew up wanting and trying to attain and buy a Nintendo, right? Like everyone wanted that. It was a kid's dream. I think that's the same way people looked at Jordans is the same way people looked at having your first PlayStation or getting a Nintendo or getting Atari or whatever it was for you. That was the latest thing. And I think that it's blossomed into what we're doing now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think another thing too, let's also, this is a point that we can kind of dive into more, but also when it came to hip hop was so instrumental in terms of developing another revenue stream and also opportunity when it came to music licensing. One of the earliest music licensing opportunities was via Michael Jackson with his video game Moonwalker, as well as just like the integration that we have seen in terms of GTA, FIFA, Wipeout, and that's just kind of like the early onset integration of hip hop, but then also it was another revenue opportunity that we've seen as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it even gets knocked down to a technical standpoint with how much the influence is there. Like, you listen to a lot of the old school 8-bit games that came out on Nintendo and Sega, and just listen to like the chord progressions that they make. And games like Mega Man, like you can hear like hip hop melodies in that. So like I feel like a lot of the artists and a lot of the folks who compose the scores for games, they definitely listen to hip hop without saying. Like, you can hear it just listening to the songs.
Oh, like I would like to add on.
Go.
So I want to add on because if you, Brandon, you remember because you're the same age as me. When Madden first came out, it was like a big deal for hip hop artists to be on that Madden soundtrack. Yo, did you hear that Madden soundtrack? If you get to Grand Theft Auto and you turn on the radio station. I love hip hop and gaming, man. And people act like Black people don't game. Like, we're not out here gaming.
I think it was at one point maybe we weren't comfortable enough to talk about gaming, right? Like, when you think about gamers, people think that we're nerds or we're corny or we can't fit in. And sometimes that may be the case, right? Like that not everyone is so socially, inclined, but I feel like now that is changing. I feel like people like us trying to show people like, yeah, there are people out there that you can change whatever view or perception that you have. And I think even with how games are even utilized now, it's just different. It's all changing. I think it's dope.
So why is it that like we're in a position where even though not just even hip hop, but even the black community has always associated itself with gaming. I mean, look at it. Some of the earliest engineers, we have Gerald Lawson, who is notable for creating the first cartridge-based video game system with Channel F, and then you also even had Ed Smith, and Ed Smith was one of the first known African American engineers that was crucial and instrumental in the development of the gaming industry. And then also just think about it too, when it came to the video games and how that first came out, the first console game, it was literally a year before hip hop was even started, and I just always wonder, why is it that even though we've been so tightly close, the community has been so tightly close, we're still not part of the conversation sometimes, even till this day.
I mean, I feel like you can accredit that to why we see a lot of artists get exploited in the music industry. It's like a lot of old money coming down and basically exploiting the creators and the innovators that make it. And so now a lot of folks are kind of waking up to this. We see artists who are starting to micromanage where their music is going, where it's being distributed a little more now. And they're being privy to the fact that, like, yo, I could be making money off of this stuff instead of having like my music just out there in all these games. And I feel like, we've seen these predatory tactics that like the investors and the guys with all the money, they use it everywhere. It's kind of the same thing like with artists in the music industry. They have them sign 360 deals and whatnot like that. In the gaming industry, it's just been one of those things, especially since there's not as many black people and people of color and people who represent the hip hop community. They just figure like, well, we can just get away with this because nobody's going to say nothing. It wasn't until recently, until we have folks like you guys, speaking about like Fortnite, taking all the dances and the culture. Like it wasn't until now, until people started really calling stuff out. For a while, it was just like, well, there's not that many of us, so we're not going to really make that much noise, and not many people are going to listen.
The numbers, man, straight, they take advantage of us. They have in anything that we do, and I'm speaking specifically as Americans in Black culture. Start simultaneously, like Aaron has pointed out, we on hand in hand, and if you don't know, then you don't know what to look for. You don't know what the pitfalls to look out for. Gaming, if to learn, like, okay, damn, I need to watch out for this guy. I need to watch out for that guy. So, with you.
Just to piggyback off you two, yeah, I think most importantly, it's all of our jobs now to like educate, right? Like to show people that there are more black faces out there, and we're not all criminals, we're not all juveniles or delinquents, and we're not all stupid. There are some educated, beautiful people out there, and I think
most
it's our job to kind of showcase that. Yeah, well, yeah, I know Nas is I know he's lacking there, but it's fine. But no, but no, serious. I do think that I think we could change it, man. I think that a lot is changing now, and I think we have a good moment to showcase ourselves in a positive light without having to be viewed a certain way or even being pigeonholed in certain aspects. And I just think it's our job to carry the mantle and make sure that people know a different side of gamers, especially black gamers, especially black just everyone pretty much.
Yeah, but then it's also kind of like, how do we, obviously it's important for us to educate, right? And it kind of goes back to what I said on our podcast episode before, where it's like, yeah, we educate, but it's also partially not our responsibility. Like other people have to educate themselves. But also, as the black community, typically we are viewed as entertainment, right? Whether it's athletes, whether it is musicians or anything like that. So how can we dispel kind of like that stereotypical viewpoint of us just being utilized or just focused as entertainment purposes while we're working in an entertainment business? Like how do we figure out that like discerning and like so people can understand in the community, because that's gonna be part of the educational aspect as well.
I would say the first piece of that would be knowing your worth. Like knowing your worth and knowing the business of the worth that you're trying to invest in. I think if you don't know the business and if you don't know what it is exactly what you want to do, you're never going to be able to really attain what you possibly could, right? That's one. then two, I feel like once you do get it, it's about staying down. It's about making sure that your values are pure. I think if you, I think we all know in this community is very, very tight knit, right? Like you can't just come here. It's not one of those things where people can just bandwagon on. You have to really do this, right? It's a learning curve. It's not for everyone. And I think that, you know, when you show something that's genuine, I think it'll be reciprocated. And then I think the rest will play itself out.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that, man. Being genuine to the scene and to the median. We know who we are, because there have been people from like outside, you know, fake DJs and whatnot, who've tried to like claim, you know, ownership of the gaming space. You know, they tried to come in and do stuff, you know, and you can't get away with that. You can't get away with that, because that's one thing about gamers. They can smell BS from a mile away. It don't matter if you're white or black. That's one thing, because we're made to pay more attention to detail and to nuance. By playing video games, we get that we acquire that skill. So I feel what you just said, Brandon. That's right there. That's some true talk right there. We definitely need to make sure when we're moving forward, we stay educated and we really know our worth, because so many people, they undercut themselves on the daily. Yo, I've seen it happen so much, and when one person undercuts, that hurts everybody.
Everyone. Yeah. Definitely.
Just let the viewers know I'm not on Aaron's level. I'm on Brandon's level. Not on your level, because I'm a cat chaser. Brandon to tell you, I adjust sliders. When I get invited to these events, say, yo, pick up the sticks. Oh, you do this for a living. This is what you do. Your reps are way more than my reps. Yeah.
That's facts.
Education is key, right? But with that being said, education is still key. You know your business and know what you bring to the table. And in the chat to kind of answer Aaron's question, how do you change that perception for us? Say, people have to be willing to see us as more. I'm not just your entertainment. I can do more. I have done more. We've been doing more, and we will do more. People in my head, it doesn't seem like people have accepted gaming until the African American community and the brown community say, yo, nah, this is dope. This is what's up. Same thing with hip hop. It's like, yo, this is dope. This is the new wave. Gaming and making gamers stars. That's what's up. Like, yo, you can't just pick up the sticks like regular Nas. We saw when I played Ariel, I got my ass handed to me. Good for about the first quarter.
That was the greatest day of my life.
I wasn't running plays. I was out there trying to play street ball. It wasn't working. So yeah, man, just more. Know that.
Yeah, I think also we, as part of the educational process, it's like we literally have been part of this industry since the beginning. And even when there wasn't a whole lot of us, even in the engineering and technical standpoint, there still was enough of us. And even, I don't think even people understand the concept of how gaming has been very instrumental in terms of the Black community, and especially in certain areas, right? Where certain people only had the opportunities where it's education, you were an athlete, you were a rapper, or you game to stay out of trouble. So gaming has also been utilized as a tool to keep us out of certain situations, or keep us focused and away from trouble and away from crime and everything. And so because of that, video game holds a sentimental value, especially within the Black community. But with that though, Malik, this is a conversation that we always talk about, right?
Oh yeah.
Because of that sentimental value, we have such a close tie when it comes to console gaming. Yeah. But obviously how things have been progressing in this industry is that there's been such a focus on PC gaming, and there's this whole quote unquote hashtag PC master race, which I don't like that term at all, because contextually console gaming predominantly has a lot of people of color who utilize it because it's a cheaper system to purchase. It's more accessible than having to get a PC, high-end PC. So how do you guys feel about that entire context and conversation when it comes to PC master race versus console gaming, knowing that the Black community and people of color are heavily tied to console versus PC?
It used to boil my blood. It used to boil my blood every time I heard it. I used to get so mad because it was like a gamer's way of saying the N word almost. Like, you know, you poor, you can't afford more. You know, because there's a bit of like some classism behind that too, some racism and classism that can be thrown in there. But I've always repped being a console gamer with pride, even though I do own a PC and I play on it, you know, from time to time. Mainly because it's the end of a generation. We're getting ready for the PS5 and the new Xbox, so you know I'm waiting for that. But I hate it. I hate it, yo. I hate that there's been this thing, especially when like growing up. That was, like you said, Aaron, that was my mom's way of keeping me out of trouble. I had cousins that was on the block, and then there was me sitting in the house playing Streets of Rage. That's how I was on the block. You know, I was going around beating people up in that game. But and it drove me nuts when I got more involved in the industry. You know, when I'm doing things that I feel are accomplishments, especially for a young black male, to be, you know, on my own website. I'm at E3. You know, I'm with my friends. You know, we're sitting in the press rooms, hearing the announcements. We're doing all these things, and then somebody will try to diminish all that, saying that, oh, we're just console gamers. You know, like it drives me nuts. And I hope we're breaking away from that stigma. I notice a lot of people are starting to stop saying that, but you know, it's still annoying every time I hear it.
Nas and B, have you guys heard of that?
I
heard of it.
Hey, Brandon.
Oh, I heard of it one time, and I didn't understand what it was until my nephew explained it to me. I had no idea what they were saying because I was getting busy on Call of Duty, and the dude said, "Oh, he said, you on console? I already know what you are." And I said, "Huh?" I said, "What does that mean?" And then my nephew goes, "Back out, Uncle Brandon, back out." So I was like, "What was he saying?" So I'm like, "Is he saying I'm trash?" He says, "No, he's trying to say you poor." I said, "But I'm not poor. I don't understand what you mean."
Right.
He said, and then I was complete. I'd never heard that before, honestly. Like I've been playing games. Like that's the one thing that I think, not to divert, but I feel like that's the one thing that video games don't get credit for, man. Is there really is an educational value. Like I've learned so much from kids, like even from you, Aaron, like even from you, Malik. I've learned a lot from you guys in just in the lingo and in some of the vernacular and even how to understand certain things, right? So as he's saying this to me, I'm like, yo, I don't understand what that means. And then when he broke it down, I was like, all right, where's his gamer tag? Let me go report him. Like I was tight, I was mad. You know what I'm saying? Like I was hot. But then after that, I'm like you. I take pride in it. For me, I'm gonna get busy regardless. You're gonna be mad at me because I'm on PC or I'm on console. Either way, I'm gonna kill you in the game. So I don't really care. You're gonna be mad. So that's how I feel. I don't worry about it.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that term and today. Like I don't front. Like I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like Aaron said at the beginning of the show, I'm still out there at GameStop online buy a game because you know what? Y'all laugh, but it's a nostalgia feeling for me. I remember feeling good when I went out and bought the game, and I get to open the case, I get to go through the book. All that stuff feels good to me. Like, damn, son,
yeah.
I just game. To hear someone go, oh, we're on PC, we're better than you, and you're poor, and you gonna try to sneak a jab in. I don't like it. This is the first time I heard it. I'm already angry now. So I'm angry. I'm gonna go stat chase later on NBA 2K.
Right.
Yeah, I want to thank you for enlightening me. I never heard that term.
Yeah. It's some shady stuff. Yo, Aaron, did I ever tell you about my moment of defiance at the Overwatch League?
Wait, no. Wait.
All right.
Wait, I don't even know. We talk all the time about everything.
No. I'll tell you. It's a real quick story. So first season, we have our All-Star game, right? And I'm playing in the All-Star game. Of course, we're all playing Overwatch on the PC on the main stage. I told them before the game started, I don't want to play with a keyboard and mouse. I want to use the Xbox controller. I want to represent the console gamers because the reason why this game is so popular is because people on console buy it. See, that's the thing they don't tell you. The largest install base is on console because most of the folks who play games, they're at home. They're sitting on the couch or wherever, you know. It's more accessible. And so at that moment, they said, nah, you can't play in the game. You can't use a controller. We're going to put you on keyboard and mouse. And then I hit up the commissioner. I was like, yo, this to me is a little bit, this is going to send a bad message. And he's like, oh, no, you go ahead, use the controller. I'll bypass all those dudes. And when we did our little walk-ins, like, you know, because they made these grandiose entrances and they made us walk down like a tunnel, like we were football players and stuff. I come out with my Xbox controller and I stick it up in the air, and everybody in the arena starts screaming. Like, yeah. I was like, yeah, I had to represent. So that was like my moment of defiance for all those dudes out there.
Oh, that's dope.
Funny though, it's funny because especially when we see like the crossplay functionalities of Warzone and Call of Duty, like I have friends and I know people who play with a controller, console controller, and they be whipping PC gamers' butts left and right. And I feel like it's always funny because then like when the certain PC people are getting their butt whipped, they're like, "Oh, you guys have auto aim, you have auto aim, aim assist," and like that's like their argument, right? And then there's like it's like they associate lack of skills with console controller, and then like there's a skill with PC. When one could even argue that PC, you're able to use one hand to aim and the other to shoot when you're using your thumbs on console, right?
Right.
And so that's why it's like you can't.
You're pointing
there's
and
different
clicking.
levels. Yeah, it's like there's different levels of skill sets that apply to both. But I think the biggest problem, like we just said, was that because there's a certain group and demographic that is tied to console, there is that kind of racial undertone that comes with certain remarks, as in PC master race and more. And so for you guys, like as we're seeing this industry grow, right? PS5, we're going to see that presentation tomorrow. Xbox Series X already gave out some additional information. And now, you know, the console wars are continuing on. Which I don't understand. It's like whatever works for you works for you. Like I don't know why people like if I buy a PlayStation, like leave me alone. Let me buy the PlayStation.
Yeah, at this point, what does it matter at this point?
like console
everything's cross-platform anyway.
And that's where it's going.
Explain. I know.
Wait. Go ahead.
I used to be a fanboy. So I was a Sega fanboy. I was like Sega over Nintendo, and then I was PlayStation over Xbox. So I used to do that shit. I used to do it all the time.
All right.
It's like you
what's your perspective?
Well, you invest in something, right? And it's all the money you have. So like you're gonna champion, you're gonna get behind it no matter what, because you just spend all this money on it. So it's like, yo, this is I'm PlayStation, team PlayStation. I already don't put my money on it. I put my chips on the table. And if anybody talk bad about PlayStation, I'll see you on the double yellow. That's it. Like that's how it is. It just becomes like almost like you're making a pledge to a gang or a fraternity of sorts. You know, this is how it felt. So I think it's just, you know, when you let go of that much money, there's a part of you that kind of goes with it as well.
For sure.
You know what I'm gonna say now? If someone's like, "Oh, you need to be Team Xbox," I'll be like, "All right, well, my Cash App is this specific thing. If you would like to help me guide me towards the Xbox world, please drop some money in my Cash App." But let's talk a little bit about those. Let's talk a little bit about those, right? What were you gonna say?
Nothing I was gonna say. Mine would be, yo, you got an extra one?
Right?
Word. But let's talk about that, right? Obviously the PS5, the information we don't know exactly what's going to be presented tomorrow. We just know that they're going to be presenting tomorrow. We already got more extra information in terms of Xbox Series X. And obviously everyone's argument is that the Xbox is more powerful. But that's not based off of what we learned from Hip Hop Gamer and a few others. That's not quite the main focal point that some of these devs are looking at. So what do you guys feel, or what are your thoughts on just the development of console gaming throughout the years and some of the information that we got for Xbox Series X, and then the Unreal Engine presentation that we saw previously that highlighted the PS5, some of the PS5 gameplay mechanics? What are you guys' thoughts on where console gaming is going?
I am amazed. Yo, I'm so amazed. I feel like when I hear you guys talk, when I hear all three of you talk, you know, I feel like Jerry Smith from Rick and Morty. And everybody else in the conversation is Rick. It's Jerry. I love it, man. From coming from Nintendo, coming from the original Nintendo with my older sister and older brother, and looking at the progression of gaming, I'm so in love with gaming now, and like I really do thoroughly enjoy it. I enjoy the graphics, and I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait to look at it and be saving my pennies to get this new console. Like I really can't wait, man.
Oh yeah. I'm super excited too. I think was got me the most excited is finally we're gonna have consoles that are more powerful than PCs. Like the PlayStation is more powerful than this PC I'm on right now, the PS5 and the Xbox. I think, but the main thing I'm looking at is like frame rates, how smooth the games will run, and I don't really necessarily care about graphics as much. I've reached that point now where I just want a game that plays very smooth, and it looks like a lot of the games on these new consoles will. So I'm super excited about that. That's my main excitement point.
That was my main thing. I can't remember which PlayStation it was that came out, but when let's say I want to say like the first generation PlayStation 3, the one that was backwards compatible, I believe. It's the backwards compatible one. The fatty, correct.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that came out and it was like revolutionary because it had the Blu-ray and all this other stuff in it, and
cell
and all this other
processor.
crazy stuff. And then yeah, right. And do you remember when it first came out and like the first set of games, they all lagged and everyone was so upset about it because it was like it was supposed to be this big tank and then it actually tanked until they ramped it, damped it rather.
Yeah.
That's my only concern with this. I noticed that when you put so many wires together, it starts to do some things. And I feel like because both of these companies between PlayStation and Xbox are competing so much that I wonder how much of a strain it's going to put on the longevity of a system. Like I've had my PlayStation 4 crash literally since it came out, like 5 years, right? I wonder if that changes longevity too, like the longevity of the devices rather.
Definitely. It definitely does. And I think they want that because now the business model is getting ready to change too. We saw it a little bit with the PS4. There was like the first run, and then they had like the PS4 Pro, which was like, it had more terabytes and it ran a little bit smoother. And I feel like we're going more toward that like Apple model where they release stuff that's just slightly tweaked, slightly upgraded, and we have longer console lifespans. So like the PS5 will last longer than just like 5-6 years. It might go 7, 8, but we're gonna have more SKUs throughout that time.
Yeah. Also, another thing too. I mean, the gaming industry is changing for various reasons. I mean, obviously with the fact that there's technological developments in terms of console gaming, but also just in general where we are moving away from the exclusivity battle and more towards allowing people to game everywhere, anywhere, on everything, and that's pretty much where we're moving towards. And the fact that we even saw Sony and Microsoft aligning, like for you, how was that experience for you guys to even see that? For me, I'm like, oh my gosh, like really? Like, because like you were saying before, Malik, there's this passionate like division between Sony, PlayStation, and Microsoft and Xbox, and it's like, no, you guys, we need to stay separate, basically. And then now they're coming together for the purpose of utilizing each other's technology. Well, Sony utilizing Microsoft's technology for cloud gaming. Like, what are your thoughts when you heard that?
I mean, they've always worked together. They need each other, right? The competition is what drives the industry. So they're gonna always like be cool with each other. I feel like, especially since they got Phil Spencer in, he's been always high-fiving PlayStation with whatever they do. Like I was even like, I kind of lost my mind the other day when PlayStation had like the Black Lives Matter post, and then Xbox like quote tweeted them like, yeah. I'm just like, what's going on? What universe are we in? Like, this is all crazy to me.
It's crazy.
But it makes sense.
I never thought I would have seen the day, to be honest, because like very much like what you guys are talking about. Like it's even still to this day, like my cousin's on Xbox and I hate him just because he's on Xbox. But it's only just because he's on Xbox, right? So when I see those things, where I see those little collaborations, I was like, ugh, that doesn't feel good. But I also look at it like I think with COVID and everything, I think a lot of companies are starting to see that we have to kind of come together to kind of get over these humps and get over these troubling times. And I think what better way to do it? It's like Batman and Joker getting together and going to stop, I don't know, Mr. Freeze. Like you would never think, but hey, it may work. So I'm with it.
Seems good. I think that in my head, I can only see that now it's who makes the better system, right? It's basically the same. So now it's product versus product, and it's on the consumer. I think it's enjoyable. I think it breeds, not it's just nice. I have nothing more to say.
Yeah, I also think that it's like I said, like how the industry was before in terms of who can get the exclusivity titles. It's going to change, and also even just understand like, okay, what utilization value does the PS5 have versus the Xbox Series X? And then also we're seeing people that are integrating themselves into the subscription-based model, in addition to moving towards that cloud-based gaming. And then speaking of come together in so many different ways, let's talk about the gaming and esports industry's responses to George Floyd and his murder, and also Black Lives Matter. I know we all feel a certain way about some of the posts that have been going out from certain companies. So let's focus on the positivity. Who are some companies that you guys either seen, or just your overall sentiment about certain companies that put out solidarity posts in the gaming world in recognition of what's going on currently?
Activision, Call of Duty. As soon as I think I said it on one of our episodes. I was surprised when I turned on the game, and then there was that black screen that said Black Lives Matter, and that passionate, soliloquy. Like I was just like, wow, like that really warmed my heart, man. I thought it was dope. But at least it's a step. I know that there's other issues with it, but I thought that was dope, man. It's just acknowledgement, right? Like I think we all are on the same level of saying, hey, just acknowledge it, and for them to do that, I thought that was big.
Yeah, I think they learned their lesson from what happened with China and Hong Kong and the way they handled that situation. So the way they handled this one, it showed a little bit of growth. Hopefully they stick to that, moving forward. If I had to give, oh, go ahead, my bad, man.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't thought you were finished. Go ahead, man.
Oh no, I was just gonna go ahead and give props to just a couple companies. Like I still think PlayStation, they handled it well. Them moving their reveal event, which like honestly, a lot of people don't understand how much of a big thing that is for them to take the reveal event for the PS5 and move it forward a week. They're counting on a lot of things to come through. They look at the stock trading. They know like a lot of people are waiting on these announcements to come out so their stock can go up. So for them to move it a week forward, it shows a lot, and it shows how much they care. Not only that, but PlayStation, they've always been actively working to a more inclusion when it comes to blacks and just minorities in general in the game industry. So shouts out to what they did. And also EA, they came with a whole initiative. They're funding STEM programs, donating money to them. They're talking about more inclusive hiring processes. And EA is another company that has behind the scenes been working toward more inclusionary hiring. So I wasn't too surprised to see their announcement, but the amount of money that they're giving out, that's some true action that they're showing. And you can't say anything against that when people are actually taking steps and showing true actionable items. All you can do is sit back and apply it. Not to mention the fact every time I sign on Apex and I see the Black Lives Matter in the bottom right, I'm like, yeah, let's go. It's been there for some days.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I was gonna give props to PlayStation too, but I like it. I appreciate the acknowledgement, and I be positive, like you said, E. So I just want to see more. I want to see more. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the ones you guys mentioned were some of the ones that stood out to me. There was another one that stood out, but unfortunately, some some quite interesting news dropped today for Riot Games. So, but the one thing I do want to actually shout out Angela Roseborough, who's the Chief Diversity Officer at Riot Games. I know that she's been actually actively working behind the scenes in terms of improving the culture of Riot Games, as well as finding a way to create a recruiting as well as an educational funnel system for HBCUs and people of color. So I definitely want to shout her out for that one. But with positivity, there comes WTF moments. All right. So with the WTF moments, I got to give it up to Epic Games. All right. So for me, I felt a certain way, and you guys can give, you could give your individual thoughts on this, but I felt a certain way to see the solidarity post from Epic Games. Now, the reason I have a problem with that post is it was kind of dancing around instead of using very distinct terminology of what's going on. Also, for the fact that Fortnite is associated with Epic Games, And the fact that Fortnite has been problematic in the sense of taking dances, especially dances that were either made by a Black person, popularized by a Black person, or very instrumental and integrated into Black culture, and took those dances and literally just renamed them. And although they didn't make direct profit off of them, they still made profit based off of the of players paying within the season itself. And so I felt a certain way. And for me, this is my philosophy. If you profit off of Black culture in some capacity, you need to put your money where your mouth is right now. Like, period.
Yep.
Agreed.
For sure.
Agreed. Like me and you've been talking about this off air and everything about how we've been talking with different companies, and I'm sure, Malik, you've been saying the exact same thing. Now is the time to start again getting our worth and letting people know, hey, if you really want to support Black culture, if you really want to support Black gamers and just people of color, then yeah, now is the time to say something. Now is the time to step up and actually contribute to what's happening right now, right? I think at this point, people that turn a blind eye to it or just blatantly don't even acknowledge it, I think it's more an internal issue with them than it is for us, right? Like, I think for us, a lot of us are kind of like, all right, like, we know where it is, and then we keep it pushing and do what we do, right? But even for us, I can't stress that enough. That's such an amazing point. That's really, really the truth, that we just have to hold strong towards that. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with everything you guys just said. I feel like there are just companies that just will do whatever because the money's involved, so they'll say whatever needs to be said, and I just can't go off it. I need to see the action. And there are some companies that are a little bit more foul with it too, because you've seen, like, even PlayStation, they didn't just acknowledge the fact that, like, this was a really messed up situation with George Floyd and it needs to stop. Police brutality needs to stop. But you even saw some companies go into, like, the more in-depth situations and problems that we're having, like systemic racism, and completely condoning that as well. And so I'm like, yo, companies are actually talking about it. And then you have companies like Rockstar, Take-Two Interactive. Take-Two Interactive, for those who don't know, they distribute Rockstar and 2K games. So, you have NBA 2K, you have Grand Theft Auto, two games that benefit heavily off of Black culture. And what do we get from Rockstar and Take-Two? What do we get? We get a 2-hour maintenance window. No money, no nothing. They just shut down the service to their online games for a couple hours and say, this is a moment of silence for George Floyd during his funeral. All right, back to normal. That's not enough to me. For a company that's benefited, like Aaron was saying about, Epic and Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto has benefited off Black culture more than probably any other IP out there. And you can argue that up against, like, TV and other forms of entertainment. Yet we get a 2-hour server maintenance window. That's BS, in my opinion. And so I was really disappointed in what I saw from Rockstar, and that's going to make me think twice about purchasing their next games or the way I go about it. I'm gonna try to find a way to bootleg it or something. Like, figure out some way around buying the game.
That show and prove, man. Okay, you said it and you meant it. I say sorry. I can say I apologize. Doesn't mean I actually mean it. Yeah. I was very disappointed in hearing about Rockstar, man. NBA 2K's whole soundtrack, 85 to 90% is hip hop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that, Malik, you got me kind of tight now, man.
My
I want the Grand Theft Auto 6.
Bro, if you want me to get you tighter, I could tell you about their predatory practices when it comes to microtransactions and taking advantage of low information gamers.
Let's go into that. Let's go into that.
Listen. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Yeah, let's go. Let's get to it. Educate me. I'm ignorant to this. Educate me.
All right, so Take-Two Interactive, for a very long time with their games, they've been capitalizing on the fact that a lot of folks who play their games, a lot of Black folks who interact with their games, aren't too privy to, like, the options and the proper way, the ethical way for games to be distributed. So what they do is they do things like VC, this virtual currency, where they basically make you pay to upgrade your character, to get your character's hair to look different. You have to pay for it. You have to pay actual real money to then take this currency into the game and make your character better. That is predatory. That is something that, like, folks who are sitting at home, because, like, most people who are living in like bad neighborhoods or under the poverty line, like me, when I'm growing up, I'm not thinking about that. I'm just playing the game that's in front of me. You know, I'm not thinking about like, well, is this game really doing its best to like make sure I get value out of it? They just exploit and exploit. They'll be like, yo, you want to buy this new shirt in 2K? Give us $5. And they do that not just with 2K, they do it in GTA too with the shark currency, and they don't care. They just do it and they get away with it. So you're starting, and another part of that too is every 2K they don't really like give it a proper upgrade. The game comes out, it's buggy, it's glitchy. Everybody goes and they pay their $60 for it, but they don't. The black community can get on Twitter or any social media platform and complain about 2K and they won't do anything. Every year the game comes out and it's a hot mess and nobody takes them to task for it. If this game was a game that was played by more white people and the white people came out and started complaining about it, it'd be a whole lot different. You know, it'd be a whole lot different. They'd be taking the task. A good example of that is Bethesda. They released Fallout 76. All the white folks completely angry about that. Fallout 76, a failure after that. The game has had to like do a lot of stuff just to stay relevant. And to my knowledge, their player base isn't that big. So with 2K, the next one that comes out, I hope that folks pay attention. Like if the game, like be careful before purchasing it, wait a couple weeks. See if the game is actually like, and I hate to say that because like I know NBA basketball players and like some of them, they do deals that are tied to that game. So it's almost messing up their bag if everybody's like, nah, we don't really want to buy 2K. But I feel like ever since 2K's become like the one basketball game, we see more and more of them just kind of like, yo, you know what? We're not going to even really work on our game. We're just going to release a piece of crap because the black community, they're not going to care. They'll just see another 2K. We'll just put this game out, let them play it, and we'll fix it along the way with updates and patches. And that's not fair. That's not fair to the consumers who show up every year, day one, putting their $60 and more after they buy the game. Because it's not just the 60. You got to play for like the virtual currency and all that other stuff. Yeah, that to me has always bugged the mess out of me. And I just hope.
Nas, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Not to cut you off. He got me angry too, Nas. I ain't gonna lie. He got me angry too. I ain't even gonna lie right now. I'm dead serious.
Listening to him talk, right, and all I can think is what he said earlier in the conversation. How they take advantage of it, and this is what we talk about when we say we matter, right? Matter. What's on TV right now when the pandemic has stopped? Everything's not moving. Is on TV. It's keeping ESPN afloat of our culture. Our complaints are not heard. They fall on deaf ears. This guy, I play 2K, but I love the league mode. That's I fantasize about being a GM. That's my thing. Complaints are unheard, but here I am, you up, asking for a little bit, just asking for fix the glitch. Can you fix this? Can you make this experience a little better? Do I really need to pay for a haircut? It doesn't matter. But Fallout 76, where a game, you know, I don't play. But that he said that, definitely not gonna play.
Yeah.
You don't care. You told me you don't care. And here I am championing you about simulation football. I was excited that EA almost they didn't come through with the exclusivity deal, but and reworked. So I'm excited that 2K might be able to get into that arena. I don't know if I want to spend my money anymore. I don't know because it's full on deaf ears, man. Damn, Malik, man, you mad, bro?
Yeah, man, I'm over here mad. Like as much as I knew about that, the way he said it made me angry. Does that make sense? Like I'm aware of microtransactions. I fall victim to this. Aaron knows this. But the way he said it, I think it's all in the way you say things, man. The way he said it made me feel really angry at myself and at Epic and at Fortnite right now.
Yeah, I mean, microtransactions have definitely been one of the biggest conversations in the gaming industry as a whole. I mean, crazy enough, I don't know if you guys remember when Kendrick Perkins, he went on an NBA show and he said that in terms of microtransaction bills, he had a $16,000 Fortnite bill. A 16,000. I'm saying 16K.
What can you
bill.
buy for that much in that game?
I don't know, but his kids, because of these microtransactions and everything.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know Kendrick is black, but that's a problem, yo.
Perk
16K?
he doesn't play
Damn.
games. He
Yeah,
doesn't even like video games.
Yeah, well, he does like
Y'all
video
can't
games.
defend
I
this.
actually spoke to someone who is
Awesome.
close to his camp. He does like video games, but he did not like that moment and didn't like the fact that his kids racked up a $16,000 bill from Fortnite, and he had to dispute it. And he's like, how the heck did you spend $16,000? Like, what are you doing?
He's got a problem, man. He's got a problem. That's nuts. That's nuts.
That's crazy. That's way too much.
Oh
It's
my
crazy, but think about it. That's kind of like a very crazy extreme example. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's various people and various parents that have a bill, maybe not close to that, but one that definitely makes their eyes pop out of their heads like a cartoon. But when it comes to these things, right? Because obviously they utilize hip hop, they utilize athletes, they utilize Black culture as a selling point for these microtransactions. So where is the line drawn when it comes to the difference between appreciation and appropriation? I feel like that's always an ongoing conversation, especially if we're talking about gaming, especially if we're talking about hip hop. How can we best educate and let people know what that line looks like, especially in the gaming world?
I mean, we need to flip that line completely because reparations always comes before appropriation, and we don't get our just due. We don't ever get ours first. They always got to get theirs first, and then we might get ours, maybe. And that's got to change. That's just got to change completely.
CC me on that tweet.
Yeah, I think that especially when it comes to it's all about, like you said, how you handle it, right? If, for example, you wanted to use a dance emote, and let's just say for Epic Games and Fortnite, like they paid the people to like be able to integrate that. I feel like that if you're finding a way to kind of give back to those who created whatever specific cultural asset that you're utilizing, I feel like that's an appreciation. You're bringing value back to the community. When you take from the community and you don't bring that financial input back into the community, that's when the problem that's that line that it's getting crossed. That's the problem.
Yeah, like why couldn't 2 Milli come out to North Carolina to Epic Studios? Why couldn't he go to the mocap studio, put on a suit, and do a sturdy Milli rock for them to put into the game, and then they put that into the battle pass? You know, like that would have been so much better. You wouldn't have had us complaining on Twitter. It would have been a ceremonious, combination of the two, and we would have been good. Like, and that's the problem. They just do that. They just take it first, and then they wait.
Well, hold on. Well, here's my thing with Fortnite, right? Because you know that they put the Tootsie Slide thing in there, right? And Drake's vocals are in it. Do you think that? And I know that they were supposed to do an event a few days ago, but they restarted their clock, so now it's like 7 days coming now. Do you think that there was something coming with Drake where they may have been trying to change that, trying to incorporate artists into it? Like we saw that they did that with Travis Scott. I'd never seen nothing like that, right? And now you have a bunch of artists and DJs doing these big live Fortnite concerts. Do you think that they're trying to maybe shed more light for into culture? That's the kind of feeling I get. That's honestly what kind of drew me to it a little bit differently. Just because I think as much as we've all talked about the TikToks of the world and the Fortnites of the world ripping off dances, I think those companies are starting to hear it. And I think even now, I just feel like maybe they're trying to change. But I don't know. I've only been playing Fortnite for all of like 2 months or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know the culture. I'm still learning that.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a little bit better. I just feel like the reason why 2 Milli and Block Boy both were like, completely disregarded because they weren't as big artists as like say a Travis Scott or a Drake. And they're still part of the culture. They're still part of the culture. So like I feel like we have to hold them accountable when they do that to anybody. It would have been nice if Travis Scott or maybe Drake would have like maybe taken up for them. Chance the Rapper was like the only person I even saw like speaking about it who was like on that level of like an artist that makes stuff, and it would just been cool if like I feel like the hip hop community needs to kind of come together with stuff like that because there's a lot of other medians that just take and takes from us, and got to band together.
We got to protect us, man. Who's gonna look out for us?
Yeah.
We gotta stick out, and we gotta stick together. You know.
Yeah,
That's all.
and I also, and also it's also an interesting point, Brandon, that you were making, where they're utilizing Travis Scott, they're utilizing Drake, but then also think about it. Hip hop is the most popular genre. Hip hop culture influences every single industry and it allows companies to make profit off of various different ways, right? Like, for example, we saw how they utilize and when originally with Ninja, he utilized Drake as part of the content streaming. And even though, the whole contextual conversation about Drake making gaming cool and how actually, like, as an artist, that's not true. There's been other hip hop artists that actually have been very influential and impactful in terms of our
Def Jam
community.
Vendetta.
Wu-Tang Clan, Shaolin style. Even like even GTA. I say, unfortunately, just it sucks because it's like GTA was so influential in the sense of bringing hip hop into the living rooms of suburban kids that typically would not come across that. The same way that Tony Hawk impacted us in the Black community by bringing a genre that typically we wouldn't even listen to into our household because we didn't have that Spotify discovery platform. Video games were the music discovery platform. But with that, though, we're also seeing how music discovery is also being an important asset when it comes to streaming on Twitch. The DMCA have been cracking down on streamers on Twitch in terms of playing music. But that also is kind of a catch-22 because that's also an opportunity for people to come across certain artists, especially come across certain independent artists that could gain from that exposure, and especially those artists who are in the urban category, even though they're going to be getting rid of that in some areas. What are your thoughts on that? And do you feel like, in terms of the music industry and maybe more so around hip hop, that they're so behind so behind in terms of making that adjustment in order to create discovery platforms within gaming and Twitch streaming and etc.?
Anyone go? I'll go first. I agree with you. I think it's growing pains too, though. I think that they're trying to figure it out, and I think that they're trying to figure it out now, especially in this climate. I think whatever that they were trying to do, as far as marketing, was working, right? Because no one really kicked up a fight about it. Same thing like what Malik said. You only heard Chance fighting for this guy. And now I feel like more and more that whole mindset may be changing, and maybe we again are doing something to navigate that. The question is, how long will that change last? I'm very big on consistency. Sure, you can make this change now, but is this something that's going to last long term? If so, what does that look like for us long term? And I think that that's something we again have to become more educated about.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Brandon. I feel that consistency is going to be everything. It's just so hard to say because I feel like it's evolving and growing and yeah, Brandon, you really hit the nail on the head with that one, bro. Because it's really just hard to say exactly, like, as far as discoverability goes, how music is going to progress and hip hop music is going to progress in that fashion, and how people are going to discover new artists. It's hard to say, but
that's what I'm saying. Think about it. Not to cut you off. Think about where you used to originally discover artists and how that's evolved, right? Like for me, it was mixtapes. I would wait for a DJ mixtape and know what was hot, right? It went from that to playlists, right? It went to playlists. Then it went from playlists to Apple Music releases. Then it went for so on and so forth. And now you got trending artists, and now you got all these different things. I can't even fathom of where it would take it, just because I never even thought it would be here. I never even thought we would be at a place where CDs are now irrelevant outside of the Nas's home. Like, it's certain things that you just never know. You know what I mean? Yeah, you just never know it would come. That was a stiff. Let me catch you on guard. But that would you just never know. Yeah, little quick jab. But no, serious. You hold on, E, do your jab again.
Yeah.
Look, she was that.
Got the Heisman. It's the Heisman pose. Got a stiff arm. The Heisman pose.
Yeah, but that's. I think that's the funny thing about evolution is it's trying to learn whatever could potentially happen or forecast it, and then seeing what comes of it. And I think a lot of these companies now more so than ever, you're going to start to see a change, whether it's authentic and or not authentic, right? Either way, people are going to start to follow suit because at this point, our voices are becoming too loud, and something's got to change.
I'm gonna make this last statement real quick. I want to give flowers to Shaquille O'Neal. Really bridged the gap between Shaq Fu. He did it both, and was still a professional athlete, man. I just want to put that out there.
This is true.
Yeah.
Real
Yeah.
talk.
Wow.
That's real
I'm yeah, but I also just like Shaquille O'Neal as an athlete in general, he really was one of those people that transcended into different areas in a very concise way that like other professional athletes couldn't, right? Other professional athletes couldn't transcend into movies as well as he did. They did. I mean, look, he went platinum with music. He's the only professional NBA player that went platinum with their song, which is
Lillard hasn't gone
ridiculous.
platinum yet. Lillard hasn't.
No, I
Who?
think it's just Shaq.
Lillard, nah. Lillard hasn't yet. Yeah, it's just Shaq.
It's just Shaq. And
Just Shaq.
listen, that
Yo,
is the
Shaq really don't get enough credit, and he can rap, man. Like keeping it a buck, Shaq can rap. Like I know it. That sounds crazy just because he's big and he dances and people, but he can rap. Like he's got bars. He's not chump. So yeah. You know, I don't know. He
got bars.
Yeah. He's at the pendulum. He swings the pendulum for the NBA players. No one's beating that record right now. No one.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, listen, Shaq is not only the top when it comes to NBA in so many different ways, but he is definitely an example of Black excellence, the same way that we all are an example of Black excellence. And for everyone who is tuning in, please continue these conversations with this Grassroots podcast special episode for this Charity for 368 initiative. We wanted to not only discuss just gaming, but just these overall cultural issues that we as Black individuals see in the gaming world, and also seeing the issues from outside the gaming world that are impacting the industry. So let's do everything that we can to not only make the world a better place, but let's also make this fun and engaging and special place for us when it comes to gaming a better place for every single person, because gaming is universal. So it should be a great space for everyone, period. And we're going to end off with that note. Guys, my name is Aaron Ashley Simon.
I'm Brandon KBH Hall.
Regular Nas.
Malik Forte.
All right, guys. We're going to catch you later. Keep the discussion going.
Word.
So that's the workout eating?
so low. I can't barely hear anything. That's good enough? Yeah, I was like, I can't hear. Hold up. I'm gonna tweet this. Can you hear me? Hello? Can she hear me or no? Oh, okay. All right, so we're live. Okay, this is good. All right, this is Danny Pena, founder and host of Gamertag Radio, and we have a special guest here too.
Oh, hey. So I'm Akila Hughes. I'm a writer, comedian, former YouTuber, sometimes YouTuber, and podcast host. I host What a Day at Crooked Media, and happy to be here and have a conversation with Danny. I'm a big fan, and excited to raise some money. So let's do that.
Yes. So we have the website, so people, if they would like to donate, it's go to 368.nyc/we the creators. That's 368.nyc/we the creators, and this will go to the NAACP Legal Defense Funds. So we definitely need your support. I know we have a lot of listeners here and also viewers of our podcast listeners, right?
Yes.
Make sure to donate and help us out. I think this will be for a good cause, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So now, Akila, I gotta ask you this because I added you on Twitter.
Yes.
And I was checking through my Nintendo Switch, and I went to my friend, like the friend suggestions, and I saw your name popped up. Like, oh, let me add her. And I checked your profile. I was very surprised how many hours you have for Animal Crossing. So you've been playing that game like crazy. Over 300 hours.
Over 300 hours. I basically created the game.
I was like, wow, nonstop. So
yeah.
How do you have so much time to play that game and also, do your podcast and...
Oh, I don't sleep. That's actually the way I do this. I like basically work all day and then I play Animal Crossing all night, which is, barely an exaggeration. I sleep very little these days because the world is kind of terrifying and horrible. But Animal Crossing came into everyone's lives at the exact right moment. There's so much you can do, and I do think that since we're still all at home here in LA. It feels like you're visiting friends because you're like going to their island and you're on, the voice chat and they're taking you around on a tour. So it feels like, the human interaction we all crave. But luckily, no one is at risk of getting sick. They even have masks in the game.
Do you travel a lot? Do you go to the different islands all the time?
Oh yeah, pretty much
or you want
day.
people to visit you? Which one is the one that you do the most?
So I visit people more than I have people visit me because I am truly a perfectionist and my island is not ready. There's just segments where I'm like, that's just a pile of flowers. And this is like an unfinished construction job or I have no vision for this. So I, for people who are less worried about that sort of thing, I love going to visit them. And especially if there's a meteor shower or somebody's giving out cool DIYs. It's really constant. I wake up and I'll drink water. I'll read a little bit of a book. And then I'm in Animal Crossing talking to all my friends.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, this is the conversation I really want to have is about podcasting. So I've been podcasting for a very long time. This is now my 15th year.
Yeah. And so you're before everybody.
Yeah, before smartphones and all that, right? But I always been a fan of just digital internet radio back then too. So I want us to have the conversation about that of just
let's chat through it.
I know you started doing YouTube videos and everything, right? What was it that got your attention so much about podcasts that you wanted to try it out and start doing it?
So honestly, I didn't seek it out. It was really something that just happened. And so a little bit of backstory on me. Like I said, I'm a comedian and I was doing comedy videos on YouTube, not pranks, comedy. And I also, worked for MTV for a amount of time. And then I worked at Fusion, which no longer exists, but it was Univision and ABC, doing daily news and making videos and also writing articles. And so I kind of always straddled this line that kind of the Daily Show does, right? Where it's it's news and comedy. And that was really what I was doing for my job, personally, whatever else. And I was asked to be on a lot of friends' comedy podcasts because that is the nature of doing comedy in New York is everyone has a podcast. And then literally out of nowhere, the person who runs everything at Crooked Media, Tanya Suminator, was just like, I'm in New York. Cold email. I don't even know how she got my email address. Cold emailed and was like, I'm in New York. Can I take you out to coffee? Because we would love to have you contribute to, any of our shows, to our website, whatever else. And I'm not one to turn down a free drink. So I met up with her and, I was like, this sounds great. I was a big fan of Pod Save America, which is their flagship show. And, long story long, within 2 weeks, they flew me out to LA to do their live show. That is also their podcast. It's how they do the show Love It or Leave It, at least before coronavirus times. And it went so well that they just kept asking me to come back. And so we did tours all across America, in New York and Wisconsin and Seattle and Portland and San Francisco and Miami. Like we went everywhere. And so really, I guess hosting my own show came from working with them so much. And then I just happened to be out here for another job situation. And like, can you read through this script and let us know, like, you know, your notes for what our audition script is? And they were like, actually, do you just want to host this? I'm like, yeah, all right.
Yeah. What was there something that got your attention so much about podcasting that you didn't know compared to like doing videos on YouTube?
Well, I think that for one, on YouTube, there's a lot of like hate watching. And I think that like this is really important to mention, especially when we're raising money for the NAACP. But like being a Black woman on YouTube and being a Black woman hosting a podcast are two disparate worlds. On YouTube, people will search out content to like hate on you and to harass you and to dox you and whatever else. I have never had that situation with podcasts. Like people might leave crappy reviews, but the truth is people like listening to podcasts. And so they're often looking for your show. You know what I mean? Like they're not looking to dislike it. They're looking because they want to enjoy it. And that wasn't necessarily what drew me to it, but I think that there is something special about podcasts in that like we evolved to hear human voices. And while seeing people through a camera is like cool, it is less natural, I think, than seeing someone in person. Whereas like you don't lose so much when you're doing a podcast. Like you really hear the emotion, you hear what they're talking about. It's easier to understand because you're intently listening. And it's almost like mindless. Whereas with a YouTube video, you know, within 5 minutes, I could be looking at my phone. I could be, you know, doing something else. But with a podcast, like it is expressly the thing you do while you're doing something else, but you're still paying attention. And I think that I feel like my career has benefited from doing a podcast because when I do a podcast, I'm not a Black woman. You know what I mean? Like I'm always a Black woman, but like I'm not the Black woman they're seeking out to dislike. I'm a person providing information or entertainment or whatever else. And like, you got to be real racist to say, I can't even listen to a Black person.
That is true. That is
you
true.
know? And so I feel like the audience from Crooked that, you know, when I did all those tours responded so well to hearing from me in a way that like, even when I had viral videos, you don't get that kind of feedback because people don't see you as a whole person. They see you as a hot girl or an ugly girl or, you know, a funny person or not so funny, or like if you're Black, like all bets are off. And so I feel like specifically podcasting was a place where people sort of cut out their own bullshit to hear the message. And so like I appreciate it as much as I appreciate anything in my career.
Yeah. You know,
I mean, do you feel that way? Like, do you feel like the people who listen to you on the podcast, like they're not bringing prejudice, they're like actually just trying to hear you because they believe you know what you're talking about?
They just love hearing not only my conversations, but they also love hearing like what my co-hosts have to say because we don't agree, so we always like debate. But here's the thing I wanted to mention about that is that my grandmother passed away like in the early 90s, right? I can't remember the sound of her voice. I remember how she looks, but I forgot how she sounds. Yeah. So I always love to record people from my family so I could keep that audio. And think about this too, like 100 years from now, our great grandkids are gonna find, they're like, oh man, I found my family member that recorded a podcast 100 years ago, 50 years ago. You know, it's easier now to find content online. It's like it's like when I find a picture of my parents, right? I get super excited because it's so rare to find those pictures, right? But nowadays we're uploading so much content that it's going to be easier for our kids, our great grandkids, but also we'll find like our pictures and audio in the future. It's going to be a lot easier, man, you know, but
and I think that like to that point, you know, I think one of the reasons why people so often bring up like MLK's I Have a Dream speech and not like the letters from the Birmingham jail are because you can hear it. Like
Mhm.
you hear the passion in this man's voice, you hear the audience applaud, you hear the energy of the space. And I think, you know, like if the Gettysburg Address had an audio file, we'd all know it better and we'd all
Yeah, yeah.
internalize it. But I think that like
Mhm.
with reading and writing, a lot of it feels so abstract. And so I think that like you're absolutely right. It's like taking something from our time to the future. And I think that like that is a benefit of being alive now, is like our grandkids are going to have maybe too much information about us. They'll be like, God,
Yeah. It's like,
why
wait
did
a
my grandma
minute.
post so many thirst
She
traps?
she posted what?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't agree with this tweet from my grandma.
That's gonna happen. That's gonna
1000%.
happen. Yeah. So so for me, my story is I started internet radio like in '01. So I'm gonna go back to like 1998. There was a company called Pseudo that they had a lot of like shows, online shows about music, talk radio, but it was like the first one that I remember back in the days, and I remember streaming it using a 56K modem through Real Player, and I got to see everything
Yes,
there.
I remember Real Player.
So there was a show that inspired me so much to do internet radio. It's called 88 Hip Hop. So a lot of hip hop artists would go there and do like interviews and then freestyles. So I remember it was Nas, it was Big Pun, Big L.
Even,
I'm a hip hop.
like
I'm
they
a,
were
I'm a
doing
huge,
those shows.
Yeah, back then. So
Wow.
so I was writing for a hip hop newspaper in Miami, and I mentioned to them like, hey, we should do a hip hop show online. Like, yo, we do it here in Miami and it will go worldwide. It'll be cool. And we tried. It was so expensive at that time in the 90s. So I didn't
All
do
tech.
it. Yeah, very old tech. So then fast forward to like 2001, I started playing Sega Dreamcast because I'm a huge fan of that console. And there was this game, you probably heard of this one, Phantasy Star Online.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I became a huge fan of that game, and I decided to do a show dedicated about that game.
Wow.
And it went really good. Like a lot of people listened to that show. And then in 2005, I was like, man, I'm going to do a show of like just about video games, everything, you know. So I started with Xbox. I think Halo 2 was really popular when that time when it came out. And and it went from there, man. So now instead of just talking about Xbox, now I'm talking about like all video games, you know. So but the reason why I'm mentioning that is back then I didn't have the much money, didn't have the equipment, but it forced me to be more creative with the resources that I had at that time.
Right.
You know, what was it something like that for you too? Like starting, let's say YouTube or whatever it was back then. You probably had like a very crappy camera.
Oh yeah, I mean this absolutely.
The content was the one that was like the highlight. It wasn't because of the HD camera or anything like that, right?
Exactly. Like and that's the thing. It's like even now, like I am amazed at what computers can do in movies and TV. But like if you can do an amazing trick in camera, that's always going to be more impressive. And so I would say that my experience completely mirrored yours. So I went to college. I started college in 2005. And you know, Facebook was still a petition on campus. You know, like people weren't on Facebook; they were on MySpace. But I remember in like,
MySpace.
Oh yeah, like we were deep in it. And I remember it was maybe 2006 or so. So I started my YouTube channel in 2006 just because I was like going there to find stuff for research papers. And like there was no copyright, anything. Like it was the Wild West. So I'm like, great, this commercial from the 80s, we're adding it to the presentation.
Yeah.
But I then had friends who were on LiveJournal, aging myself again, who were like making videos just to like, you know, instead of typing it up, they were like, this is my day. And I remember like there were so many videos on my channel that were great ideas, but like the camera would glitch, the Dell computer would explode, like something would happen and it wasn't good enough. And I remember being like, it's so unfortunate that the barrier to entry to be successful here is so high because like I'm a broke college student in Appalachia. You know what I mean? Like, don't get broker than that. So like there was just no world where it was going to be easy for me. However, like I kept doing it. And I grew up and I got jobs and I got stuff and phones got better and editing became easier to do because so many more people were posting about how they do things. And because of all of that, like the people who followed me in the beginning, who stuck with YouTube and are now huge YouTubers, they were like, well, the content was always good. It's just your camera wasn't very good. And, you know, like your microphone sucked and the video was upside down and it was 1 pixel. But like, I stuck around because I cared what you had to say. And I do think that like now that technology is so abundant, I actually get upset with myself because I'm like, why don't you make everything? Like if you had a cell phone that could shoot 4K video in 2005, you would have made everything. And now I'm like, I'm tired.
Yeah. I mentioned this to, because I do a lot of speaking engagements, so I always mention this to up and coming content creators. They always would tell me the first 2 questions they ask me is how I can make money. That's one. Number 2, they'll say, okay, do I need to buy like a very expensive equipment to do this? And I tell them, no, buy what you can right now, whatever's cheap, whatever the stuff that you could afford, and then later you start upgrading slowly, because at the end of the day, it's about the content. You know, it's not about it's not about buying the most expensive mic, and because you can have all that, but if the content sucks, nobody's going to listen to you or watch it.
And like and like I think about that with Hot Ones, where it's like, okay, obviously they're shooting on good cameras and there are famous people there, but it's such a good idea on its own that like if it was shot on a webcam, you know, and Chrissy Teigen pops in and is eating spicier and spicier wings and she's like choking because it's so bad, like we still would want to watch it because the idea is worthwhile. And so like you said, like, yeah, people always ask me like, how do you make money on YouTube? How can I make money on YouTube? How can I make money doing podcasts? How do I make money? And I'm like, what's your idea? Because like there's a lot of money on earth for good ideas and like, you know, things that are original and stuff that people are asking but can't find answers to. There's really not that much money for people recreating what other people have done on the same equipment. You know, like.
But I think also, I think what people need to do is build your community. You can't just, okay, with 2 listeners or 2 viewers, I'm going to start getting sponsors. Because at the end of the day, that's like a dumb investment for a company to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So, yeah. And I think that like, to your point, it's not to say that like having followers is everything, because like, look, I know people with 20 million subscribers and I know people with 1. But it is important to like be comfortable building it. Like I made 100 videos before any of mine went viral. 100. 100. Most people won't do 100 of anything in their life. Like I've never baked 100 cakes and I've been alive for 30 years. But I made 100 videos over the course of 2 to 3 years. And in that time, there were like small triumphs and videos that did a little bit better here and there. And there were people who appreciated them, who were, you know, had their thoughts provoked by them and they decided to respond. And that would bring in, you know, subscribers and stuff. But like, I think that people want, I guess, I'll be brief. I think that what people want or what they believe is that because you can watch a YouTube video in like a minute and a half, it took a minute and a half to get there. And if you're successful and you have a minute and a half up, it took you a minute and a half to be successful. When in reality, this all takes forever. Like the people who have, I mean, like you, how many hours do you think you've done podcasting?
I've a lot
in
of
your
hours,
life.
a lot of hours. So remember too, I mean, back then when I started, I had to manually update the RSS feed because there was no technology to automatically. I had to do everything on my own. I had to learn how to edit. Plus, I had to use my built-in mic for my computer because I didn't have an expensive mic. You know, so we're good. Okay, somebody was saying something, but yeah, I had to do that for a while, and editing took me forever because I was like, I'm not doing this correctly. I have to like redo it again. You know
what you want it to look like, and so when it's not looking like that, you're like, I'm gonna keep at this until it's right.
yeah, exactly. By the way, before we continue, I want to mention the website again because I want people to donate. I think that's very important, right? Please donate. Go to 368.nyc/we the creators. That 368.nyc/we the creators, and this was gonna go. All the donations are gonna go to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. I think it's super important because I've been protesting now for a couple of weeks. I think I've done already like 3 protests. You know, have you done any or no?
I can't. I have pre-existing conditions, so
okay. But
it's unfortunate.
There's a lot of people that are in that situation. If you can't join the protest, I think this will be another way to help out, and we're all in this together, you know. So yeah, and actually, I want to send a shout out to my niece and her mom, Jerry Sanchez. My niece, she went protesting this past weekend in LA for the first time, and I'm like,
wow,
oh man, that was
stand up, babies. They're the future. I love that.
I gotta give them a shout out. Yeah. So
I also have one more thing to add about donating. A lot of people don't realize this, but if you are still employed in this weird time and you have an employer who does donation matching, they will match what you give to the NAACP Defense Fund. So if you donate, save your receipt and turn it into your HR, because I donated, and now Crooked Media is also donating to that. So that's
awesome. That's really, really cool.
Take advantage.
Yeah,
Make the businesses paying.
Yeah. And let us know. Let us know in the chat too if you donate or not. Just let us know. We'll give you a shout out here. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, talking about content creation. So, was there a moment that you almost tapped out, like you almost gave up because you didn't see like the results once you started creating so many like videos or content in the early days?
Like, no.
No?
I don't
Okay.
think I almost ever gave up. I think that here's what I always knew. I knew that what I had to say was worthwhile and that no one else online was saying it exactly the way I would. And I knew that if I had a better camera, I had a better chance of getting it out there and having a real sense of if it was good or not. Because like, you know, if I turn on a video and it's like the sound is messed up and it's glitching, I'm probably not even going to listen. And so it's like, I had the belief in myself that I'm like, the moment I get to a point where I can upload something that works, then I'll know if it's good or not. And I think that I also had the benefit of, you know, being one of the first people on YouTube to have an account, to be like posting, whatever. And because of that, I knew a lot of people, you know, as early as 2009, making a lot of money on YouTube. And these are friends of mine who I laugh with in public, and you know what I mean? And so it's like, they always believed I could do it. And I'm like, I know you and you're doing it. So like, I think that like, to be successful in this realm, there is also a level of delusion that you have to have where it's like, even if it never happens, you got to believe it's going to, because like, who else is going to believe it for you? I don't know.
And I think also it's important to take breaks. You don't want to burn yourself out either, you know, because I know a lot of people that hours and hours of just creating podcasts or creating videos on YouTube. And after a while, they get so burned out, they just stop, you know? So it's good to take breaks too. Once you come back strong, you know, after you're taking like your little vacation, right? So
yeah, I mean, even right now, I'm literally on vacation from work.
So what, like a whole week or a couple days?
Whole week. It's the full 5 days. So yeah, I'll be back recording on Sunday. Next episode I'll be on is next Monday. And it's funny because like, you know, I needed this break, and the break was planned way before, you know, the world caught on fire because of police brutality. But it like came at the exact right time, because I don't think I've ever been as burnt out on like everything as I am right now. And it's hard to make something creative when you're distracted or when you're overwhelmed or when you're devastated. And so I look forward to next week, because I think it'll be better. Like, I think I will absolutely be able to bring more of myself to the show than I could have this week.
Yeah. So people will always ask me, hey, should I do YouTube? Should I do podcasts? Should I do both? I tell them to do both, but they will always ask me, like, what is the difference between the two, right? So YouTube is just on YouTube. Podcasts is in so many podcast platforms that people can easily find you through their
Spotify,
phone,
Stitcher.
Spotify. Yeah.
Apple.
Yeah. So for you, do you see yourself coming back and doing more YouTube videos in the future, or you're just comfortable where you're at for now doing the podcast? Or
I mean, I definitely think in the future I will make more videos. Like, I am a creative person, and I've always been a person who, you know, had a really strong like visual aesthetic and storytelling like desire, but also ability. And like, I think that like, I love hosting my podcast. I don't see me leaving it, but I think that there is a different kind of creativity in like storyboarding and writing out like a sketch. And so, you know, even right now I'm working on a show that we just did for Comedy Central, this girl, Milana Weintraub, and I, called Making Fun with Akila and Milana. And like now we're trying to pivot to selling that to television. And so like it's all, you know, like it's all creative, but it's in different realms. And I think that even if we did say we, you know, had the moonshot and we sell it to Netflix, I would also still probably want to make a YouTube video that like doesn't have a bunch of oversight, has like is fully my voice and like expresses where I am at that moment. Like I think that what I love about YouTube is you're able to grow up with it. Like you're able to become an adult and change your mind and whatever else. And so like, you know, when I look back at videos of when I'm 18 years old and I'm just home from Forever 21, I'm not that person at all anymore. But like, I like to remember that person. And I think that like that to me is what YouTube, you know, like, what the best YouTube can be for me is a portfolio of my life. And it has given me everything that I have. Like the way that I got this job was because of YouTube videos that I made. And so I think that like, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, I will absolutely be back on YouTube.
Yeah. So I've been reading a lot about what's going on ever since the quarantine. And I've read that listenership dropped a small percentage, not a lot, because people they're not working,
they're
just
not
home,
commuting.
they're not, yeah. So, do you think that kind of like affected like your production, or it's just the same still when it comes to like creating content for the podcast?
Right. I mean, so the thing is like that's absolutely a true metric. What's wild is because I'm in the news space, we had a spike in listenership because suddenly everyone was like, I need all of the information I could possibly get about COVID-19. And I will say that we beat the Daily from the New York Times to talking about it. We've been talking about it since early January. And
nice.
I mean, those episodes are hard to listen to because we're like, okay, so 6 people have died total. It's not Bird Box. And now I'm like, it's Bird Box. But it's just like, I think that, you know, we have the benefit of people listening because they want to be informed specifically about this right now. And it's an election year. So it's like, there's a lot of local elections happening, a lot of primaries. And so people are getting their information that way. But like, I don't think anyone is under the assumption that it's not going to, you know, lighten up after, you know, the election and after there's a vaccine and all of that stuff. Like, I think that news is having its moment. I don't think that news will be always, you know, I think people are already tired of the news. It's just, we have to be informed.
Yeah. And also from the video game side, because, you know, video game podcast, of course.
Yeah, love it.
We've been getting more content more than ever, especially now. Like, games been releasing. The new consoles is coming out at the end of the year.
Is PS5 ever coming now?
PS5 is tomorrow, right? The reveal.
Yeah.
So Xbox is also sometime in July. They're probably going to show like first party games and stuff. But now the companies are. So I've been going to E3 for like almost. It was going to be my 15th year this year, but
my anniversary.
So E3, you get all the news, everything in a week, right? With this one, all the companies been stretching it out for like the whole summer from like May all the way to August. So almost every week we've been talking about something new, announcements, reveals, rumors. So like there's a lot. So I think our listenership didn't drop that much. I think people will listen to it faster when the first 24, 48 hours. But there's a lot that missed it. They probably will listen to like maybe the end of the week or another day,
or whenever they get that game.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing that I love about just on-demand content, because you could binge a whole bunch of episodes.
Right.
You know, but yeah, I really enjoy that.
I'm like, so, I don't recommend anybody binge my show because it's a lot of heavy news. So if you went back in time, you'd be like, I'm devastated. It's just like a slow decline. But
so your show is like what? It's like an hour?
No, it's 15 minutes. It is a quick daily news hit. It's everything you need to know in any form of news that's happening domestically and internationally in 15 minutes. And so
it's perfect. It's perfect for
Yeah.
like Alexa or
Mhm.
like the Google Home speaker, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey,
Oh
play the
yeah.
latest, play the
Yeah,
latest
what a
news.
day. Yes. And
Yeah.
it's like, I mean, that's the way I think a lot of these morning shows have really grown. It's like, Up First from NPR is the same sort of situation where it's like it's a short burst of news for what you need to know if you're going to, go into the office and have a conversation, or you're going to be on the phone with your mom and she's saying something that you don't know is a super true. That's sort of what we provide as a service. And it's like, it's amazing because it's scripted. Like, we have to write it in advance. It's like, it is an anomaly as far as podcasts go, because I've been a podcast guest on probably 100 podcasts at this point. And even if there is prep for what you're going to do, it is at its core a conversation.
Yes.
And our show, sometimes we get to interview people and we get like bits of conversation. We have a segment called the temperature check where we just check in on each other's temp. But really, we're just like, we are writing news stories and delivering them. And it's a weird world, especially right now.
Yeah. So, is there any podcast that you recommend people to listen to besides yours?
Oh my goodness. Oh, so many.
Yeah.
So I love, like I said, I'm a comedy girl in my soul. I love Nicole Byer. Her podcast is called Why Won't You Date Me? I have been on an episode, but she is just an outrageous person. If you've ever watched Nailed It on Netflix, she hosts. She is a genius and hilarious, and I just love her show. I'm also a person who's like deeply curious about a variety of things. And there's a show called Ologies, where it's basically hosted by this woman who is curious about a variety of topics. And then she interviews experts based on her curiosity. And so an episode I listened to recently was about procrastination and the psychological studies behind it. And like the difference between people who are like, maybe just perfectionists and so they put things off, and people who are truly in their bones procrastinators. And so I think that those two are like top of my list right now. But I mean, there's so many more I can mention. It just depends on what you're into.
Yeah. Well, I want to give a shout out to Kenny T1985. He said he made a small donation, so shout out to him. So for those that donated, please let us know, and I'll give him a shout out. So here. Now, if you would like to go to the link, that's 368.nyc/We the Creators. Just go over there, make your donation, and let us know. Let us know. We'll give you a shout out. So, oh look, he said thanks. There you go, man. Good job.
Thanks, Kenny.
Yeah. So, man, what else? What else? Is there anything that? Okay, you know what? This is the question I was gonna ask you. So, I have a crazy story that happened. I have a bunch, but there was one time that my co-hosts, they got invited to go to Europe. I think it was in Paris. First time going over there. They were there for a game, Ubisoft, and now they were flying back. They were there for like maybe 3-4 days. They were flying back, and when they went inside the plane to go back to the States, there was a listeners of ours there. He's like, "Hey, I'm a huge fan. I love your show." Wow! Before they took off from Paris to the States, so that's like one of those like crazy, wow moments, right? Do you have like any moments like that, like of a listener, like, "Hey, I love your show," like?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think my favorite version of that with YouTube, it's always weird when it happens, because like, especially now, I haven't made a video in like a year because I've moved across the country and turned 30 and changed my entire life. But for the podcast in particular, I was at Disneyland like a couple of months ago, and the way basically parking there is impossible, and so what everybody tells me is like park like valet at Animal Kingdom Lodge or whatever it is. I guess it's called like Grand Californian out here. And if you buy a drink at the bar, they will reimburse your valet. Like, just make sure you do it, and then like within a few hours, figure it out. And so I went to have a drink before I was meeting a friend at the park, and I was ordering the drink, and I don't know, I was like, "Can I get a margarita? Thank you so much." And I was waiting, and the people next to me were like, I was wearing a shirt that said, like, Vote Save America, which is an initiative that we have at Crooked that, like, is just helping people get registered and figure out how they can help. But this girl was like, "I love Crooked Media. I'm the biggest fan. I love your shirt. Like, that's so great." And I'm like, "Cool." And she was like, you sound so familiar. And I'm like, do I? And she was like, are you Akilah Hughes? Do you host One a Day? I'm like, yeah, I'm wearing my own merch. I'm drinking heavily in public at a theme park.
Yeah.
And we became true friends. And I had the last real hurrah before COVID took over was Leap Day, February 29th. I had a huge party at my house. And kept telling people all night, I'm like, this is the last party. This is the last party before COVID hits. And they're like, we don't know what that is. You're dramatic. But she and her friend came. And I remember just being like, how weird is it that like now you are at the party talking to everyone I worked with. This is your favorite show. And like we just met because you listened to me talk about like what's happening in the world during the week. You know, like it makes the world feel so much smaller in the best way.
Yeah. But I love those moments. Those are moments that I cherish that like forever, man. You know, because I seen people that they will come up to me. I'm like Best Buy, trying to buy something, and somebody will come up to me like that works at Best Buy. Hey, are you Danny? Like, are you Godfrey? I'm like, yeah. Why? He's like, yo, I just want to say I love your show, man. You know, and they walk away. I'm like, oh man. But there's people that are so shy that they will not say anything. You know, so they know that it's you, but they keep it to themselves. You know.
Oh yeah, I often get like a later tweet at me that's like, was that you at this place? And I'm like, it was. Why didn't you come and say hello? Like, I'm the least scary person I've ever met. I'm super chill. I'll pretty much talk to anybody.
Yeah. But see, that's the beauty about this. Look, we didn't prep at all. We just we just having
we just know how to talk to people.
Yeah, but I love that. That to me, it feels real when we have these conversations and we share that to like our audience. They love that. You know, that's when people can tell like if your show or even if you create any type of content, could be even video, people could tell like if it's like fake or not. You know,
right. Oh,
there's been moments that companies try to sponsor us with a lot of money, but I didn't believe in the product. I didn't want to promote that product to my community, and I declined because at the end of the day, that to me is more important of like, do I want to share that to my audience? Is that good? You know what I'm saying?
Well, like you hold your audience in high esteem because like, you know, you wouldn't want to be led astray by somebody. I mean, I have a question for you. Since we're talking games, what do you think is the most obscure game that you like love? Like a game that like maybe not a lot of people played, but you loved it and you wish, even if like the console doesn't exist anymore, like what would you say is like that game that you're like, this is a great game and people are sleeping on it?
Man, I have a lot of those type of games. From the indie side, this is a game called Thumper that I love. It came out first for the PlayStation VR. So I played it there, and then it came out for every single console, Nintendo Switch, Xbox. But I love it because I just love the music. It's like a little bug, and you can't let like certain things hit you, but when you move, like it goes with the music. I don't know, it's really weird to explain, but it's pretty cool. It's an indie game, Thumper.
Oh wait, was it like one of those ones that's like
you have
like
to press the
music
button.
Dictates when you move on beat?
Yeah, on beat.
I played. It's oh my god, I literally just took my SD card out of the Switch, or else I would look it up. Cadence of Hyrule. And it's a Zelda game.
Oh, that is
literally that, where you're like hopping around on beat. I'm so bad at it. I'm so bad at it, and I'm like good at DDR. That one's a fun one.
You know which one is another one that at first I just didn't get it, but I'm obsessed with that game too, is Pikmin.
Oh yeah, I know a lot of people who are into Pikmin. I've never played.
So the first one was for the GameCube, and I remember playing that. I was like, what is this? Like, this is super weird.
Yeah.
And I just became like a huge fan of that game too, man. But it's not for everyone. That's like a weird game, you know? So do you have any games like that too for you? Like,
ooh, yeah. I mean, so specifically GameCube, in college I played a lot of Dance Dance Revolution, DDR. For GameCube, they had a really small release. I don't even know if you can get it online. If you can, I bet you it's not cheap. They have Mario Dance Dance Revolution, and it's all of the like songs from the backgrounds of different Mario games and different like scenes and whatever else, and castles and places.
Any remixes?
All of them. Oh yeah, all of the B-sides.
Yeah.
And it was so much fun because it's like, obviously I like Mario, but to me, like marrying games that I love are like that's the sweet spot. That's like a perfect mashup, like, so I loved that one. And I mean, I was so into Ori and the Blind Forest. I cannot wait for the new game.
Love that game so much.
When are they giving it to us? Yes, I need
It's
Wind. Is it
awesome.
Wisp of the Willows or Willow
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
Wisp?
yeah. Have you played it?
The new
It's
one?
been out. Yeah, the new one came out.
What?
Okay.
Just on Xbox though, right?
On Xbox and PC. Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't know there was a new one.
Yeah. So
I have to get the new. When does the new Xbox comes out in July? I'll get it then.
No, the new Xbox. The new Xbox. They're revealing like the first party games in July, but it's coming out during the holidays. Most likely November.
Darn.
Yeah.
Why did I give my nephew my Xbox?
Yeah.
It's not right.
But
I can play
that
on
game
PC.
is so good. It's a lot harder than the first one. I'm just giving you a warning. Way
Ah,
harder.
the first one was so hard. It took me years to beat it.
Yeah. But you got it. So they have that for the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, the old one or the new one?
The old one, the old one.
Yeah.
and
Don't they also have like a knockoff game of it too on there? That's like it's like a 2D. I mean, I guess they're both 2D, like sort of side scrollers, but this one's more like cartoony, and it's like something very similar, like Orca or like something like similar.
Yeah, I never played. I think I know which one you're talking about, but
it looks exact like all of the stuff that happens is the same. Like the big spider falls down the hole, and like you gotta like double jump and all that stuff. And I'm like, it's wild that like they can both exist. But I gotta say, Ori and the Blind Forest, I mean,
amazing.
that game
soundtrack is
beautiful. The most beautiful game to watch. Like, I would invite friends over and just let them play for me and just be like, wow, this is gorgeous.
You know which game I've been playing a lot lately is Streets of Rage 4.
Yeah.
Because I'm a huge Streets of Rage from like the Sega Genesis days.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Genesis was my first console.
Yeah. Oh, it was? That was your first? My first console was the Atari 2600.
Nice. Wow.
Yeah. So I have a crazy story about that. So my grandmother bought me an Atari 2600 when I was really, really young. At that time, the console was only $50. So she got me one and my cousin. So she bought 3.
Wow.
So she hooked me up with Defenders, Pac-Man. I was like, all right, cool. So I became a huge gamer because of that system. Years later, actually a couple years ago, I'm at E3, and I bump into Nolan Bushnell. Nolan Bushnell is the founder of Atari. So Steve Jobs used to work at Atari. That was his boss.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I bump into him and like, hey, Nolan, can we do an interview? He's like, yeah, sure. So we went to the hotel at a lobby there, away from everybody else, and we sat down. And one of the first thing I told him was like, man, like that system. Yes, it wasn't graphically, wasn't like the greatest, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I told him that system completely changed my life, man. Like I just love it. It's like I played a lot of Defenders, Asteroids, and Pac-Man. So, and yeah, we did an interview. He was like, hey man, I was just trying to make money, man. You know, I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Say thanks to your grandmother, man. You know.
Right.
But
gotta.
but that was my first system, was the Atari 2600. Yeah. But the one that completely changed my life, besides that one, is also the Sega Dreamcast.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's wild. I remember, like, I don't remember a time before video games, you know, like, but I remember I had an older brother. I have an older brother, and when we had like the Game Gear and we had the Genesis, he would always make me play until he could defeat the boss. Like, he didn't want to do any of the middle stuff, which I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Like, you're not gonna be good enough. But like, I would just be sitting there next to him while he's like watching TV or doing whatever, and I would just be like, all right, so Melina is killing it. We're almost to Baraka, and take it. He would lose inevitably, and I'm like, all right, we'll go back to the beginning because you're a kid, you don't know. But like, forever I will love Sonic. I mean, that was Sonic the Hedgehog was like a huge game for me. But I will say, Sonic CD, we had like an old PC when I was in high school, and we had the Sonic CD, and I would do speed runs every day after school. Like, that was just how I would pass the time. I'm like, great, let's plug it in and just mindlessly like run through this game.
Do you remember the Sega Channel
on TV?
So this, okay, not a lot of people know about this. It's like, so Sega Channel, we got a few minutes. All right. So the Sega Channel was, you connect your Sega Genesis to cable, and you get that service. Think of it like Netflix, but at that during the early 90s. So you pay a monthly fee, and there's like 50, 60 games. So I'm always playing Sonic, Streets of Rage, Shinobi, like all the Sega Genesis games. So we'll download it from the channel, and it will go to your device, to your Sega Genesis. And that was like in the early 90s. Sega always been
high tech.
always. And like, look, we're thinking about that, and now we have Xbox Game Pass, we have PlayStation Now,
right?
Netflix.
Yeah.
Like they were doing that in the 90s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, it makes me think, like, where are we gonna be in like 20 years with gaming? You know, like what do you think the future is?
I think the future is you're gonna play your games without the console. So whatever device you have, so like mobile, TV, without buying the device, you just connect to the service, and that's it. I think that's
and you just
to me that's
it wherever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
so.
That'd be
We
great.
only have like a minute or two.
Okay.
So I want to mention like our social media and website, but first you want to mention your website and everything. People want to follow you, watch.
For sure. So if you want to check out more of my stuff, I am on Twitter at Akila, obviously, Instagram at Akila H, AKILAHH, and my show What a Day from Crooked Media comes out weekday mornings. I think it's like 5 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Pacific. So like, please listen. It'll help you stay informed. We have fun. It's jokey, but it's also very serious. It's the news. And look up Making Fun with Akila and Milana from Comedy Central. It's on their website, it's on their app, and it is on YouTube. So check out those videos, and hopefully we will we'll see you soon. We'll see more stuff from us.
Definitely. So you can follow me, Godfrey, GODFREE, on Twitter. Also gamertagradio.com. You can listen to our show there. We have over 1,000 episodes now, so you could go back and binge if you want. Just follow me there, and just look us up. We're in every podcast platform. Just look us up, Gamer Tag Radio, and that's it. So, Akila, I just want to say thanks, and you know what? I want to invite you to my podcast too. We gotta have some video game conversations in the future, and I would like to get your opinion about the new Xbox and PlayStation 5 too. So, once we know everything.
Yes, exactly. Once it's out and we touched it, I'm in.
Yeah, remember, donate, please, one more time before we leave. 368.nyc/Read the Creators. Go there and please donate. All right? Thanks a lot for everybody's watching, and we're going to continue with the stream.
Thanks, Danny.
Bye.
Yo, 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 yo. Take over time. Let's take over.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
Boom,
I
boom.
testing, everybody.
All right.
All right. Yeah, what up, everybody? We are Creator Cafe, and members of Creator Cafe is CJ Knows Tech, as you guys can see right over here. And then I got my guy Terry Warfield, Mr. 10K in the building. I see you, man. But
hey, man, no
and
need for the promotion. You know?
10K play over there.
This is 10K and stuff. And then I go by Devin, aka C Kid Tech, myself, and we are Creator Cafe. And yeah, today, man, we wanted to hop on the stream here. We're humble, first off. Much appreciative to 368 for doing this themselves, man. I think this is a super dope idea for we the creators and for the cause and what it's going towards. Also, if you guys would, yeah, it's super dope. And if you guys feel inclined, those out there that are watching, if you guys feel inclined to give during this stream, you guys can go ahead and donate. All the funds are going to the NAACP. So definitely really good cause. So I appreciate 368 again for having us and doing this stream in itself.
Right.
But yeah, so
you forgot to give him instructions on how to donate, man.
Oh, it's exclamation mark WTC or exclamation mark we the creators, right, player? Did I get that right?
That's exactly.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
See, that's why we a team, y'all. That's why we
exactly.
a team. We help each other out.
If you missed that, you can still go to www.368.nyc/ we the creators. You can do your donation there too.
There you go.
It's so dope that first of all, like you said, that 368 is, bringing attention to the cause and using their platform and allowing creators to use their platform to bring awareness, man. It's so dope. It's so dope.
I think before I was going, I didn't mean to cut you off, Terry. My bad. But
you did.
I was
You did.
Yeah. You know how it goes.
You really did, though.
You know how it goes. Hey, look, I just want to say before we get into everything, I think we should give like a brief, like individual intro. Let them know, you get to serve up the people and tell them from your perspective who you are and what you do. And I guess since I'm talking now, I would go ahead.
You volunteered yourself,
said,
right?
Hey man, I'm in the mood. Anyways, my name is CJ. I run a tech focused channel called CJ Knows Tech on YouTube. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, all of them. CJ Knows Tech. And basically, I do tech videos and I get busy. I have fun. I bring humor. I bring swag, and I bring my culture in a humorous way. 100,000%. That's the short what version of it. Now off to my bro C Kid.
So yes, I go by C Kid Tech. I run a tech channel as well where if you guys are interested in like someone who reviews tech products but do it in more of a rap fashion where I create all original music.
Bars.
Stop trying to sound humble.
Hey,
Tell
man,
what
you know.
Wait. Before C Kid says anything else, I'm the ghostwriter
go
for all of C Kid Tech rap. Just got to get that out there. I got to get my credit. All right, go ahead, bro.
No. Fun fact though, CJ actually did set up all of like the setup as far as like the music and how it actually sounds. So, hey, much love to you, my brother. But yeah, if y'all are interested in someone who raps, creates all original music about technology and reviewing products, then I am your guy. Have fun doing it, man, and pass it off to my guy Terry, Mr. 10K.
Yeah, man. Yeah, my name is Terry Warfield. I actually run a media company called Clear Vision Films, and my YouTube channel is just Terry Warfield. So I do filmmaking, photography stuff. I review camera gear, and I like bringing some swag to it, some urban culture to it, in a way that people can still digest and get a lot of information. So I do tutorials and all of that stuff. All my socials are basically Terry Warfield, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and yeah, that's it.
All right. And I think I'm gonna just jump into I'm gonna hurry up and get my story off and just kind of share, because I know a lot of people are creators out there, and we know what's going on. It's a heavy time, and it could have slowed. It could have made you take a stop point, or maybe just, fell back and just trying to soak in everything. But then where does creativity fall inside of that? You know what I mean? And like for me, I was in that same boat. Actually, all three of us, man, we've been together, and our our three creatorship of Creator Cafe. That's why the three is on the end for cafe instead of the E. Is like we brothers in this creator thing, man. We hang out and literally chit chat with each other every single day. But we all went through a slump of not creating for the past 2 weeks. But what we did to get out of that is what we're gonna share with you guys today, because there's a lot of creators out there and a lot of maybe aspiring creators, and I don't want the heaviness of today's thing to overweigh you. We want to come out of this shining and grinding and doing what we love to do, and that's creating. So basically,
you put that so fire, bro. Ooh.
Oh man,
he did put that very beautifully, though.
I couldn't have said it even better. The sauce kind of just flows, player. Hey, look. So my individual story of what I did was, I have a platform, a YouTube channel, and I decided to just talk about it. I couldn't go on creating as if, nothing was going on or not shining any type of light to the realities of today. So I created a video, and literally I titled it, "Let's Talk About It." It was like, what's crazy is I just made a transition into becoming a full-time creator, and that's supposed to be a happy celebratory moment. Thank you.
By the
way.
Hey, I give you your flowers. I give you your flowers, my brother.
Thank you. But instead of me being able to create a fun, super celebrating type of video, I took that video and I made it about the topic. And that's what I'm talking about when I say, let's talk about it. And it was like, I went full time on YouTube, and then I just get into the realities of today and how I felt about it. And that was therapy for me. After doing that, I can breathe and I can create. And I already made like 2 videos in the cut. They coming soon. Hit the sub button now. On to my brothers.
Like that.
Yeah, I think
you want to go next.
Go ahead.
No. You started talking first. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, man, I'm right there with you, CJ. Like, I think talking about it was one of those things where it became like therapy. Like us as brown skin creators, man, we already
using
know
that term brown skin creators. I love that. Man.
I love using brown skin instead of the term black, but that's a whole nother. But the thing about it is, in regards to just being creators, being brown skin creators on this platform, is sometimes you can get into the headspace of, possibly being afraid to speak up, or hey, am I going to kill relationships with quote unquote certain companies and different things like that.
These are bringing this up, boy.
Yeah, right. Because I really think that these are things that play into a creator's mind when it comes to talking about topic. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the level of oppression that us brown skinned people have faced in this country, but it could be any topics in regards to social injustice or anything like that. And I think one of the biggest things, and this is why I rock with 368 so much, and why we all rock with 368 so much, is the fact of they are one of the companies that have put, they put themselves on the line to speak on about what's actually happening into society today, and allowing us as creators to be able to have a platform to be able to speak on, if quote unquote, let's say, I may not want it to do it on my channel, but here is a platform to be able to do so. Also, I did do it on my channel. I wanted to go from the angle of talking about it from a point where I wanted to get people in a mind frame of understanding why there is a level of anger amongst my people. Specifically, I went through talking about all of my experiences that I face with oppression in this country, from myself having run-ins with police, myself having run-ins with quote unquote racism in this country. And I wanted to touch on that in regards to going through my entire life story from being a kid all the way up into my adulthood, and showing how much I've had to bottle it up as a brown skinned person in this country, and me growing up and living in this world. And so I wanted to tackle it from an angle of letting people know and see, here's me as one brown skinned person, what I face. And now there's 40, 50 million plus other brown skinned people in this country, and what they're having to face. And eventually there comes this tipping point where there's only so much we can take, which is what happens with all of the protests and everything that's kind of been going on. So I wanted to tackle it from that angle of having my audience, as well as the audience here, even on 368, just to let you guys know that there's a level of understanding of, not saying that I would say myself, not saying that I agree with all the writing and different things like that, but there is a level of understanding it based on the experiences that I've faced and what I've had to bottle up over the years. And but yeah, that's kind of the angle of what I went from. So I'll pass it to my guy, Mr. Terry Warfield.
Slow motion Terry. What did you see?
Slow-mo Terry. See, I'm actually a little different, man, because at first, like, to be honest, I tried to like ignore a lot of the stuff that was going on because that's the way I cope. Um, but when you see things and you keep seeing what's happening, and like I felt like it was my responsibility, as a brown skinned man creator to step up and say something. Me personally, I think it's awesome that we have these digital platforms such as YouTube, Twitch. We can reach so many people and spread our message effortlessly where they couldn't do that in the past. So, I was like, well, if we have this platform, if I have all of these tools, why not at least do something? You know what I'm saying? So, um, I did the same thing that CJ and Devin did. For me, I'm more like a filmmaker, you know what I'm saying? So I wanted to create something that was powerful, that would invoke emotion in people. So I did make a short film called The Color of My Skin that, was very well received. And I also did a live stream where I talked about, um, honestly, a lot of different issues surrounding some of the issues that we are having, but I tried to make it objective as possible by talking from everybody who's involved, giving a perspective from each of those people. And honestly, I think these conversations have to happen. I think they needed to happen. It's unfortunate the events we had to go through to get to this place we're in now, but I felt like it was necessary. So part of like me coping and dealing with all of this stuff is literally just turning on my camera and creating. However, like CJ said, I didn't feel comfortable, like just, I didn't feel comfortable making a video about a camera,
Right.
when you got all of these crazy events that need to be talked about and discussed. I didn't feel comfortable bringing attention to myself when the attention should be elsewhere. So, part of me, finding my creative release was through making a film about it. And now, I do feel better about going forward and creating. But, I still think as creators, we still need to keep what's important in the back of our heads. We can't just stop what we're doing, obviously, because for some of us, like, us three on the screen, this is more than just YouTube. This is a business for us. You know what I'm saying? So we still have to keep that in mind. But it's like you still want to play to the bigger issue at what's going on. So I think I'll just be honest. Like a few of my white friends have asked me, like, Terry, what can I do? And for me, it was just my response to all of them is just take a step back and open your ears and open your heart to the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, become educated on it. Try to put yourself in the shoes of brown skinned people. And once you do that, you can start having other educated conversations with people that maybe don't feel the same way. And then that begins to trickle down and get passed along, so on and so forth. So I think just, finding some type of release, whether it's creatively, I think it's hugely important. For me, it has been.
Hey, so,
I kind of want to. Oh,
go ahead. Go ahead, CK. No, go, because you still on that topic. I was about to shift waves. Go ahead. Keep going.
I think kind of what Terry, what you were saying. Like, I think one of the things is about that's so great about this time too, and all of us being tech creators. Like, I think the one thing that I will say it has been a plus through this whole situation is the fact of now we have, and I think I was listening to the stream earlier when Roberto was on it, and he talked about how we all have these devices right here in our hands, and these things here, man, these smartphones that we have has been so powerful in this movement as far as spreading the message of what quote unquote some people are wanting to have to be hidden. And I think the use of technology today is being used in a far more powerful way than it ever have been. Because a lot of times, like, we all using these, being on Twitter, being on all of our socials and stuff like that. But the fact that now we're using these same tools and these same piece of hardware to be able to help spread a message is powerful in itself. So yeah, I just think that, man, if you got a message, if you a creator out there, man, if you got a message or something you want to share, do not hesitate to just flip on these phones, man, and get your message out. Obviously in tasteful way, or however you were feeling, because like CJ was saying, it is therapy, man. And how I felt once I got that video off, I felt like I was able to kind of breathe again. Like it was, I don't know, it was weird because it was it was like a weight was on me. But yeah, so but what you saying, CJ?
I want to put on
go
before we
ahead,
switch real quick.
No, I ain't gonna switch.
Let me just
Yeah, you go, and then I'm gonna piggyback, and then I'm gonna switch. Let's go.
All right, good. It's my turn, PJ.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Terry.
Don't steal his moment.
10K Terry in the building.
Right. 10K.
Whatever.
Slow-mo Terry.
What I did want to
coffee,
say, man,
10K Terry.
You want some? Here, you can have some.
Share.
It's all-
Y'all don't want me on caffeine, player. Nah.
No, you don't need none.
Right.
But one thing I did want to say, like, if you are a creator, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Twitch, whatever, don't feel like you need to become some activist. You know what I'm saying? Share the message in whatever capacity you feel comfortable doing. You know what I'm saying? Because every single little bit helped. A lot of us felt that pressure. A lot of companies felt the pressure when all of this stuff started happening. Like, oh my God, I got to say something. I got to do this. Or I got to do that. However you do it, then you do it that way. Don't feel pressured into making a video about it if you're not into that thing. Don't feel pressure with starting a war on Twitter, going back and forth with people. However you choose to cope with it and spread the message in your own way. Don't let anybody make you feel bad about the way you're doing it. At the end of the day, the goal is still the same, and that's to bring awareness and stop all of this craziness that's going on. So now I'll shut up.
100%. And just to piggyback off of what Terry said, because I've seen a lot of that of people saying, hey, you got to say something, or some people say in the tech community, people putting a little pressure on MKBHD and stuff. But I think you got to be a little bit more compassionate and let that person absorb it and, translate it the way that they need to, like however much time it took for them before they felt like they can speak about it. Because it's a heavy topic. So don't put pressure on anybody to speak. Let them digest it, and then let them speak, like Terry said, when they feel and how they feel they want to do it. And then another thing, I just want to give flowers to these newer generation. I ain't gonna lie, y'all better than us, and y'all each new generation coming up gets better and better. And I know people don't give y'all rightful respect. They've been trying to squash. First they started on us, the millennials, and then they try to pass it down. But that's because we better than not to put it in a negative way, but like that's because we're coming up more compassionate and more like we're more growth. We real, man. And I appreciate y'all, because this whole movement, like what CK was talking about with this phone, it's because you guys are relentless, and you guys won't take it. You guys are so much better. You guys are great humans. So it's just much respect to the newer generations, because I look at you guys and I get wild and inspired every day. Like even outside of this movement, even in the creator space, I see a lot of young creators that inspire me, and I feed off of that, because energy is energy, no matter where it's coming from. As long as it's in the right vibration, it's gonna vibrate. So I just wanted to give respect to the new generations out there, because y'all really been swinging it forward, inspiring me as an older generation to want to do better, and hopefully hitting that older, the ones and getting them right, because their generation was a little crazy. But I just wanted to give that respect. And then as a transition point, we have all talked about how we felt, the heaviness, but then we've started creating again. So I just want to get my brothers to talk about like how they have felt creating again, because we basically taking you how to get through it. You felt the heaviness, that's fine, perfect, feel it. Then we use our outlets as therapy to get it off, release it. Now it's about moving forward and creating content. So I just recorded. Actually, I had to re-record today because I was looking like those last 2 weeks in my last A-roll that I shot. So I realized that today. So I had to,
like a caveman.
Right. So I had to shave.
Hey,
up,
brother, that's why I had to shave off, man.
right.
Got a haircut. So yeah, whatever.
Don't mind Terry. Terry get cut with 14 karat gold clippers, and he ain't never. He don't never not look like that. He don't count.
Terry always
Hey,
looks
man.
sharp.
Hey, man.
Right. I think his
Hey,
barber
that's-
is like chained in his basement.
Right.
Spend a lot of money on haircuts, man.
Right. I believe him.
Hey,
But,
there's a reason why I wear this hat, brother.
Right. So like, yeah, so I created today. I edited, I did a full motion of recording, editing, shooting B-roll, and I finished it and I rendered it, and I felt great. It felt amazing to get back to doing what I love to do, because creating is my outlet. It's my way that I express myself and just share. You know, I just share a part of me, and I enjoy the community that I'm in the tech community. So I'm just happy to be getting those wheels turning again. So I just want to hear from you two how you guys feel, because I know you guys have started back as well.
Yeah, man. I personally, man, it was, I don't know. It's kind of like one of those, like at first, I'm not gonna lie. When I first turned the camera back on, like I felt like I was almost out of my element, and it was a way I had to get back into it in a way. And I just released a video today, was actually my first one from, you know, everything that's been going on, just kind of how I've been feeling mentally and all of that. But I will say, man, like getting that video done, it almost felt like me hitting publish for the first time. Like it was like that feeling of when you were done recording your first video that you put on your channel, like that feeling of accomplishment. That's kind of how I felt with this one. Just simply because it was, like I said, it was that feeling that I had on me, was that burden where I just got into a slump mentally over, you know, kind of dealing with everything and all of that. And once I got all of that kind of off of me, as far as me being able to talk about it, openly talk about it, because a lot of those stories that I shared on my channel was literally stories that I've never told. Even my wife didn't know any of those stories. She maybe known like one or two. And so me being able to share that.
Ooh, Ashley, he holding secrets. Player. He told his subscribers before he told you. Ashley, I know you watching, player. Get him, Gemini. Get him.
Hey, hold on. But
about to see a fire man come out the left corner of the frame.
Hey, the door's locked, brother. The door's locked.
I have to hit him with them Twizzler boxes and stuff.
But no, man, to be honest, bro, it felt good, man. It actually felt good and get back into the swing of things. Now, I don't want to say that in terms of saying that, oh, you know, things is done, everything is good, because we still are going through kind of everything and all of that, and there's still a fight that needs to be had. I definitely think there's been improvements that have happened. I know Missouri just got their first black mayor, or first brown skin mayor, so I think that is dope. And so there's definitely been progression. I definitely think we got a long way to go, but the fact of being a creator, being able to express myself in my creative way that I know how, it felt good, man. I ain't gonna lie.
So for me, I haven't I won't say that I'm there yet, you know what I'm saying? But I'm working my way back to it.
Wait, all them sunset drone shots?
Right,
Seeing
hold on, I'm
every
getting
day
into
there's
it,
a
man.
sunset drone.
Listen.
He
I've been
he always
feeling
comment in the chat, man. Look at this.
Right.
So like I've just been feeling like with all this stuff going on, I want to make like more intentful, purposeful content, right? And honestly, like I know this is about to sound crazy. That drone has kind of inspired me to want to create again, where I didn't really feel like that being in this slump. So you know, I've been putting bits and pieces together. I don't really feel like that pressure that I couldn't move on to something else. I don't really feel like that's there anymore. So like I got my creative mojo back. It's just figuring out, y'all know how I am, figuring out what I want to create, you know, what I want to do
Hey,
first.
this
Terry
is
is
just
the
Terry.
king
That's
of-
regular Terry. That's
Yeah,
Terry right there. So
I got
he's back.
Terry is
40,000.
the king of let me tell y'all, Terry is the king of deleting. Like
Right.
Terry will have a full video edited up and be like, nah, I don't like it. Trash.
Yeah, and it'll just go in the garbage.
Wow.
It'll go in the garbage.
But
Yeah,
everybody
but-
has their own creative way though. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting back into it, man. I don't want to rush it. Like you said, I do still feel like there is a fight to be had, and like I don't know, you know, if any of you guys that are watching this follow me. I have still been very active when it comes to speaking out about issues and things like that. So I'm not totally past it yet, but we also can't sit here and just harp on it forever. You know what I'm saying? Like we have the history is the history. We just have to go forward and try to
Yep.
implement change as best as we know how, which is what I'm doing right now. So, little videos will be coming soon, you know what I'm saying? But
Come on, hit the
I
sub
will
box.
say,
Play. I'm on.
yeah. I will say this, man. It makes me very happy to see so many people from across the world,
Yes.
creators, sports,
Right.
news, law enforcement, besides the bad ones. But and this is about to sound like extra cheesy, but it
Oh,
really
he trying to. Here you
I'm
go.
about to
Here
turn
you
on
go,
the
man.
music.
Hit it,
But
hit it, hit it. You lucky I don't have a button. I hit it right now.
Yeah, somebody get the harp out, man. But no, it really does. Shut up. It really does warm my heart to
Sentimental
see.
Terry.
Yeah, it
Right.
can I speak? Thank you.
I'm sorry, player. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
It really does warm my heart, and I'm happy to see so much change occurring across not just in Minneapolis or United States, like across the world, across the
Right.
world, change is happening. And that's been, kind of my silver lining out of the whole thing. And that's how I am kind of able to be like, you know what, Art, even though what happened was messed up and what's been happening is messed up, but change is here and it's occurring and we're an active part of this. And as creators, we have a perfect platform to use it in whatever fashion or capacity we think is right to also add to it. That to me is just, I just can't explain that, man. It's freaking amazing.
You know what, Terry? Like, kind of to go along with that, like, I ain't gonna lie. I was on Twitter the other day and I saw a picture of the LA protests. They were in the street, but it was just nothing but people. That picture was so powerful to me. Like,
Yeah,
I'm from LA. I'm from LA. I grew up in South Central LA. I don't live in LA right now. I'm in the Midwest. I'm in the boondocks. I don't know how I got here. Don't ask. But you know what I mean? I'm from South Central LA. You know what I mean? And I come from I'm for real, like the hood, like Nipsey, all of them. Like I knew Nipsey when he was neighborhood Nip before he became who he is and stuff. So it's just like
Nip.
Yeah, Nip. Yeah. Who Nip rap about Nip, right? So, but like, just seeing that picture and that amount of people, that was powerful for me, and I loved it. And I shared it on Twitter, and I was just like, man, I'm proud of my city. Even though I don't live in LA, that's still my city. That's always home for me. So, I do feel that same love. I'm starting to see a lot of people speak up that wouldn't have before, and I respect that, and I appreciate that. We finally don't feel alone, and that's the best thing about this. It's just all about unity, and that's what 368 is. It's another place of unity of creators and creativity, and this movement, everything is just like, what we call it, it's in harmony, just like Create a Cafe, player.
It's just that, you know what, to be honest, when I got the call asking like, yo, Terry, do you want to be a part of this, the question I asked first is, how do you feel about it? I won't put the person who called me from 368, but
my cancer
he can
brother.
vouch for that. Yeah. I asked him when he called me, I said, how do you feel about this? Not, obviously I'm gonna be down. I support anything 368 does. Not being cheesy, but they just got a world, a ecosystem where creators can just freaking be creators, man. And they embrace that. You know what I'm saying?
And it's good people.
And it's good people. Sometimes, as techies or nerds or whatever you want to call it, sometimes it takes a lot for us to embrace our inner nerd or inner tech. And like 368 makes that like that. It's cool there. I mean, it's cool, period, duh. But like it's extra cool there. You know what I'm saying? The whole culture around 368 is the creator. So when I got the call,
I have my nerd game on, you know what I'm saying?
yeah. I'm like, I might have a couple phones and cameras laying around. But when I got the call and I said, how do you feel about it? The response was, I don't care how anybody feels about it. This is something we have to do. And I was like, sign me up right now. And like that just speaks to the culture, to the people at 368. And I'm sure y'all probably think this is cheesy because y'all watching the 368 stream, but
Nah, but it's
it's real.
important to be noted.
It's important, man. It like 368 is doing a lot in this space that a lot of companies have not done. A lot of companies didn't do because they were scared of the public image and what type of backlash they would receive and all that good stuff. And when I explained all the backlash that would happen, it was, I don't care. We're doing it anyways. And that to me was just respect, straight respect.
AKA cancers are some of the greatest people. I just have to say that cancers are just so amazing.
Hey,
You know
shout
what I
out
mean?
to
I
all
just
my
have to put that out there.
Taurus out. Shout out to all my Taurus out there, man.
Wait, the cancers are great. Did you hear that? That was the words of a cancer. I love you, my cancer brother.
No,
All right, go
but
ahead,
to kind of piggyback off of what Terry was saying, I think the biggest thing, man, and just this actually kind of piggybacks off CJ what you was talking about too, as far as like this generation of youth, like that's out here now.
Right.
Like they are fearless, and they're fearless enough to be able to build relationships with whoever. And I think that's a key thing when it comes to just being like, even just being creators in this space, like relationships is everything. And so the fact that the younger generation is fearless enough to be able to want to go talk to the mayors, to want to go talk to the inner city officials and different things like that. Like they're fearless, man. They don't mind picking up the phone, calling whoever to fix a problem that needs to be fixed. And I think that is like super, super important. And I think even being a creator in itself, just in this space in general, like, and this is why I was saying, like, when it comes to 368, as far as like the people, like I don't rock with companies, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but I'm sure we all on the same path. But like, we don't rock with.
Oh, y'all know how I roll.
Yeah, like we don't rock with whoever just because like it's quote unquote the people to be around or whatever. It's more on its relationships, how people treat people. And the one thing I can say about the unity behind like 368 and just kind of what they are about is simply just like anytime I've been there, and we've all been there, it's always been nothing but like just genuine love. Like, and that's like so important. And I think the message that they're portraying, as well as the message that's trying to be more perceived into other people, because one of the things we got to erase, if we can, which I know is going to be tough, is hate. It's hard to get hate out of people's that has been embedded into people. And so I think one of the biggest things is, if we can, man, like keep surrounding yourself around positivity and keep surrounding yourself around love, because that's what's going to be that infectious thing that's going to continue to spread to more and more people that can help fix this issue that we facing today. So, but yeah, man, like I just think that I don't even know where I was going. I just lost my thought.
Sorry, man.
Hey, on that note, if you haven't donated to the cause yet,
you just beat
go
me
ahead
to it.
and hey, I knew Terry was coming with it. He always there, but I just wanted to throw that out there, man, because so this is a fire thing that's being done, and I just really support it and I get behind it. That's why I was open arms, willing to be here and to speak to the cause. So I just want to throw that in there on that moment. Go ahead, CK, pick it up.
Oh no,
are you done?
No, actually, I wanted to say, I did want to say something. To our youth, man.
Terry always has something. No,
right?
You know, well, at least I don't talk like
trolling.
Devin do. If we let Devin talk, we'll never get off the stream. Just be here all night.
Hey, man, I'm long-winded.
Yeah, you
Right,
are.
we had to get
You
Buddy
slow.
off of his own stream to come here.
Right.
We had, we were in here. He's talking about some 8:30. I had to kick down the door at 8:34. Like,
Hey,
doing?
I did have my alarm set though. It did go off.
But
I was
but
like,
he's still.
who gave you that idea?
You did. I was 8 minutes over though. I was only 8 minutes over.
Exactly.
I'm here on time.
Nah, stubborn tourists. You see, he's talking about how great tourists are.
Tourists are great people, man.
Yeah, 8 minutes stubborn. All right, go ahead, Terry.
All right, so look, I want to provide a few words of encouragement to the people who, especially our youth, man, especially our youth, who maybe haven't jumped into the creative space. Maybe they've been like too timid to turn the camera on or
There
whatever.
we go. Talk it.
Listen,
Let's go.
social media is the biggest weapon we have when it comes to fighting this fight. And it don't matter whether it's this fight or whatever fight it is. Social media is the most powerful weapon we have. If you feel inclined to start a creative journey, if you feel inclined to speak out on today's issues, your voices matter. Even though you might feel like, oh man, I don't got no subscribers, XYZ. Who cares, bro? Turn the camera on, turn your podcast on, whatever it is that you feel like doing, and do it. Everybody's voice matters when it's a fighting this fight. So if you've been hesitant about like starting a YouTube channel or starting that Twitch channel, it's the perfect time to do it. A lot of people have asked like, what can we do to help with this situation? Number one, if you want to donate, that's a perfect way. But number two, use your voice. Your voice is the most powerful thing you got to weaponize social media, because social media is the most powerful tool we have in this fight. So
I want to touch on that, man. I think going with that, I think the other thing that people can do, because people was hitting me up after my stream, they was asking like, hey, what can I do to help? The biggest thing is use Google. I think a lot of times people look for other people for validation on what they should and shouldn't be doing. But every single day we use Google.
Hold on, let me Google that. Hold on, let me Google that.
we use, I mean, you think about it, like we use Google every day for everything, whether it's smartphones, looking up, what smartphone you would. Hashtag where is CJ
Where's
on every
CJ?
live stream.
Every live stream. Where is CJ?
Every live stream. Hashtag where is CJ? Hey, CJ. Hey, CJ, welcome back, brother.
I'm running out of battery, player, so I have to grab a battery to put in the camera.
Those dang cancers. But
at least I just think people know hashtag where is CJ. Hit it right now,
right. But I just think the biggest thing is, man, is educating yourself and not really looking to other people for validation on what to do. Like, educate yourself. There's tons and countless of movies that you can watch. There's a bunch of books and resources that you can read. CJ just turned green and purple, and
yeah, we was like the hawk for a minute. He's about to jump out my screen.
He looked like Kimura for a second. But yeah, man, I just think the biggest thing is just educating yourself. Use the tools that we have, like what Terry was saying. Social media and the platforms that we have, being the internet, is so powerful on what you can actually learn and what you can invest in yourself with. So I would just recommend, if you want to help, educate yourselves on the issues at hand. Educate yourself on what my people is trying to relay to the rest of the world that we live in. So I just think the biggest thing is find those resources that's going to help educate yourself as well. But at the same time, also don't feel like you're not able to reach out to people either to get information if you're not able to find it on your own.
Hey, look, I'm gonna take it a step further. I kind of mentioned this in my video, right? I think people need, like I said, if in your reality, your everyday doesn't include someone that is a screaming exclamation mark of this community or of the reality of what's going on, that does not become a part of your reality. So what I'm saying is, like I said, I'm from South Central, right? In South Central, how we feel is we together, because ain't nobody else out there with us. So we stick together. Don't nobody come in South Central and try to get to know South Central and get to know people that are from South Central. So they just have this perception of us. Although, as you see me, I'm a swagful tech nerd. I came out of South Central, not the typical stereotypical thought of what people are in South Central. And that's the same thing transfers over to what we're talking about as far as communities. Yeah, man, like go get to know somebody from that community and build a relationship and understand that those people, you're going to find out, man, they just as you probably might have more in common with them than you ever thought, and so forth. So that's where I'm pushing it, because that's really what's going to change is us like doing this, man, and really integrating our cultures. Like, the best thing I got out of like coming from LA was the integration. We steps ahead of the world, because I came out here to the Midwest and I went back in time. But the reality is just intermingling with like other cultures opened me up to so much. I had friends of all different cultures: Filipino, white, my people, Mexicans. Oh, I love my Latins in LA, man, and all of them. You know what I mean? I gotta say Latin because it's beyond Mexican, El Salvadorian, Ecuadorian, all of them. So I just got exposed to so many cultures, people from Bangladesh, England. Just, you have to expand. And then once you do that, you realize, oh, we all are people, and that's all it is. That's why in my video I said, we just brown people with brown skin. That's the only difference. But at the end of the day, we all are humans, man. And that's the biggest change. If we all intermingle, there's too much separation. So let's come together. And number one place where that happens is in the creative world, man. The creative world, everybody just creating, and we vibing off those energies and we feeding off each other, and it's love. That's why I love being a creator, and I love creating with my friends here and my bigger tech community, even bigger than that, the creator community. So I just want to push that forward.
So
All right,
with
so
all of this stuff, like Pat, hold on. With all of this stuff, like, all right, we kind of talked about, you know, problem, solving the problem. How do we move forward? What y'all got planned? Like going forward.
Before we actually get to
Oh,
that,
so you're just gonna
we're
ignore
gonna
my
take.
question?
No. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get
That's
to
what
it.
I
We
heard.
definitely gonna get to it. But
Hey,
we're
it's
gonna take a
10K
quick.
Terry throwing a tantrum over there. 10K Terry. Hey, get him some coffee.
It's all good.
Terry,
Carlette,
did you go to the gym today? But before we get to that, because that's a good question, Terry, definitely hold that question. Before we get to that, man, we're gonna take a quick break, real quick. And if you feel inclined right now, if you guys want to donate while we're on this break, definitely go ahead and check out the links that's here. You can also put there, which is, I'm gonna try to find it here, !WTC
and exclamation mark, we the creators.
We the
That's
creators.
what I remember.
So
Hope
you
I'm
guys
right.
can go ahead and check that out, and we're getting ready to take a quick little
It'll be
break.
quick.
Very quick. All right, so let me tell y'all real quick. We gotta tell y'all, and y'all now one thing y'all know about us, y'all, we very transparent.
100%.
So, but so Terry, do you want to tell the people why?
Yeah,
we had
because
to
you
go to
taking
break?
too long to tell them.
I know,
camera
man.
was over there looking like 3 frames per second, and we know
Trash,
y'all
huh?
are.
Trash.
looking like Mario on the first gen.
right. Straight
Bro
Minecraft
was over
episode.
there
I don't know what was going
and
on, man.
straight toilet squad.
Right.
What happened to your connection?
Hey, so I think when I switched the battery, my camera turned into a potato. That's all.
Oh man,
it went straight trash. I'm sorry.
All right, can I
but
get back
Terry,
to my
you
question
said
now?
Terry, yeah,
But
Terry,
let me
you saying
re-ask it.
something?
Give me my spotlight back.
Hey, let me say
re-ask
this
it,
though.
right?
My camera quality right now looking better than probably both of y'all. Look at this kid.
That's
He's
a lie.
looking like hot garbage.
Hey.
Terry, you on your way to garbage. I'm back in like 4K goodness. There we go. Continue on.
See, but here's the thing: we never had to disconnect.
Yeah, we never had those issues.
Hey, in a minute
We
we're gonna
never-
need a
I
break
mean-
for C-Kid over there. I see that. I see my boy C-Kid over there looking like, hey, he on that Wi-Fi.
Hey, come on, man. We only got a few minutes.
All
man. I
right,
want to
let's
talk
go.
about
My
this.
bad.
All
Go
right.
ahead, Terry.
Can't take y'all nowhere, man.
Nah,
Terry
we
wanna
can't
get his
take you
question
nowhere
out.
either. Hey, just on a funny note, Terry, anytime he's our live bodyguard. Anytime we take an Uber, he's sitting in the front
Yes.
seat, just in case.
Yes.
Go ahead. Hey, yeah,
All right.
he's intimidating. All right, go ahead.
I had to remember what stream we was on.
Uh-oh.
It was about to get real.
If you want to get that, pick us up on Creator Cafe for the raw.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, like, you know, I know we talk pretty much all day, but we never really hashed out like where do we go from here? You know what I'm saying? Like, where do we go creatively as brown creators from here? What are y'all working on?
I'm gonna keep it honest, bro. Like I'm taking it one day at a time. Like I can't see too. Like this is so different and so new. Like I can't even see too much further in the future. What I do know is, I'm a definitely continue to create as I do. I want to get back into that and just know one thing about, like I said, I don't know if I even mentioned this, but we all bring our culture to our content. So like me as a tech creator, I bring my culture. Like people will say, okay, I like to use humor, but the humor I grew up on came from the likes of Martin Lawrence, Will Smith, Chris Rock, Money Mike, and things like that. So the Cat Williams. So I use reminiscence of that in my content, which is where I get those comments about that. So I'm keeping my culture in there, and the people that have seen these movies understand where I'm coming from when I put those jokes and those placements, and that's there purposely, especially for the people who grew up on those. And y'all know it's deep in my culture, so I make sure I share my culture consistently throughout my content, even the way I talk. I mean, I get slack for it, but I don't always want to talk proper. I want to talk the way that I feel comfortable and where I came from. Because like I said, I'm from South Central. I want to make sure people know. And I always put that in my content. And I want people to come into my living room of South Central from wherever they coming from so they can rock out with me and we can be tech nerds together in the living room of South Central. So that's a big part of how I'm going to continue to do it. And C-Kid, him bringing raps. He's bringing that culture as well. And then Terry is just the fire filmmaker with obviously, man, come on, man. He's slow-mo Terry, man. You ever seen our culture move in 120 frames per second? Check out Terry.
Check out Terry.
All right,
Terry
that's
is
my
a film. If y'all don't know, Terry is a filmmaker's filmmaker, yo. Like to the core, man. Like fire content for real.
What you got planned, CK?
You said something super interesting. I want to piggyback on real quick before we pass it to Devin.
All right.
Like, y'all gotta realize that YouTube, I mean, let's just talk about YouTube. YouTube reaches every corner of this earth. So it is okay for you to bring your culture and bring who you are and what you are to the platform, because there are 8 billion people in this world. That means there's always going to be an audience for whatever it is you are, whatever you look like, whatever language you speak. Like, there's an audience for everybody. So just don't forget that. Sorry to hijack.
No, you're good. I think just to kind of piggyback off that, Terry, is I think at the same time, you also gonna get the hate that comes with it. But to be honest, that's life. Like, you're gonna get that regardless. So it's like you might as well be yourself and get the hate versus trying to be somebody else and not really feeling authentic to yourself. So for me, that is kind of, and what CJ was saying to you guys is like, for me, is one of those things where I enjoy bringing my culture to it because it was something that I didn't see too much of on the platform in this space within the tech space in itself.
Talk about it,
right. And so it was like, for me, I was like, man, I would watch the Marquezes, I would watch the Judgments from the Average Consumer, because those were people who look shout out to them, because those were people Flossie, shout out to Flossie, and those were people, man, that I watched because I was like, dang, they look like me. They bring that same swagger culture that I like, and I'm just
and
like,
they
okay,
making
cool.
it.
I gives me, and they're making it. And so it's just like, for me, I was like, okay, that gave me courage to be like, okay, I think I can get into this as well as and be myself. And so that's why, I decided to bring the whole rap culture to it, because one, I'm a music head. I love music. And so I was like, well, how can I bring what I like to this space without sacrificing who I am as a person? And so for me, it was just bringing that culture of rap and hip hop to this space, as well as blending it, with my love for tech. And so, just kind of what Terry's saying, man, be you. Like, this is the fact that we can reach everybody. There's going to be an audience for you regardless. And you got to take the good with the bad, because the bad is definitely going to come regardless. So you might as well just be you in the process.
Hey, let me just add this in here real quick, because my bro brought up an important name. Yo, huge shout out, huge respect to the fact that the #1 tech guru on YouTube is MKBHD, a brown creator, and he is the creme de la creme. Huge respect to that. That was a huge inspiration to me. Like, I saw that, like when CK say, when you see somebody who looks like you or who comes from where you come from, doing it big and doing it on that level, that man inspired me like no one else. Same with Floss and Your Average as well. Not taken from them, but we know the boss hog is MKBHD, and I got huge respect for that. And he's younger than me, and like I said, I will be inspired by the youth by whoever, regardless. Yep. As long as they doing it the way they supposed to be doing. So shout out to MKBHD. Huge respect to him, man. I respect that guy, man, and he doing it, G.
Yep. For
Go
sure.
ahead, Terry.
Y'all got to remember, like, being different is what sets you apart. I mean, I know that sounds cliche, right? But if you think about it, if everybody, if 10 people in the room review an iPhone, we basically all saying
Why
the
you say
same thing.
iPhone like that, play? Hey, yo, man,
Or
say
whatever.
it with your-
It
say
could be
chest.
it could be
Say it
this.
with your chest. All right, put some respect on them.
It could be a coffee
On the
cup.
iPhone, man.
It could be
Come
coffee
on.
cup. Let me finish, man.
My
It could
bad.
be a coffee cup. If 10 people are in a room reviewing a coffee cup,
Terry sound like he's
the
swimming
deter-
underwater. Play, you underwater. All
Right.
go ahead.
Am I?
Yeah, you
I'm
underwater.
underwater.
Bro. Now Terry got a potato for a mic. Get him.
No, seriously.
Get him.
He said, "Get 'em."
All right, go ahead. You sound better now. Go ahead.
All right, good. No, I was just saying, like, if 10 people are reviewing the same mug, the difference is going to be the person that's creating it. So, you know, everybody's different. Bring your culture to it. There's nothing wrong with that. I just think we live in an amazing time where everybody has an opportunity to be great at what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So, I'll kind of shut up. But yeah, what y'all working on? Like, let's get that out the way, and then we'll go ahead and sign off of here, man. Are there any videos y'all about to drop or?
I started. I mean, for me, man, like I said, you guys want to check out my content, go over to YouTube, C Kid Tech. I'm everywhere on there. As far as like projects that I'm working on, I just dropped a video on these headphones right here that y'all see, which are the Surface 2. So if you guys want to check that out, or interested,
This was fire, by the way.
Yeah, the whole video
Straight
was
fire.
rap based, so it was almost like a music video. But yeah, I mean, I'm working on projects like kind of what CJ was saying, kind of taking things one step at a time. Because I still want to make sure that I'm being authentic to myself as well as being authentic to my culture. And continue bringing more tech to the space, tech videos to the space.
As far as me, y'all already know. Y'all see it on the screen. CJ Knows Tech. You can type it in. You can find me. Basically, I'm a productivity hog, man. I go crazy when I start creating content. So I'm gonna get back to doing that. Start flooding the tech market with these CJ Knows Tech videos. But another thing I just want to put out there for the people who are aspiring creators, I just made a transition to becoming a full-time creator. And it's nothing like being able to do what you love
we ain't
to
about to
do.
just skip over that.
Yeah, we ain't about to skip past that. Cause no, hold on.
Congratulations,
CJ, before you continue that, man, because I want people to really understand the magnitude of going full time on this platform. Like the level of grind and years that has to go into for a person to get to that point. Like that's why I don't want to skim over that, because that is such a big feat. And like the fact that you took that time, that time that you wanted to shine, and you took that and you put it towards the cause. I think I gotta applaud you for that, bro, because I know from deep down, like you wanted to get that one video. You're like, yo, I want to make this a big grand thing. So the fact that you took that time, bro, and put that towards a good cause and speaking on your truth, though, I applaud you for that, bro. And that's for those inspiring creators, man. That is not a small feat. And CJ, I will tell you firsthand, bro, I am inspired by that. Because
Likewise,
I cannot wait to get on that level, bro. So much respect, dude.
So I'm gonna just say this to my aspiring creators. I had a goal and ambition to get to this moment, and let's keep it a buck, man. Like I only got 40K subs on YouTube, 40K subscribers. Hey, listen. Let me just put it to you in this way: it ain't a lot of 40K full-time creators, and I say that to say that anything is possible. You just got to be really determined. You got to really believe in yourself. You got to really have solid goals, and you got to stand on those goals. You can't turn away. So to those people who may have started and have fell off for a bit, you could pick back up. In the beginning, I quit every other 3 months. Like literally, I would drop a video, I wasn't getting what I wanted, and I would walk away. And then I come back 3 months later because I could not give up on this creative thing. So I just want to send a level of inspiration, a level of grind, a level of mindset to a creator that might be aspiring, that you can do it too, and you can do it bigger than me and greater than me. You can get to the MKBHD level 100,000%. Just believe in yourself and build yourself. Love, peace, and respect. I just wanted to leave on that note.
Straight fire.
Yes, sir.
How they find you, man? How they find you?
CJ
Where can
Knows
they
Tech.
find you?
CJ
Where can
Knows
they
Tech is
find
on
you?
the screen. YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch now. You know, I'll be getting my
Yeah,
gaming,
everywhere.
I get my controller game
Yeah,
on.
everywhere.
Everywhere. Like, everywhere.
But so you
Well,
starting to
glad I-
you got a gaming channel too? Oh, we all starting gaming
It's,
channels.
it's
That's
coming.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Twitch,
because
Twitch
anything
live.
is possible, and it's an
Right.
amazing time for people of all races, of all walks of life to do
Right.
whatever it is you want to do online. Do it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, stop. There's no reason to not try something. We live in an amazing time where the possibilities are endless. That you can, just do it. All right, just freaking do it. But
And
anyways,
last before not least, I want to tell the people, exclamation mark WTC, exclamation mark we the creators. Just support the cause. You know what I mean? If you
Support
got
the
it, you
cause,
got it. If
y'all.
you don't, hey, do it in another way. You don't have to have the bag. You know what I mean? There's free ways to get out here and
Absolutely.
support. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Go
and don't
subscribe
feel
to
like
our
you-
channels. That support. You know what I mean? Go find creators outside of your community and go and find them and really like vibe them and research them and enjoy them, man. It's a lot out there
Yep.
for everybody.
And don't feel like you have to give a lot. Every little bit helps, man. Even if it's just $1 or so, every little bit helps, y'all.
Y'all know my saying.
Right.
It
I
ain't
got a
no
quota.
such
I
thing.
got a quota right here. I got y'all 3
It don't even have to be about money though. Like even
Right.
just spreading
Yeah.
awareness. You know what I'm saying?
Spreading
Like
awareness.
like
Time is
there's no
valuable,
such
man.
thing. There's no such thing as a small blessing. I say that
Yep.
every single live stream I do. There's no such thing as a small blessing. So like CJ said, if you can donate financially, cool. If not, then it's cool too. There's other ways that
Yep.
you can give back in your household, in your community, in your county, your state, blah blah blah. But anyways, like I think like I'm definitely about to get back in my creative bag. Like I said, I have been feeling like extra creative the last couple days. And you can find me same way everywhere too. On Twitter is Terry_Warfield. Instagram. Oh, I lied. Twitter is _Terry Warfield.
Man, just type in Terry Warfield and look for that. Look for that.
You'll find it. You'll find
Just
it.
look for that.
You'll see this big swole brother.
Right. Yeah. If you see all biceps and neck muscles, you found Terry Warfield.
You'll find Terry.
Oh, that was a good.
We
I'm gonna
are
let you get that
Creator
one off.
Cafe. We are Creator Cafe. I had to
Right.
rush you one time.
Mister, I did 10 push-ups before every photo.
I'm surprised you got on a blue shirt.
I know,
today.
right? No gray sweater. No gray
no,
shirt.
I knew the roasting was coming. Hey, I smarten up, brother.
Right.
Hey, CJ over there looking like a wet frog with no facial hair.
Hey, look here, player. Hey, look, come on, man. A player trying to get back out of quarantine life. Let me
He
live.
ain't got no facial hair.
You look like quarantine.
I do.
All right, man, we about to get. Hey, listen, man. Peace, much love to everybody.
Thank you,
man.
368. Thank you, 368.
Yeah, thank you to
368.
368 for the opportunity. As always, 368 is like family. Do your part, man. Like I said, you don't have to become some activist, but speak out if you feel like speaking out. Start your creative career if that's what you want to do. And much love, man. Y'all, I don't know what that just was. That was like a burp. That was like a burp and a cough at the same time.
Hey, look, that's what happened. You got too much muscles. Your burp can't even get through all the muscles, right? Man, buff neck head.
And that was like a burp, cough, and a sneeze at the same time. But all donations will go to the NAACP Local Defense Funds. So everything will go to a good cause. All of it's being tracked and all that stuff. So you can, rest easy with that. But yeah, thank you. I mean, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ida. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everybody involved.
Thank you. Appreciate the whole
That's a
squad.
wrap. Cut it. It's over.
We back? Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I was there's nothing. I wasn't reading anything. All right. That concludes the amazing We the Creators debut stream. Maybe we're going to keep doing this more often. We'll see what happens. Bringing people together, bringing creators together to bring awareness to things that matter and to drive the conversation towards things that matter. Special thanks to everybody who came out tonight. That last segment with the boys is it's pretty hilarious, and everybody in the back right now is laughing. It was great to have them on the Creator Cafe team. Grassroots, Akila, Bijan, Danny, Tori, Taylor. I said Tori for some reason. I was thinking about sorry about that. But thank you so much for staying the entire time and watching stream, supporting, retweeting, sharing. This stream was dedicated towards the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. You can make a donation. We have links. You can go to 368.nyc. If you're on Twitch, !WTC or !We the Creators. I don't know what the commands are for YouTube. I think it's !Dono. There's a whole bunch of exclamation points, but if you want to make it simple, 368.nyc. Please follow us on the 368 channel, and we will see you guys in the future for more videos. Thank you so much, and have a good night. I think that was good. I don't know. Just I'm trash. My brain's not working. Bye.